All the participants present here, please keep your mobile on the muted mode. Honorable Chief Guest, respected special invitees, esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, and delegates. A very good morning and warm welcome to National Symposium on Food, Nutrition, and Environmental Security towards achieving sustainable goals. As you all are aware, in September 2015, the United Nations adopted the Sustainable Goals. These are the set of 17 global goals with specific targets aimed at ending poverty, protecting the planet, and ensuring prosperity for all by 2030. Today, food and agriculture stand at a crossroads. Looking back, major improvements in agriculture productivity have been recorded over recent decades to satisfy the food demand for a growing global population. But progress has often come with social and environmental costs, including water scarcity, soil degradation, ecosystem stress, biodiversity loss, and so many. The complex challenges that the world faces requires transformative action. Embracing the principles of sustainability and tackling the root causes of poverty and hunger to leave no one behind. As a prime connection between people and the planet, food and agriculture can help achieve multiple sustainable development goals. With this agenda, we inaugurate our symposium with a focus to provide a platform for synergistic interaction amongst agriculture professionals from across the globe. And we sincerely hope that the ideas and views shared during the interaction will sow its seed for sustained, continuous, fruitful global collaborations. Once again, a very special thanks to all of you for gracing this occasion with your esteemed presence. And I, Narotma Singh, Senior Scientist, Division of Genetics, IRI, welcome you all to the symposium. To begin with the inauguration program, I'll start with inviting our honorable dignitaries, and so as they have already on the dais, please welcome Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Ramesh Chand, Member Niti Ayog, an agriculture economist and key person in policy formation for the agriculture, with a huge round of applause. I also welcome on stage a special invitee, Dr. Himanshu Pathak, Secretary DOER and Director General ICAR, scientist of global repute in the area of abiotic stress, climate change, and soil science on the dais. I also welcome our special invitee, Dr. T. Mahapatra, President NAS, eminent scientist, our beloved teacher, and a guide onto the dais. Let's welcome Dr. R.S. Pereda, sir, Chairman TAS, a young, energetic, a dynamic personality in the agriculture fraternity, and he can be searched on the Wikipedia with many accolades. Please welcome Dr. R.S. Pereda, sir. I also welcome Dr. Bhagwan, Secretary TAS, Distinguished Scientist, and a meticulous worker on the dais. Some of the guests, they have been joined virtually. I also welcome the esteemed dignitaries of CG centers who have joined us in virtual mode. I welcome Dr. Stephen Weiss, Managing Director, Asia, Alliance of Biodiversity International NCAT. I also welcome Dr. Jacqueline Hughes, Director General, ICRISAT. We have also on board Dr. Brian Goris, Director General, CIMIT. So we welcome you, and also Dr. Jean Belling, Director General, EU. Thank you, each and everyone. Now I request Dr. R.S. Pereda, sir, to welcome our honorable chief guest with the flower bouquet. Yeah. I request Dr. Bhagwan sir to welcome our special invitees, Dr. Himanshu Pathak sir. I request you, sir, to please welcome our special invitee, Dr. T. Mahapatra. So please welcome Dr. Ravis Pereda sir with flower bouquet. I request Dr. Umesh Srivastava, former ADG Horticulture ICR, to welcome Dr. Bhagner. Thank you, one and all. To begin with, I request Dr. Aday Pereda sir for his welcome speech.
Good morning to you all, and my special welcome to our chief guest this morning, Dr. Ramesh Chand, member Agriculture Niti Aayog, Government of India. I really appreciate that you could spare your time despite an important meeting today and reschedule that to be with us. That shows your interest and affection for agricultural development in India. I also am happy to welcome on behalf of all organizers, and you know organizers are all starting from CIMIT, Bioversity International and CEART Alliance, Indian Society of Plant Genetic Resources, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, TAS, ICRISAT, and IRI. Dr. Himanshu Pathak, I think possibly this is the first formal conference you are addressing after taking over in this hall, I presume. So we'd like to congratulate you for joining as our Director General and taking the mantle from none else than Dr. T. Mahapatra, who is the President of National Academy of Agriculture Sciences. Dr. Mahapatra, we would like to place our appreciation on record for your support to all activities of TAS as well as of all other organizations and the collaboration of National Academy of Agriculture Sciences for such scientific activities. Dr. Bhagmal is our own colleague from the trust and had been working hard to organize this event. My distinguished senior colleagues participating in person, and many have not been able to come today because still people are afraid of COVID and would like to join online. So once we announce that it is also possible online, possibly people prefer to stay where they are. But Professor R.B. Singh, grateful to you, Dr. Keegan from World Food Foundation, Dr. Dillon, the former Vice Chancellor from PAU, Professor Kirti Singh ji, our respected leader again, and he has made it especially to be with us, Dr. H.P. Singh, Dr. A.K. Singh, Dr. Jaina, Dr. A.K. Srivastava, and many other colleagues who are present here. Kindly forgive me if I am not able to name you individually, but it has been a great pleasure to have you here. And why we are here, possibly much we will know once we have the address from our special invitee and the chief guest. But you know that concern for achieving sustainable development goal by 2030 is very much there for India, because in 2015 we had organized similar meeting on SDGs in partnership with IFPRI, and that time we had concluded that for India SDGs are very important, and if country like India is not able to achieve by 2030, possibly the whole world will not be able to achieve the goal of SDGs. And therefore, India comes in the forefront and the focus, not because we are not lagging behind in many ways. I think there are many good efforts which are there, which Professor Machan would also apprise us. But to tell you frankly, still there are concerns, not in all states, but some states for poverty level, which is to be addressed. Also, there is concern for what you call is zero hunger. So we have to achieve it. And to achieve it, we will have to not only talk of our past laurels of green, white, and yellow revolutions. Uh, that is a past story. Despite having achieved so much, the concern is how people get enough food for their household food and nutrition security. Also, there is concern for environment, climate change. We know our own problem of burning rice straw, and also concern of poor soil health. And COVID-19 has taught us recently that we have to diversify our agriculture and diversify it to see that local food systems become important for not only the food, but for our health and immunity. So the focus goes on all those crops on which, when I was young, many crops which I used to eat in my dryland area are not eaten anymore. Rather, some of them possibly are not even like bakala, kulthi, which we used to eat. Nobody talks about them today. So the COVID-19 has again brought a focus that we need to do more to conserve our natural resources. And we also have to not only think of unipolar approach of genetic enhancement, but a twin-pillar approach of sustainable agriculture development through good agronomic practices. And also we have understood that it is not only crops and horticulture, it is the livestock, it is the fishery, and it is the diversified approach. Having said all this, I would also like to highlight that there are concerns for children, especially below 5 years of age. The concentration perhaps is the highest compared to any other country in terms of hidden hunger, whatever you may call, not only of calorie, but also of micronutrients. And in that respect, we will have to see as to how we achieve there are initiatives, I think laudable initiative, Manrega for taking care of poverty and at least money to buy whatever is produced. So employment to the people and large number of people in rural areas, but also the National Food Security Act. I think is a unique initiative through which, but we have to see that despite its being there, still how we can think of making sure that everyone gets enough nutritious food. Not only the food, but nutritious food, and also how we take care of our environment. So these are challenges, and these challenges we have to meet. India is going to be the most populous country in the world in next another 4 to 5 years. Maybe by 2030, we will be the most populous one. And we have to see that the way other countries have done, I mean, many times people compare it with China. China has more poverty when we became independent, but China has now less poverty than on an average with compared to India. So, but our many states like Punjab only have about 5 to 7%, and some states like Bihar and others in the eastern region still have more poverty. So we will have to take care of it. Our capital investment in agriculture has been very high when we had green and white revolutions, but the capital investment from the government side has declined, and we presume that private sector will come forward. Somehow it has not happened, and it came very clearly that if you do not invest more in agriculture research for innovation, possibly we will not be able to make faster growth than what we have been so far maintaining at around 3%. For 8% of agriculture growth, for the country's national growth, we require minimum of 4% of agricultural growth. And that has to be also accelerated around innovations, accelerated around scaling innovations, and scaling innovations not only in irrigated areas, but now in rain-fed areas. And we have to make our gray areas green. And for that, we would require not only more investment for agriculture research for development, where I would like to also say and take the advantage of Dr. Ramesh Chand's presence, because he is one of us from ICR side. Somehow, when we look at and we are told that budget is increasing in all sectors, including Ministry of Agriculture. But I did analyze, and we have also published it in the newspapers, that somehow ICR's budget has not increased in the last 1 decade. It is almost stagnating at the same level of around 8,500 crores annually. And there is a case, and that case has to be made through agriculture. We have to also achieve the climate sustainable goals, and for the laudable, commitment of the Prime Minister made here of not only reducing the greenhouse gas or going for bioenergy or solar energy, but we have to also see that we reduce the greenhouse gas emission. And agriculture sector, if you take into account totally crops, the land degradation, and the post-harvest losses, it comes to around 33%, which is 1/3 of the climate change greenhouse gas emissions. And this has to be addressed through agriculture. And in agriculture, we have to therefore see that land degradation, land laws, policies, all need to be looked at. And therefore, I can really go on this. I don't want to make longer now, but would like to just flag that it is high time that we see forward, and see forward for what? To prioritize which innovations to be scaled, and in a given time, in a mission mode. I think it is not, a mission has lost its that focus which it had at one time, and in a coordinated manner, in an interdisciplinary, interdepartmental manner, and strategies for regenerative agriculture has to be given high priority now. Regenerative agriculture will demand soil health consideration. I think Dr. Ratan Lal is going to address it tomorrow, and we will be hearing from our experts as well. And Professor R.B. Singh will be talking about innovations in particular, and how we need to be scaled and to harness untapped opportunities. And there are untapped opportunities. We have from past brought out the publications. We will pass on to you, and you can see on our website. And we need to diversify. NITI Aayog is also telling us they throw the annual statements which we get, that possibly now we have to diversify from green revolution technology to see that those areas which were somehow bypassed are also addressed and made green. And for that you need a dryland system, which is still 50 to 55%, and how that can be made. Conservation agriculture is a technology which need to be adopted, but it will require a very planned, coordinated strategy so that we don't fail. You need more lead time to convince the farmers. It is not like giving a variety and in the next harvest he sees the results that there is so much increase. But if you say that you use biofertilizer, then he has to wait for at least 2 crop seasons to see the effect of the nitrogen fixation in terms of saving on nitrogen use in the next crop. And that much patience farmer doesn't have. And for that you need a much different approach of extension, involvement of youth. And that's why we are saying we have to motivate youth in agriculture, make extension as a private effort rather than only government approach to take and scale the innovation. So that aspect also required to be understood. And last point is that we would require rather much stronger partnership. This meeting of participation in partnership with all international institutes and the national institute is the kind of need which is still there. If there was no partnership, possibly Green Revolution would have not taken that time. But this partnership also is required, and India can also give a lot to other countries, whether it is Africa, whether it is Central Asia. We have a representative coming from Central Asia here, from Kazakhstan, and build those kinds of partnerships where ICR's leadership can be really projected in a greater manner. So with this, I don't want to make it longer, but I would like to say that how happy we are to have you all with us, and we look forward to very intensive discussion and major focus on what we should do. We know our problems. We know they are there. I mean, so not only the achievements. Achievement is the one part, but the action and now the urgency. It is now only 8 years left for 2030. So for SDG, in 8 years, what we can do and maybe identify and prioritize some of those areas and targets and see that mission mode approach through help of Niti Aayog's initiative, and we are able to achieve something. Like we started the Special Food Grain Production Program when I was Deputy Director General, and Planning Commission, Dr. Alag was there. Just I'm citing that kind of example. And we really could make really a distinction of that time estimated how much food we will require for increased population and minimum around 6 million tons. And we saw to it that for a decade, 6 million tons is achieved. And that's what the kind of approach has to be taken up and in partnership. And that's where we look towards you, Dr. Nation, for your leadership. And now that Himanshu Pathak is also there, I hope you both demonstrate a kind of urgency for achieving sustainable development goals, especially through agriculture. And agriculture really can reduce greenhouse gases to a greater extent by better livestock management, by better rice management, by diversification. So I don't want to go into all those details. Many of those discussions will be there and presentations will tell us. But I see definitely an urgency. If you don't discuss now, probably we will be feeling that we have complacency because we had achieved enough. And that I think is more damaging scenario if at all we feel that, oh, we have achieved so much. And Dr. Borlaug and Dr. Swaminathan, when they worked jointly and we had Green Revolution, and now we can do so much, we are exporting so much. But what export? The next day we had to stop wheat export. Though we have enough wheat and we can really export, but for food security, you cannot take any kind of liberty. And urgency is there in that context. So we have to also see policymakers have to be also properly educated. And who will educate them? We scientists only. The science-based information helps, and we really had made a lot of impact through those support, and that support is needed. And I hope ICR will get enhanced allocation, at least if not now, for the next financial year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. As Dr. Stephen Weiss has joined us in virtual mode, I invite Dr. Stephen Weiss for his special remarks.
Thank you very much. First of all, greetings to all our dignitaries on the dais. Dear colleagues in India, good morning to all. I'm honored to speak alongside fellow CGI representatives and on behalf of the Alliance of Biodiversity International at SIAT in supporting our country partners in India in achieving the contributions to the Sustainable Development Goals. The GEG of the Alliance sends his warmest regards and apologies for not being able to participate himself due to prior family obligations. We have faced unprecedented challenges in the last couple of years that make the path to the SDGs steeper, that being the COVID-19 pandemic, and more recently, the increase in the food prices. The already existing pressures linked to climate change are now compounded with public health risks and market imbalances, highlighting weaknesses in our food systems with knock-on effect on diets and nutrition and the environment. So for example, climate change threatens to reduce production of the three most consumed crops in the world, rice, wheat, and maize, which are all very important for India as well. Land use changes are resulting in decreased availability of agricultural land and increased degradation of those lands. And despite all the advances, as we also heard just now from Dr. Baroda, there is persistent poverty, hunger, and malnutrition that still remain to be addressed. To achieve the targets on poverty and hunger, we must also look at shifting our perspective on food from simple consumption to nourishment, that is providing access to healthy food choices. Current global environmental changes also push us to rethink our agricultural practices. So importantly, we can only achieve the necessary changes by working together, forging new partnerships in influencing policy decisions, and addressing the challenges we face today by working across sectors: agriculture, nutrition, and the environment. It is at the intersection of these where we have to seek solutions. And apologies for that background noise. It's a fighter jet that's flying by and making some loud noise. To continue, I would like to highlight specifically one major opportunity towards such solutions, and that is safeguarding and using our agrobiodiversity. At the Alliance, we're contributing to food and nutrition security at various levels. In March of this year, we launched Future Seeds, a global innovation hub for the conservation and use of crop diversity. This gene bank houses more than 65,000 distinct samples of beans, cassava, and tropical forages, and is a state-of-the-art gene bank. In Asia, we have been working to improve commodity systems through the enhancement of key staples and ensuring their integration across production and market systems. Additionally, safeguarding food and commodity systems against climate change opens various opportunities to harness local agricultural biodiversity as a means to achieve nutrition security. In India, we're already contributing to development priorities such as improving the use of local agrobiodiversity and their value chains, and access to fruits and neglected and underutilized species in rural and ethnic communities. To ensure a future where we have food, nutrition, and environmental security, and achieving the SDGs in the next decade, we'll need to take specific steps that include the further collection, conservation, and study of the planet's genetic resources, and specifically those in India, to develop resilient crop varieties, animal breeds, and identify new crops that can withstand climate change, but also help in mitigating agriculture's impact on the environment and contribute to a healthy diet. We need to find synergies from government institutions and policies all the way to farmers to ensure farm to fork uptake of these crops, varieties, and breeds, and work on increasing public and private investments in research and innovation. The Alliance is optimistic that through partnerships, we are able to realize a food and nutrition secure future, where we do not only safeguard the agriculture sector, but include consumers and the planet in the process. We also acknowledge that by being here today, we have a unique opportunity to leverage the potential of agrobiodiversity as part of a systemic solution for land restoration, biodiversity conservation, improved nutrition, and climate action. But to do so, we need to boost dialogue and collaboration between the environment, nutrition, and agriculture sectors. And we need to invest in multi-sectoral approaches to transform our food systems. We thus look forward to hearing more about the conversations on these themes over the next couple of days, and rest assured that the Alliance and the CGIAR remain committed in supporting the agriculture, nutrition, and environmental sectors in working towards achieving the SDGs and providing for the needs of people and planet. Thank you, and I wish you fruitful discussions. But let me add, on an additional side note, I would like to personally wish Dr. Raj Paroda all the very best for his 80th birthday. And we continue looking forward to many years of his guidance and the sharing of his wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As Dr. Jacqueline Hughes, DG ICRI said, she has shared her video with us. Kindly play the video, please.
Good morning, Dr. Paroda, Directors General of CGIAR Centers, Juan Lucas Restrepo, Bram Govets, Jean Ballier, Dr. Himanshu Pathak, DG of ICAR and Secretary DARE, Dr. Mohapatra, President of NAS, Dr. Ramesh Chand, Member of Niti Aayog, honored guests and participants. Our food systems are very vulnerable to natural shocks, climate change, pests and diseases, whether directly affecting humans such as COVID-19, or plants such as the fungal and bacterial epidemics, and insects such as fall armyworm, which move across continents, or, for example, parasitic weeds like striga in West Africa, and then to civil unrest affecting local food systems, as it is in Yemen, or the Ukraine war, which affects global food systems. If you look at the picture, you'll see wildfires from across North America, which have impacted crop yields. A report by Pioneer Seeds states that wildfires can reduce corn yields by 50 to 63%, depending on the hybrid and the planting density. The study also found harvestable yield decreases as wildfires negatively affect stalk quality and standability. We've seen so many examples of storms and floods, droughts and winds, high temperatures and unexpected snowfall. These natural events and calamities disrupt our food chains, increase food prices, and cause distress to many communities. While we hear of calamities and disasters, we sometimes forget that these affect broader groups of people rather than just those specifically and directly affected. We still have countries where emergency processes are one thing, but policies that could have prevented or mitigated the calamities are not properly in place, whether around climate change adaptation and mitigation, agriculture, food and nutrition security, or simply the best use of resources. Local solutions are often more effective, but they need to build on global experience and be appropriate for now and for the future. To meet the global climate challenges, especially for the drylands, we need to develop even better adapted varieties of crops that will thrive in difficult growing conditions and will continue to yield sufficient quantities of nutritious produce. We, as the plant breeders in general, have been constrained by two things until the recent past. Plant breeding being taken as an art and not a science, and the length of time it takes to breed new varieties. Things have changed. We are science-based and work to speed up the breeding process. For example, in chickpea, rapid generation advancement technologies enabled us to reach ready-to-market stage in 3.5 years, compared to 12 years through conventional breeding as in the past. We also need to use new technologies. The more accepted one today is gene editing. And this is particularly useful to develop varieties that have to overcome some of those apparently intractable issues. These could include pearl millet rancidity, striga where there is no natural resistance, aflatoxin production where host-induced silencing is used. I mentioned that breeding is a science. It used to be an art, and there were some very good results from the art, but not at the speed that the world, that climate change and a growing population needs. So as a science, we're using marker-assisted breeding routinely to eliminate, or at least partially eliminate, the need for field screening. And we use specialized sensors for phenotyping, both in glass houses, where they may be mounted on gantries and run on tracks, and in the field, where we often use drones to capture the data. Data, the last word of the last slide. With respect to information, we are generating huge amounts of data, more data than we mere humans can analyze. We need to bring the data together through the Internet of Things, IoT, with the proper analytics and data curation to assure smart agriculture. Without smart agriculture, we will not feed the world. We are looking for efficiency, ability to predict, traceability, certification, transparency. And this is where the Internet of Things, smart agriculture can contribute. As we look to informing policies with data, simulation modeling is a very important tool. It's not a new one, but it's not always applied to the issue of developing important, critical policies. Traditional crops. In this case, let me refer to the traditional cereals of the drylands, sorghum and millets, which are of particular relevance with the approach of the International Year of Millets 2023. While these crops are so vital in the drylands, they've largely been ignored in the global policy sphere. Yet these highly nutritious crops are adapted to the harsh production environments where heat and soil moisture are limiting for most crops. Local policies are needed to facilitate uptake and production, including around seed availability, as well as from the demand side to assure demand pull, and demand pull of a critical crop, not a poor farmer's crop. Where the policies are lacking, there's often a need to mainstream these crops. I mentioned the poor farmer's crops. They're neither that nor food of the poor. They're very important crops for the future that thrive in the semi-arid areas, support livelihoods and health, and help countries withstand supply chain shocks. However, research into these crops is severely underfunded. We need to assure that the crops are improved to yield more of better quality grain that must be consumer preferred. And we have to ensure that all the necessary aspects of the value chains or value webs are addressed. Smallholder farmers produce half the world's food. On-farm activities by smallholders generates about half the rural income. And yet we often don't encourage the smallholder farmers in a holistic way. And probably policies are the most critical for value chain development, to promote business activities, to make farming a business, a profitable business. With those policies, we can reduce transaction costs and enhance transparency. I was talking about halves just now, and women are about half our population. They are about half of the smallholder farm labor. And yet, while their contribution is unrecognized and often unrewarded, The smallholder farms rely on their often unpaid labor. Women have less access to land, credit, technology, training, and so on. And if they even know it is available and how it can be accessed, how do they know this? Making something a right doesn't mean people know what to do to get it. We need supportive policies and fiscal instruments. Excuse me. 1/3 of the food we produce is lost. It's food loss during production, processing, transportation, and there's food waste on supermarket shelves, on the table, in our own homes. We need transformative, game-changing technologies, preferably with consumer pull. We need to support the dryland farmers with tried and tested technologies. I cannot condone, excuse, or forgive adding yet more risk to the farmers' already risky lives in the drylands. So in summary, how can we achieve the SDGs if we don't work together? If we can bring the best minds together, avoid the divisions and silos which most of us have grown through, whether in governments, companies, or institutions, if we can accept that we need to pool resources and that private and public sectors can and should work together, and that we must be, and it's not dangerous to be, transparent with each other, then that would at least set the ground for a fair chance for countries to have the opportunity to reach their sustainable development goals. I do not believe that we need to force crops into places they will not thrive. We have plenty of species adapted to our most challenging environments. While we try to reduce the negative impact we have had on the environment and our planet, it is a time to use the huge natural diversity that is adapted already and to acknowledge it is ourselves and our tastes that need to change. We need to think outside the box. We need to make substantial step changes in the way our research is done and the impact is generated. And above all, we need diverse, resilient, nutritious, and sustainable food systems that can meet the food and nutrition needs of our growing global population. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jacqueline. Now I request Dr. Brian Gurwitz, DG Summit, who has joined online for his special remarks. Dr. Brian Gurwitz, over to you, sir.
Good day, all. First and foremost, I apologize for not being live with you, but I'm very excited and thankful for this opportunity to address you on top of the talented community of the International Men's and Women's Program which I'm on Senate, and of course also the Royal Peace South Asia Province. To begin, I wish to acknowledge the draft of the Trust for Advancement in Agricultural Sciences Chairman and good friend of Senate, Rob Shura. I want to thank him for organizing this symposium at the beginning of the decade that will be crucial to achieve the United Nations 2030 agenda for sustainable development and the development goals. At Summit, we are honored to cover this event in partnership with the leading research and development organizations represented here by my colleague and fellow DG from our organization, and of course, our esteemed Indian government partners and their representatives. We are all together organizing and share insights and recommendations for achieving the transformation of India's food systems to overcome the elusive development challenges that we are suffering with poverty, malnutrition, biodiversity loss, ecosystem degradation, and the complex
increasing climate change, but today also high food prices and global supply chain disruptions associated to an ongoing pandemic and conflict in a breadbasket of the world and the region. We are affected by the 3 Cs: climate, conflict, and post-COVID. Therefore, as organizers, we have made an effort to invite representatives of India's government, development organizations, national agricultural research systems, seed companies, private sector, farmers, and everybody along the value chain, to achieve a far-reaching consensus on how to address these challenges and implement initiatives and actions that contribute to achieving no poverty, zero hunger, and combined with environmental sustainability. We can impact India, but also our neighboring South Asian countries. I understand that this makes us all a bit nervous, because what a daunting challenge we have to come and need to discuss, to address together. But today, we all realize that this is the meeting. There is no backup plan. It is us who need to make this happen. That's the day when we will realize that we need to step up as a team of experts and thought-provoking and visionary leaders to come up with the solutions that Indian farmers and consumers need from us to transform together as a partnerships, food systems, and reach the development goals that lead to thriving, peaceful, and sustainable communities. I can confirm, as Director General of CIMMYT, that we have a strong history of collaboration with India. That history began with our founding father and founder and Nobel Peace Prize winner, Dr. Norman Borlaug, back in 1963, when the challenge was to pave the way for the green revolution that saved billions of lives in this subcontinent. Today we must once again take a page of Dr. Borlaug's playbook in order to build a transformational effort to the challenges of building long-term prosperity and peace based on an evergreen evolution that holds the environmental degradation and pollution caused by food production and consumption, so that we together can build resilience for a hotter, drier, and more densely populated world, where conflict for scarce resources, including and especially water, will become more frequent. I can confirm that CIMMYT and the Borlaug Institute for South Asia, or BISA, will push relentlessly forward this food system transformation in line with the CGIAR's 2030 research and innovation strategy. We will do this by implementing pioneering crop systems research that leads to yield, nutrition, environmental, and economic gains for Indian farmers and their households. I'm happy to confirm that we are actually moving into the right direction. Recent analysis of realized genetic gains across the wheat breeding pipelines confirmed that our strong breeding progress, which we, by the way, do together with the Indian researchers, and we are very proud of, in the target regions of South Asia, are increasing. We're also working in improving India's tropical maize systems, and this with a unique public-private partnership model called the International Maize Improvement Consortium, which recently hosted an INMIC Asia Field Day, where nearly 100 participants showed up, and this from over 50 public and private seed organizations in India. Our capacity to deliver new high-yielding and climate-resilient maize varieties to the Indian farmers who deserve them as fast as possible has been greatly enhanced by establishing a new maize double haploid facility in Kunigal last December. That facility was, by the way, inaugurated in the honorary presence of Dr. Raj Paroda. At the same time, the Cereal Systems Initiative for South Asia, or CISA, has standardized extension advice across India by setting up convergence platforms that bring together the public, civil society, and private sector of India. As a result, the Indian Department of Extension has now adopted this integrated tool and approach to extension and local capacity building by convening convergence platforms in Bihar, Odisha, and the eastern Uttar Pradesh province. This is just a sample of the many exciting and ongoing research and development efforts and activities that CIMMYT, BISA, and our esteemed partners have on their way in India, which will have great beneficial spillover effects across the whole South Asia region. Before I close, I would like to confirm that CIMID is engaged in a very ambitious and far-reaching research for development agenda that enhances our position of global thought leader and change agents that decisively will and have to contribute to climate resilience, sustainability, and exclusive agricultural development for a nutrition-secure world for all. We can only be what we need to be and be what the world deserves if we can do it all together with you. And I'm therefore certain that this symposium will yield concrete proposals for consolidating enabling partnerships that will lead to enduring transformation of the countries and South Asian food systems. I will be looking forward to the outcomes of your thought-provoking meetings and consultations, and want already to thank you all for your support and always deep commitment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Now I invite Dr. Jean Bellet, Director General IRI, who has also joined us online for his special remarks. Dr. Jean Bellet, over to you, sir.
First and foremost, I apologize for not being live with you. But I'm very excited and thankful for this opportunity.
Can you hear me? Dr. Raj Paroda, Chairman, Trust for Advancement of Agricultural Science, TAS, Professor Ramesh Chan, Member Niti Aayog, Dr. Himanshu Pathak, Secretary, Department of Agriculture Research and Education, DARE, and new Director General of the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Dr. Trilshan Mohapatra, National Academy of Agricultural Science and former Secretary DARE and DG ICAR, a long-lasting partner, Dr. Bag Mal, Secretary TAS, Directors General across the CGIAR system, colleagues, distinguished scientists, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be here with you, although virtually, for this first National Symposium on Food, Nutrition, and Environmental Security. I would like to obviously thank the organizers for inviting me to speak at this important event. The theme of this symposium towards achieving sustainable development goals in India is indeed a very timely and important one. I would even say an urgent one. As we all know, India is facing several challenges when it comes to ensuring food, nutrition, and environmental security. Globally, there is also growing concerns because of a growing population to feed with fewer resources available. And at the same time, there are rising inequalities in economic, social, and environmental terms. These inequalities then bleed into other existing challenges, such as food and nutrition insecurity. With this scenario in mind, it seems that we are going backwards as humankind. India, however, has come a long way since the 1970s, with the level of absolute poverty, when at the time the level of absolute poverty was very high, and in the beginning of the 21st century, India has now experienced incredibly high and economic growth. In fact, the World Bank estimates that between 2011 and 2015, India has managed to lift 90 million people out of extreme poverty. This is an example of a huge achievement for the country. Unfortunately, unforeseen and uncontrollable circumstances such as COVID happened. And it severely affected not only health systems, but also the entire economy, making India's economic growth and other countries to experience a contraction in their economies. Also, the pandemic has exacerbated existing inequality. And all that is, as we know, only adding to the burden of the most vulnerable portion of societies. The government of India has responded with well-crafted fiscal and monetary policy support. Because of this, India is still expected to grow by over 7.4% in 2022, making it one of the fastest growing economies in the world. There is therefore an opportunity to make further progress on the Sustainable Development Goals, in particular in India. According to the Sustainable Development Report, India has made good progress on some of the SDGs, such as Goal 1 of ending poverty, Goal 3 of good health and well-being, and Goal 12 on responsible consumption and production. There is also scope to do more on Goals 2, zero hunger, 11, sustainable cities and communities, 14, life below water, and 15, life on land. To achieve this SDG, it is important that we adopt a long-term perspective and take a holistic view of the challenges and opportunities, in particular, their interconnectedness. We need to focus on creating an enabling environment for all sectors to work together in an integrated manner towards a common goal. The agriculture and food sectors have a key role to play in achieving SDGs in the country. The sector employs 54% of India's workforce, according to the recent census. It contributes about 18% of the country's GDPs. In partnership with India's agriculture and food sectors, the CGIAR and its centers, IRI in particular, are present in the country and have been working to develop innovation and novel approaches that can help to improve not only agricultural productivity, but also food system efficiency, as well as economic, social, and environmental sustainability. I will come back to that. For IRI, India is a top priority partner. We have a long association with the country. Some of the work that we are doing in India includes working with Indian partners in developing new rice varieties that are tolerant to biotic and abiotic stresses, such as floods and drought. We are also working on developing new crop management practices that can help to improve productivity and reduce the environmental footprint of rice cultivation, such as the impact of rice straw burning. It has been a long challenge in India. In addition, we are working in India at the Varanasi Center called ISARC on developing new value-added products from rice, such as low glycemic index and biofortified rice. These products have the potential to improve nutrition and health and provide additional income to farmers. Of course, these products need to be distributed in a timely and efficient manner. We need to work on policy and markets a lot more. This is why we are thankful that India fully supports, for example, the Seeds Without Borders initiative, a regional seed policy agreement that speeds up the distribution of modern rice varieties and other seeds across nations in South and Southeast Asia, and very soon, hopefully, in Africa. We are also working with Indian partners to promote the use of various innovations in agriculture. These include mobile applications that can help farmers to access information on weather, markets, crop management practices, and improve both the resilience and sustainability of farming systems. Very importantly, women and youth are essential sources of innovation and productivity for the agriculture sector. We are working on initiatives that can help to empower women and youth. For example, we are supporting the development of women-led farmer cooperative businesses in Odisha, and we have other examples. Now, as we move towards a more generalized concept on food systems, and we are promoting food systems approach, it is important that we take a more holistic view of the challenges and opportunities that are before us. This evolution includes several dimensions. One key change, in my opinion, is the way we measure progress at the system level. It will require adopting new metrics and shifting from a simple and unidimensional measure of productivity, often land productivity, to an aggregated and multidimensional measure of efficiency. It implies incorporating new metrics for assessing farm system performance, such as labor and capital productivity relative to other economic sectors, still building a case for agriculture, but also water use efficiency, while incorporating metrics for biodiversity conservation and soil regeneration. This effort aims at changing the paradigm to embrace food system efficiency. It might eventually underpin a new green revolution. At IRI and the CGIAR at large, we are thinking along the lines of how we can produce affordable, healthy meals for everyone every day in specific agroecological landscapes through sustainable agricultural practices and preferably local value chains. We are committed to working with the public and private sector, in India in particular, and all our long-lasting partners to map these landscapes and identify the most suitable mixed cropping and livestock systems to really address these long-term challenges. As we all know by now, climate change is only exacerbating the challenges food systems face. We also know that agriculture and food sectors are both a cause of greenhouse gas emissions, accounting for nearly 30% of total greenhouse gas emissions globally, and a solution due to its potential to operate as a carbon sink. In the short term, there is an urgent need to understand and measure. Again, measure. We can only manage what we measure, the real carbon footprint of each food system. We need to do that together down to the landscape and farm levels. This is one of the necessary conditions to inform evidence-based policy and investment decisions on which systems to encourage or discourage. This leads me to policies. Policies play a critical role in shaping this food systems approach and in effectively addressing the urgency of climate change. We need to ensure that by repurposing the support to agriculture, food policies are supportive of sustainable agricultural practices and low carbon agricultural value chains. We also need to remove perverse production incentives in some food systems that only add to the problem, and instead adopt new incentives, including taxes, to scale up and out those food systems that are part of the solution. Policies also need to take into consideration the various interdependencies between different systems, such as the water, energy, health nexus, together with education, markets, and culture. One of these challenges is to develop policies that are context specific and take into account the diverse needs of different stakeholders. At the very core of food system approach is the idea of working together. And this is what I am really talking about. Working together across sector, long-term partnership to find solutions that are good for the people and the planet. In India, we are fortunate to have a strong network of institutions and a wealth of knowledge and experience. We need to leverage that. We need to build together on this legacy and work together more to create even more diverse and resilient food systems. Before I end, I would like to make a plea. Evidence shows that investment in support of international agricultural research and development has been declining since the 1980s, in real terms, as well as in relative terms, as a share of total spending in research and development across sectors. This trend is concerning. At the time we are to address so many challenges and so many new challenges to tackle in food, land, and water systems. Recently published evidence also shows that investment in international agricultural research, together with national agricultural systems, yields extremely high returns with a ratio of 1 to 10. I call on everyone to help us to reverse this trend and make sure that the CGIAR, IRI, CIMID, ICRISAT, and all the other centers together with the Alliance and more can work together to actually promote agricultural research, and we'll be able to foster a new green revolution focused on food system transformation for India. I am confident that together we can develop the technologies and other institutional innovation, strengthen capacity, and adopt better policies that will enable rural communities in India, where the vast majority of people live, to achieve a prosperous and sustainable future. IRI is ready to work along with you as a long-term partner. Thank you very much.
I am really fascinated by the way this title for this 2 days symposium is framed. Why I say so? If you look at development debates, both in India and also globally, you will find that it is shifting from from output toward outcome, and also from short term to long term. There's a lot of reasoning behind it. The major reasoning is that output are a mean to achieve something. And that something is mentioned in the SDGs. SDGs are something which are an end in itself, most of those, and they are the ultimate where any society, any responsible society would like to reach. The second reason for this shift in the weight from output to outcome is that in many cases, you just find that the progress in output is not reflected in the progress in outcome. Like we require food if we want to address hunger, but you look at food production, you will find that very impressive achievements are there in India and most of developing country. But if you look at what you will expect from that increase in food, you see that there is a mismatch. So this is the reason that we need to see to it that why we are not able to achieve the outcome despite wonderful progress in output, but at the same time not lower our guard in terms of progress in output. I would like to elaborate it further that we keep monitoring what is our progress. That is our job in Niti Yog. And especially now, there is a lot of interest in what we have achieved in last 75 years and what we should be doing during the 25 years of Amrit Kal toward 2047. I was looking at some data while preparing for a public lecture, which is on 9th of September in Ambedkar Media Center, expecting large participants. I was amazed to see the progress we have made in food production. You people know this, this has been mentioned so many times, but I looked at it slightly differently. That between 51 and 2000, in the 50 years after independence, and when we start era of planned development in 1950-51, our per capita food production increased by 50%. In 50 years, per capita food production increased by 50% from 850 grams per person per day in 1951 to 1.2 kg per person per day in 2000-2001. In next 20 years, we achieved 50% growth. So what we were able to achieve in 50 years, we are able to achieve further 50% increase only in 20 years. So that, because in the concept note, there was some mention of accelerating growth. So I just want to highlight that growth rate in Indian agriculture, total production is already getting accelerated. It has implication and consequences, that is another thing. But growth rate shows clear acceleration. And with decline in population growth rate, you find that per capita production is showing a very sharp kind of increase. So the curve is that it is going like this till 2001, and after that you just suddenly find that it is showing acceleration because we got very good achievement even in terms of controlling our population growth rate, which next 10 years will be less than 1%. So that is what is, I think, also contributing to this achievement in growth rate in much better growth rate in production. Then second is one could say that you have been producing only rice and wheat, even if you look at the composition of food at all India level, not at state level. It has moved in favor of what we call more nutritious food, proteinous food, fruit and vegetable, livestock food, like if you look at their share in the total food production, you just find that especially during the last 20 years, the share of fruit, share of vegetable, share of milk, share of egg, share of meat, fish in the total food production has increased in a significant way. That is the second dimension of nutrition security, that it is not only rice and wheat or cereal, you require much better composition, leafy vegetable, vitamin, and those kind of things. But despite these, you just find that still reports are coming that India has half of the underweight children, half of the stunted children. Our hunger index is really very, very bad. So I think we need to relook into it, that why we are not able to translate our achievement in output into the achievement in outcome. And this is a complex thing. When you have to achieve some outcome, it is really a complex thing. It is like that you can open a school in a village, but you can't ensure that every child in this village will go to school and will not drop in between. So this is how that outcome becomes more difficult than output. So given this scenario, and especially if you look at National Family Health Survey of 18 to 20, I was surprised to see that percent of women, pregnant and lactating women who are anemic in Punjab and Haryana is more than 50%. And it is much higher than many other states. Whereas one would expect that if you just look at faces, look at physical health, it looks that Punjab and Haryana women are healthier than women anywhere in the country. But fact is that it is not true. So these kind of contradictions, complexities require that we go with deeper into various dimensions of food and nutrition. So because of this, but we are discussing, try to bring some action is, one is that our intervention need to be more nutrition centric. Already I did 2 years back, 3 years back, a report that we should include our millets in our PDS. Some of the states are already doing it. It is left to the state that if you do it, then center will bear all the subsidy which is required for it. Some states are doing it, that bringing millets back into diet through a system of PDS, introducing more choices in midday meal and other nutrition intervention for children. But I feel that it also has the implication for our R&D system, because there is one more complexity added to it. It's not only in India, even internationally also they are debating it. Why India is not able to achieve the kind of change you will expect in the health outcome with the increase in food production. In fact, FAO came with a chapter in one of their SOFI report. They called it Indian enigma. Enigma is something which is against what you will normally expect. So Indian enigma, that why this enigma is there. When some cultural anthropologists, they just explained it in a different way. They came down to these conclusions that India's culture and tradition are such, you cannot make Indian to consume more food. They will consume what they are consuming. If Frederick Landy is a French anthropologist who took this line, if that is the case, if I will not change the my intake of cereal from 6 chapatis in a day, and I'm undernourished, the only way is that we increase nutrition density of what I'm eating. So can we then see that whatever protein, whatever iron is there in the food that we are eating, we increase it. Already ICR has come with some varieties, 2021, but for success of those varieties, we need something more. But that emphasis that from quantity, we need to shift emphasis toward quality and nutrition, because large number of Indians are not going to increase quantity of intake. So if you want them to have more nutrition, the only way is that you increase the nutrition content of those food which they are eating. The other issue here is, and this also follows from empirical research. I published a paper about 10 years back, where I found that hunger is not confined only to people who are below poverty line. Hunger is not confined only to households which doesn't have adequate purchasing capacity of food. I found that the hunger, the way it is defined, that if you are consuming less than a particular level of calorie, you are classified as hungry. That hunger was found even in rich income household, middle income household. It's not that insignificant percent, large percent. In fact, I also came with alternative calculation that if I calculate hunger only based on people who are below poverty line, then incidence of hunger in India reduced to almost half. That is the kind of situation. So the implication of hunger, child stunting, underweight children existing even among the higher income group implies that we need much more nutrition literacy. We need to literate people about importance of foods so that we give better kind of food to our children. Along with that, some researcher found, especially Robert Chamber wrote some time back, that in India it is not food shortage which matters for health indicator, but matter is whether children are having clean water, safe water, whether proper hygiene conditions are there or not. So I think with this Swachh Bharat, every household having latrine, toilet, and har ghar ko jal, har ghar mein jal. So those are the things which also matter for health and health related outcomes. So these are the four aspects I think very important if we want to do these things. And because of all these things, that's why sometimes you find that we are talking of reimagining agriculture, reimagining food and agriculture. So it is not for sake of fancy that we are asking that we should reimagine it, that we need to reimagine because mere increase in production is not helping us in achieving the goal which we should have achieved long back. We should not have waited till 2030. So this is what I wanted to share in terms of food and nutrition security. Coming to environment security, I will only mention 2-3 things briefly, not enough time with me. Environment, mainly we say climate change, but environment is a much wider term, has two-way relationship between agriculture, which is different than what is the relationship of environment with industry. I used to say that if climate, because of climate change, temperature increases, it will not affect car production, but it will certainly affect food production. So that's why I say that agriculture has two-way relationship between environment. It not only affects environment, it also gets affected by environment. But what causes concern is that the interface between environment and food production is becoming more and more adverse and deteriorating with each passing day. There are things, for example, of this from both sides, how it is getting adverse from agriculture side and how it is getting adverse from environment side. From agriculture side, Dr. Prodha made a brief mention to this. The percent of biomass which we are disposing of by burning, by putting on fire is increasing. Fire is more conspicuous in Northwest India, but it is happening throughout India. It is happening even in a state like Bihar, where there is so much shortage of biomass, but it is happening. My colleague Anjali Kumar, who is working with IFPRI now, earlier he was with NCA, he often tells me that yes, it is happening in case of Bihar. I myself saying that it is not happening only rice and wheat after harvesting sugar cane, sugar trash is well, just to dispose of. So rather than moving from waste to wealth, I think we are converting wealth into waste. We are moving in that direction. And there are so many other practices also that we are moving toward more butter-intensive crops. We are moving more toward butter-intensive seasons, butter-intensive practices. I shared it on my lecture to ICR, Yadi ka Amrit Mahotsav, that Dr. Yadav of Kadri told me that Jodhpur and nearby area grow groundnut in the month of May, June, and July. Imagine why? Because power subsidy is there, run it well and grow groundnut. It is very hot climate, good for growth of groundnut, but not good for insects. So there's no insect, you get very good. But imagine what it will, the effect it will have on water. Similar are the cases of if you grow more in Rajasthan, in Punjab, in the month of April, May, June, after harvesting wheat, what impact it will have on environment, what impact it will have on water. So we like this, you just find that what we are doing in case of agriculture is becoming more and more adverse for environment, and what is happening in the environment is becoming more and more adverse for agriculture. And we have seen this time the heat wave in the end of March, beginning of April, how it has affected wheat production, how it has affected vegetable production, in mango production. So you just find that those kind of evidence are clearly visible, and we need to seriously debate this. This is something which concerns our future, future of our children. And the implication of this for us in Niti Yog, for NAS and TAS is, I feel we should start talking of responsible agriculture. Responsible agriculture, where all should be held accountable, whether it is policymakers, government, whether it is scientists, whether it is farmers. I think we need to do a lot in the case of farmer. I was expecting some farmer today, but they are not there. But I really want to tell that unless farmer also start behaving responsibly, we are heading toward doom. Just to show that there is no option, मेरे पास कोई option ही नहीं है. After paddy, I have only 2 weeks. I have no way, so I have to grow rice, and then I can go for wheat. Or the case. Dr. Dillon knows it. I have a farm in Punjab. I also sometimes grow paddy on my farm, but never burnt it. There are options. I have talked to people. Not that everybody is burning this rice. So when everybody is not burning, that means there are options. So I think we have to make farmer also realize this, that this society, this country, respect you like Annadata. But if you are indulging into practices like burning of rice, for which there are alternatives, then I think it will be, we will be heading toward a collective suicide. Not that it is harmful for us, not harmful for them. So what we can do, despite persuasion, should we move toward the polluter pay principle, or in that direction we should move. The last point is that a few days back, we started a debate on freebies. I feel it needs to be taken in right earnest. The intention is not to remove freebies. The intention is to rationalize freebies. I was addressing India Today conclave, so they asked me this kind of question straight away, related to TDS, related to water and all those things. So I told them in everything there is a solution. Like if we are giving, say, PDS at 2 rupees a kg subsidized ration, so what is the way out? We have to give freebies because we have hungry people, we have people who can't afford it. But the way it is, right now we are giving rice at 3 rupees a kg, wheat at 2 rupees a kg to 2/3 of the population. Do you think 2/3 of Indians deserve food subsidy? Or it is only 1/3 who are below poverty line? They deserve that subsidy. To them, even if you give free, I support it. But do you think 2/3 Indian can't afford to buy rice and wheat? So that is the way that if you give food subsidy to people who are deserving, you can easily save lakh of crore of rupee, which can then go for infrastructure, environment amelioration, climate ameliorations. So there are examples like this. Another example is of power subsidy. Power subsidy can also be given in different ways. Whether you give power subsidy for extraction of water or conservation of water. So I feel that we need to design our incentive differently. But you know that these days it has become so politicized that if somebody will make some attempt, so even if we did some internal calculation how to reduce PDS subsidies, it becomes a very big news that government is going to stop subsidy, etc. So I feel that all of you, especially scientific bodies, start shaping opinion in favor of rationalizing freebies, because not rationalizing maybe again, I think doing us a collateral damage. We should not have fate like Sri Lanka. So those are the other things that we can ensure environment security only if we rationalize freebies, not if we go the way we are going for these freebies. So this is what I thought I am able to share with you in the time that is available with me. I have to rush to attend another meeting at 11:30. But before I stop, I want to congratulate Dr. Prabha on his 80th birthday, the celebration for which started last evening. They will continue throughout the day also. I will say, Dr. Prabha, if I can come back by 8, because I have to go somewhere from 5 to 7:30 and join your celebration. And at the end, I really salute your vision and your concern for the society. And even at this age, you are so mentally alert. You are so aware of what is happening. Your network internationally are so strong. I keep talking to different people. Really, I'm telling you that even in the position of member of NITI, my network with international people is not even 1/4 of what is his network. So really, you are a great asset for our society, especially for agriculture and farming. God bless you with good health and good contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving forward in our inaugural session, I'm glad to invite our special invitee, Dr. Himanshu Pathak sir, for his address.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Parida, of course, Honorable Dr. Ramesh Chandji, who just left, Dr. Mahapatra, Dr. Bhagmal, Professor R.B. Singhji, Dr. Kirti Singh, my colleague DBGs, my colleague directors, of course, those who have joined online, DG of several CG institutes, my colleague scientists, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me congratulate and wish Dr. Parida. Sir, I missed last night's party rather. On his 80th birthday. He's a mentor, I think, for all of us, or most of us. He's a teacher. He's a guide. He's a philosopher. And at times he's friend to even to his very young colleagues. And the contribution which he has made, not only for the Council, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, not only for the Indian farming community, but also for the whole world of agricultural community, all of us are aware of that. So, sir, thank you very much for guiding us, for mentoring us, and of course, showing the part of how Indian agriculture, particularly in the agriculture research and development, should proceed. And I wish that in days and decades to come, your mentorship, your guidance will be bestowed upon us And the way you bat for ICR, which you have seen today morning itself, you bat for the council, you bat for agricultural community is unparalleled. So for all of this, sir, thank you very much for doing this. Friends, already several things have been talked about food, nutrition, mental security, sustainable development goals, and so on. Achievements of Indian agriculture in the last, say, 75 years are unparalleled in the parameters. Nationally, globally, whatever technology is, the achievements are unparalleled. And there is no doubt about it. The point is, no society, no nation, even no individual can live in its past glory. It has to perform today, and it has to deliver tomorrow. And that is very true for agriculture. Rather, more true for agriculture. Because agriculture is such a profession, you need to perform daily. If you wish, or if you do not visit a field for 1 week, and the next week, you will find nothing is there on that field. So this is such a crucial profession, the oldest profession, but also the riskiest profession. The oldest profession of humankind, but till today it is the riskiest profession of humankind, and that is the nature and properties of agriculture, not only agriculture, global agriculture. So the point is, if our past was good, great, but we need sustaining that way. If you see several dimensions, and most of the dimensions are talked by Professor Ramesh, probably those are not so favorable we see today. Be it in the environment front, which includes soil, water, climate, and so on. Be it in the profitable or farmers' income front, be it in the sustainability front. So there are several issues which Indian agriculture or global agriculture now have to confront. But how to confront? So I do not want to give you a pessimistic kind of view, but rather a positive, solution-oriented view. What we are trying to do in the council, and what kind of vision we are looking for. And probably this particular event is going to give us some more direction in which way Indian Council on Research should be doing. That's what I have already requested Dr. Paroda. So after this conference, you please give us few actionable, implementable suggestions, specifically for ICR, which we will be able to implement. We know the challenges, and we are talking about those challenges almost on a daily basis. So our challenge will be not only to increase productivity, but also increase profitability, also increase sustainability, and of course deliver the outcome. That background, government of India has got certain priorities, and all of you know these priorities. Priorities of reducing fertilizer and water use by some percentage, 50% for fertilizer, 25% for water. Increasing income by doubling, so 100%. Reducing emission of greenhouse gases by around 35% in terms of GHG emission intensity, not in absolute term. And also, the country has committed to the international community that by 2030 we will be achieving something, and of course by 2070, in the longer term, we are going to achieve something more. So our achievements for reducing carbon emission, going to net zero emission by 2070, achieving land degradation neutrality, achieving carbon neutrality, and also to achieve sustainable development goals by 2030. All of you are familiar with SDGs, so I'm not going to go or discuss about all of those. Now, to find a solution, probably we need to have 2 or 3 strategies. But with all these strategies, one point I would like to make it clear, that science is going to be the core of all the solutions. And that is also the view of Government of India. It has to be science-centric. It has to be technology-centric. But of course, taking the traditional aspects also into consideration. Traditionally, and if you go even our brothers, and many of learned colleagues are sitting over here, even they let me quote. Our brothers also talk about that Jiva Jivanam Krishi. Krishi or Jivan, दोनों almost एक ही पहलू है, एक दूसरे के ऊपर डिपेंडेंट है। थोड़ा सा और अगर आगे आते हैं, so there are a few jars. Those who do not understand Hindi, you can ask the person sitting beside you to ask what this is name. They say Jal, Jamin, Jungle, Janwar, and Jalvayu. These 5 jars make the 6th jar, which is Jivan. So Jal, Jamin, Jungle, Janwar, Jalvayu are the drivers or Bharat or Bharat. Jivan. If anything, any of these 5 jars go wrong, you cannot have your Jivan right. And in agriculture, what we say, if jal goes wrong, if water goes wrong, your soil cannot be right, your jamin cannot be right. If jal and jamin, soil and water goes wrong, the climate cannot be right. And if climate goes wrong, agriculture cannot be right. And if agriculture goes wrong, nothing can be right in this country. If agriculture goes wrong, nothing can be right in this country. And this is not only understanding of agriculture scientists, this is understanding of whole mass, 140 crores. Everybody understands this, including the government. And finally, that is also now being reflected. If you see some of the latest announcements and also policy directives of how we are going to capture modern science with the traditional knowledge to make Indian agriculture sustainable, profitable, resilient. And again, I want to just echo what our Prime Minister said on 15th August from the Red Fort, that Jai Jawan, Jai Kishan, Jai Vigyan, and Jai Anushandhan. I think that gave a very strong and fundamental message that if Indian agriculture has to increase productivity and profitability, which it has to, it is bound to do, then research and development are going to play a very, very crucial role. Without new science, without new technology, certainly you cannot solve the problems of land degradation, water deterioration, climate resilience, and ultimately enhancing for productivity, production, profitability, and so on. So this is very clear and strong message. And finally, we are going to identify to come out with some kind of implementable, actionable solution on that aspects. Coming to science and technology fronts, I'm sure that the Mahapatra will be talking in a little bit more detail. You can see last few decades, several good technologies have come. Not only from ICR, but also from issues of the whole mass system, and also our collaboration with CG and several other international agencies, which have been very, very crucial. And I thank Dr. Prada again to reaffirm that the collaborations between CG, ICR, and other international agencies have been very crucial, and those are going to be more crucial in times to come. So technologies are there. For example, biophotographic varieties, not only one crop, but of course several crops, not only one, but a large number of those. But then how it is going to be upscaled is again a question. For example, in 2016, in Qatar, and that sitting over here, when we released high protein rice variety, sir, CR 310. Ordinary rice varieties contain 6 to 7% protein, but that variety contains 10.3, 10.4% protein. Of course, it's very sitting over here. So we thought this is a kind of breakthrough technology. Almost double protein content. But we still find that it has not upscaled to the extent it should have been. So I can give you several other examples where science and the scientists have delivered the good technologies, but it has not gone. The point which Dr. Ramesh Chandra also mentioned, that output was there, but when outcome, somewhere it was lacking. So this is one area where we have to focus on. What are the reasons and how best we will be able to do that? Second aspect is developing skill of the farmers. When I review the story of conservation agriculture and why it didn't go, I find that skill of not all farmers, but majority of our farmers is still lacking. So that could be another area of training capacity building. Finally, what Professor Arvind all the time says about the education system. Our students, our new researchers also have to understand and imbibe this particular trade of skill, not theoretical knowledge, but how to implement the particular technology in the ground, working with the farmers. So that has to be done. And of course, funding support for research and development, suddenly it is going to be very, very crucial. So keeping all of these things, I'm not going to tell you what is going to be ICR's priority or modus operandi in say years to come, but few areas I would certainly mention because I can see so many of our colleagues who can really frame and guide us can help. So one or two things which we are going to do. Firstly, we would try to go for solution-oriented, project-based, delivery focused, output not outcome oriented research and project in the council. Secondly, we are trying to shift from crop system based research to food system based kind of research, taking the whole chain together. And so far, I'm again going to borrow a term from Professor Arvison's article, that we have been working for farm to fork. But we also need to work from fork to farm. That is also going to be crucial. But this structure just came in my mind. I request all of you to please go through 3 or 4 publications on the very same aspect, a little bit different. One publication is Indian Agriculture towards 2030, published by NITI Aayog in collaboration with FAO, and several of us sitting over here contributed in that. Me too. If you have time, do not read my chapter. If you have time, please read one chapter which has been contributed by Dr. Paroda, Professor Arvind, and Madam Badlani sitting over here. That is so precise, so useful for all of us to go through. So my earnest request to all of you will be, please go through at least one chapter, that particular chapter from that book, Rural Agriculture towards 2030. Second, few policy briefs what TAS and Dr. Paroda got out. Some of those, one is white paper, another one is how the food system can be revitalized, something. And third book, which I would request all of you to please read, is the publication from ICR, which has been edited by Professor Mahapatra and Dr. Mishra, Indian Agriculture after Independence. This I'm saying because we have edited this. So please go through these few publications where a detailed analysis of what we have done in last, say, 75 years, or even longer. This final book that also has got 3 chapters, what we have done prior to independence, last 1,000, even more than 1,000 years or so. So this will be really giving a very good insight of what Indian agriculture has done and what we should be doing now onwards, at least say next 20, 25 years or so. So finally, I would suggest that few things, few actionable points from the council and also other agencies we should be doing. One is, of course, which again I wrote 3 I's, they say: innovation, incentives, and institutions. Secondly, of course, eco-regional crop planning for climate-friendly agriculture. Let me tell you, the government of India has set up 2 very important committees to look into the details of crop diversification, details of nature-friendly farming, and also eco-regional farming. The details on some other occasions will explain to you. Then, of course, establishing market mechanism and industry consortia. We are going to work in a very close collaboration with private organizations. And then, of course, in a broader aspects, the government is also thinking about land consolidation and so on. Finally, reinventing education system and new education policy framework is going to give us a very good opportunity of not only changing some of the things, but also to include some new parameters, which will be very, very useful, not only for education system, but also revitalizing the whole agriculture research, development, innovation, outcome-oriented research projects, and so on. And then, of course, finally, the collaboration. And my international colleagues, particularly from CG and other organizations who are here, let me tell you, we value the collaboration. ICAR and Government of India value the collaboration with all our international partners so deeply that we think you are a part of ours. And we are going to strengthen that collaboration. We are going to make it more so that we all will be working together and along with private companies. Some of the lines which I just mentioned, there are a few others, but certainly I will be looking forward for some very specific and actionable points emerging from today's and tomorrow's discussion so that we will be able to implement those in the council level. With this, once again, I thank Dr. Pereda for giving me this excellent opportunity. I really feel it is an honor for me to be invited over here in the first place, and then asking me to share some of the thoughts, not on me alone, but the way council is thinking, the way Government of India is thinking, and of course, some of our colleagues at the headquarter level and also other places who are working. So thank you very much, sir, and thank all of you for this excellent opportunity. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for emphasizing the PM New Edition, Jai Anusandhan, which is a lead of an hour. With this, we move forward, and to get more insights on science and technology, I invite Dr. T. Mahapatra, sir, for his address.
Very good morning to everybody. Honorable Dr. Aris Pereda, Chairperson of TAS, Dr. Himanshu Pathak, DG ICR and Secretary there, Dr. Wagmal, distinguished participants, many seniors, mentors, Dr. Kirti Singh, Dr. R.B. Singh, and many others who are present in the audience. Colleagues from the private sector, colleagues from ICAR and other institutions who are present here. Very warm welcome to all of you. At the outset, let me express sincere gratitude to Dr. Puroda. It's not just we are discussing another symposium on various aspects of food system. More importantly, celebrating the life and achievement of a visionary who has transformed culture in this country and also very significantly contributed to agricultural development globally. Sir, we express our sincere gratitude to you for continuing to contribute very passionately, even today, with the same zeal for the development of agriculture at the global level. I would request all colleagues sitting here to give him a standing ovation, and that he deserves immensely. $80 is just a number and doesn't really matter to you. And many more years, he would continue guiding us, mentoring us, which has been very eloquently spoken earlier. And regarding the theme of the symposium, food, nutrition, and environmental security towards achieving SDGs, everything has been spoken. So I don't want to really repeat any one of those. And it's already 11:45. And we're supposed to start the next session at 11:30 after tea. And if we go for tea, it will be 12:15 or so, even if we break now. So what I would say, that we know everything. Diagnosis is great. And we know where are our problems and where are deficiencies, and we know what is to be done. And many have spoken, colleagues from CG system and Professor Ramesh Chand, being at the helm of affairs in Niti Aayog concerning agriculture, and Dr. Himanshu Pathak, very elaborate way he has given his viewpoints in his past public interaction. Dr. Pathak very well deliberated on various aspects and what I shared intends to do. So what is actually required is implementation, and how do we really do this? And there lies the problem. And we know also those problems. And each one of us sitting here are very well aware of those problems in implementation. And during past 6.5 years of my stay in ICR, what I thought appropriate is that removing those bottlenecks so that our implementation improves and efficiency is increased. So, but it's a long way to go. We talk of, Dr. Ramesh Chand talked about nutrition literacy. Professor R.B. Singh mentions about malnutrition, child malnutrition particularly, nutrition literacy. So, well said, it requires, this country needs nutrition literacy. How do we do it? Who will do it? That will be the most difficult task. We thought the National Academy of Agriculture Science will do it. We thought the societies, a large number of scientific societies, they will do it. We thought government of India will do it. Who will do it? So everybody's job is nobody's job. And that's the actual real issue actually. So every issue like this, environmental security, everything we know. what is the issue, what is the problem, and what are the concerns, we know everything. And mention was made, life on earth, life below water, everything constitutes environment. So how much we better for this, and who is better, in what way, what is to be done? So it's a tall order, it's a very tough task, tough call. So I believe, we should be able to live up to the expectation, our own expectations, what we do. And this deliberation of 2 days would throw more light onto the pathways, on pathways for implementation. And I'm sure Dr. Pathak could be able to take some of those for implementation. And the National Academy of Agricultural Sciences has more than 105 policy papers. And we are now, Dr. Katyal has summarized those. And in few days' time, I'll pass it on to you, Dr. Pathak, and you'll get plenty of recommendations for ICR for implementation. So which are just awaited. And now they're all summarized. And similarly, for all of us to work on various things, partnership was mentioned, public-private partnership, so much to do. And, certainly, we can deliberate more and work on those. So without taking any more time, it's already 11:50. So I would like to stop here. And I wish this program all the very best. And anything done under the leadership of Dr. Proda, it comes out so well. The reports are so fantastically designed and written, always. It's always a treat to those who enjoy reading those intellectually enriched documents. And this would be no exception. And we would certainly enjoy, including the recommendations. And, that's what I say. The number has no meaning for him. 80 is no meaning for him. And certainly he will put in as much effort as he has been putting onto every other document and every other proceedings, every other minutes onto this to give us another set of excellent recommendations for implementation. And, this is a responsibility of all of us who are here today. So with these words, thank you very much for coming in such large numbers. And certainly we will enjoy deliberations during these 2 days. And certainly there will be many, many take-home messages for all of us. And how do we improve on our nutrition outcomes, for instance? Certainly there will be food for thought. And we would certainly be working on that. And if we work on all those, it will be a better India. Tomorrow's India would be certainly better. So thank you very much. Wish you all the very best, and I wish the program a grand success.
Thank you very much, sir. With moving towards the end of the inaugural session, I invite Dr. Bhagmul for deliverance of vote of thanks.
Respected Chief Guest, Professor Ramesh Chand, Member Agriculture Niti Ayog, who had to leave early because of some urgent meeting. Dr. T. Mahapatra, President, National Academy of Agriculture Sciences, and former Secretary there in DG ICR. Dr. Himanshu Pathak, Secretary there in DG ICR. Dr. R.S. Paroda, former Secretary there in DG ICR and Chairman TAS. All the distinguished guests, invitees, participants, ladies and gentlemen. As you all are aware, India's current population of 1.40 billion is likely to reach 1.51 billion by 2030, thus making it most populous country in the world. A fundamental question arises as to whether India will continue remaining self-sufficient in food production and achieve sustainable development goals by 2030 as planned. The challenge to produce more from decreasing per capita arable land and irrigation water, besides increasing abiotic and biotic stresses, is quite alarming. Also, the impact of climate change on agriculture is expected to reduce crop production by almost 10 to 20%. In fact, the real challenge is not the lack of food. It is rather the poverty which hinders making the availability of food consistently to everyone who needs it. At this juncture, there is urgency for introspection of existing technology, development and policy-related initiatives, and to evolve a new strategy with defined roadmap to accelerate agricultural growth. This obviously calls for some bold policy decisions and to scale out new technologies and innovations to ensure increased production, linked to input use efficiency, post-production, value chain, effective partnership with stakeholders, especially the private sector, and the linkages with both national and global institutions and markets, and finally, the effective implementation of new strategy. Accelerated growth in crops, horticulture, livestock, dairy, poultry, and fishery sectors collectively will enhance nutrition-rich crop, animal, fish production, leading to better food, nutrition, health, and environmental security for all by 2030. We do hope that a clear roadmap for way forward will emerge as a result of in-depth deliberations in this important symposium. We are indeed highly grateful to Professor Rameshchan for sparing his most valuable time out of his very busy schedule and gracing the occasion as chief guest and delivering an illuminating and thought-provoking inaugural address. His words of wisdom and advice for the way forward will be a great inspiration for all of us. My sincere thanks to Dr. T. Mahapatra, President, National Academy of Agriculture Sciences, and former Secretary there and DG ICR for his address as a special invitee. He was in fact closely involved in developing the program of this symposium right from the beginning, and we are highly grateful to you, sir. We are indeed grateful to Dr. Himanshu Pathak, Secretary there and DG ICR, who rescheduled his program to make sure his kind presence with us this morning and deliver his address, giving clear direction for future course of action, ensuring food, nutrition, and environmental security. In fact, he highlighted a few priority actions which ICR has to take and all of us has to contribute towards this. I also take this opportunity to profusely thank Dr. Bram Roberts, DG CIMIT, Dr. Jacqueline Hughes, DG ICRISEC, Dr. Jean Bailey, DG IRI, and Stephen Weiss, Director Asia Alliance Biodiversity International and CET, for their joining the session virtually and giving their special message and remarks focusing on way forward for achieving SDGs based on their international experiences. We are extremely grateful to Brother Bhushan, Dr. R.S. Paroda, Chairman TAS and former Secretary there and DG ICR, for his welcome remarks and setting the context in the National Symposium. In fact, he is the brain behind conceptualizing and developing the program so meticulously, and also in catalyzing the national and international organizations to become co-organizers and sponsors of this important event and provide a platform for intense discussions to address the concerns and issues and find possible solutions. I also take this opportunity to extend my sincere thanks to all the dignitaries, distinguished guests, special invitees, and participants for their kind presence, and all my colleagues engaged in making various organizational arrangements. Once again, on behalf of the organizers and on my own behalf, I thank one and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you each and everyone for gracing this occasion with your presence. Now invite all the delegates or the team in the basement of this session, and we will assemble here after 20 minutes for the next technical session 1. Thank you.
अच्छा नहीं लग रहा। हाँ वही तो नहीं, वो तो ये रखवाने का काम तो कभी भी कर ली, पर वहां से हटवा लो। हैं? हाँ जब कोई आ जाए। सर वहां से देना चाहते हैं कोई बात नहीं, रख दी। इस तरफ इस तरफ
लेवल आ रहा है ना पूरा? लेवल उधर का भी और इधर का भी दोनों आ रहा है ना?
Attention, please. Can you take your seats?
May I have your attention, please? Let's move forward with the technical session 1, reorienting crop research for food and nutritional security. I welcome the chairman of the session, Dr. P.L. Gautam, former chairperson PVP and FRA. He is here with us in our online mode. And Dr. T. Mahapatra, President NAS, who is here with us. Welcome, sir. The convener of the session, Dr. Umesh Srivastava, former ADD Horticulture ICAR. I also invite the speakers of this session, Dr. R.B. Singh, sir. Welcome, sir. Dr. O.P. Yadav, Director Kajri, he is here on the online mode. Dr. A.K. Shashmi, Director NIPB, sir, welcome you, sir. And Dr. H.P. Singh, former DDD Horticulture, ICAR. I now hand over the session to Dr. Umesh Srivastava, sir. So please forward the session.
Now the session is reorienting crop research for food and nutrition security. This session number 1. At the outset, first of all, I welcome the co-chairs, Dr. P.L. Gautam, who is joining online, and Dr. T. Mahapatra, Doyen of Indian Agriculture. Dr. Gautam is an acknowledged geneticist and policy maker of the country. He served the nation as chairperson PPPFRA, National Biodiversity Authority, DDG Crop Sciences, Vice Chancellor Pantnagar, Dean College of Forestry Solan, Director NBPGR, National Director NATP, President ISPGR and IS Indian Society of Genetics and Plant Breeding. He was member of Indian delegation in FAO and conference parties of CBD. He has been decorated with several awards: Dr. Harbhajan Singh Memorial Award, Lal Bahadur Shastri Memorial Medal, Uttaranchal Ratna, and Fellow of NAS, ISPGR and ISGPB. Dr. Mahapatra, another co-chair, served the nation as Secretary DARE and DGICR and has given tremendous boost to Indian agriculture. Prior to this, he worked as Director of IRI and National Research Institute, National Rice Research Institute, earlier CRRI, Cuttack. His area of specialization is molecular genetics and genomics. Yeah, okay. The organizers have very rightly chosen 4 stalwarts also in the field of plant sciences: Dr. R.B. Singh, O.P. Yadav, A.K. Shasani, and H.P. Singh. I would like to apprise very precisely about the learned speaker. Only 2-3 lines. We all know that R.B. Singh is a world-famed scientist. In recognition of his immense contribution to new knowledge, human resource capital, and science-led transformation of agriculture, Government of India awarded him Padam Shri. He possesses Padam Bhushan in 2003. He possesses leadership in improving agrarian livelihood, food, nutrition, and ecological security, climate smart agriculture, and related disaster management in cutting-edge research and technology development. His contributions are tremendous. As member of National Commission of Farmers, he shared the responsibility to the government, appropriate policy, strategy, program to enhance farmers' income and to alleviate hunger and poverty. As Director IRI, he forged public-private partnership. As Chair ASRB, he had steered a dynamic HRD outlook. And okay, sir. Only 2-3 lines.
So, Dr. Srivastava, thank you very much.
Okay.
So, so nice of you for your kind words of introduction. And since we are 1 hour late, so I would invite, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So, and I would invite Professor R.B. Singh to deliver the plenary lecture. In fact, I would invite Professor Gautam. Before that, any thing you would say, at least few words at the outset. Dr. Gautam, please. Dr. Gautam, have you joined? Is he there? Can anybody check? नहीं है. So anyway, so we will go ahead. So I would invite Dr. Gautam to give his remarks as we go along. So to start with, already Professor R.B. Singh has been introduced. He in fact doesn't require an introduction. So I would request Professor R.B. Singh to deliver the plenary lecture, please.
Thank you, Chairman, Professor Mahapatra, my fellow speakers, Singh, Other colleagues online, Professor Kirti Singh ji, of course, most respected Dr. Paroda, other colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm indeed privileged to have this opportunity to speak on this most auspicious occasion about science-led growth in agriculture, especially crops. As a matter of fact, to begin with, I was set to speak on agriculture, and then I say that is agriculture not, of course, it's being covered by other colleagues, other parts of agriculture. I will concentrate primarily on crops. As a matter of fact, we know how science has transformed India in many ways, and the mention was made about these outstanding achievements between 51 and 2020, if I can say, in about 50 years' time to 70 years' time, actually here. What has happened is, please note here that there is 6 times increase in food production, food grain production, I mean to say. Horticulture production 10 times increase, milk production 12 times, fish production 18 times. Therefore, all these enhanced productions of 310 million beyond of these productions, milk, of course, 204 and 5 million tons today, and so on, is something indeed outstanding. As Ramesh Chandji said, that we have made a tremendous progress, unparalleled progress, and this is to be really relished and cherished. However, we can also note that had the changes not taken place, the poverty and hunger situation would have remained terrible. But then, of course, they were reduced by 50 to 70%. From ship to mouth situation, we became the net exporter of food. And you all, if you remember, in the year 2021, we exported rice valued at about 18 billion US dollar. Today, India is the second largest agrarian economy in the world, is the largest producer of milk, spices, cotton, and pulses, second largest producer of wheat, rice, fruits, and vegetables, third largest producer of eggs. So you can see here, we are absolutely really on top in terms of production. The rate of growth of total agricultural production, the growth rate of India during the last 20 years or so has been 3.42 against Brazil, which is the highest of the major countries, is 3.46, and the world as a whole is only 2.32. You can see China is far lesser, 2.67, so on. So India, in terms of the enhancement of the agriculture production growth rate, has been ahead of the population growth rate, and this is why the tremendous doubling, you can say, are occurred in the per capita consumption of food, because production increased with a high rate, the population growth came down, and then the per capita production and food availability increased significantly. This happened because of a still greater contribution in terms of research, the basic research. Here I just give one example of our mega variety SD2967, which for the years 2015-2018 was grown in about 10 million hectares. One single variety grown in 10 million hectares in the world is unknown. And this resulted into an increased production which gave an additional value per year of about 5,000 crores to 12,000 crores. And one message I want to repeat here of Borlaug, and that he said that if you want to breed stable resistance against rust, please go in for minor genes. And this was his last communication in terms of scientific message to people. And this was followed by India, and we did that. And this new variety, 2967, is actually having the adult plant resistance based on minor genes. Similar changes had taken place in rice, and you can see in the tremendous increase, particularly in basmati rice. And if you look at the volume and value of basmati rice production at its exports, I mentioned to you the amount of export that it has taken place. And you can see two major varieties, Pusa Basmati 1121 and Pusa Basmati 1509, had contributed maximum, and other derived varieties of Pusa Basmati also have added to this. So this is again unparalleled development through genetic management and manipulation in enhanced production and income growth. Horticulture, of course, HP will be covering. I will not go into detail. You can see India is far ahead, as you can see, with the world averages in terms of per hectare production of the major banana, grapes, papaya, and so on and so forth. You can see a large number of new crops in terms of horticulture have come into our life, and these have been contributing to our nutritional security much more comprehensively. You can see what our institute IRI has done in terms of the development of the hybrid vegetables, and these hybrid vegetables are listed here. You can see their performance and their contribution in the national diet and farmers' income. Likewise, improvement in mango, and the IRI is the seed of anywhere the scientific work which has led to the kind of development of mango varieties. Nowhere again in the world this kind of work has ever been done. This slide I have put here particularly because with the variety Ark Rakshak, you can see here it puts a very heavy emphasis on the post-harvest management, because not only production but the management of this huge produce is much more important. Otherwise, the production goes waste. We can see here that over 11 million hectares in the hybrid cotton program, again, a total transformation. In the year 2003 onward, a total transformation in the production of cotton has taken place, doubling of the farmer income within 7 years, ranking today first in the world in terms of production. 38 million bales of cotton we produce annually, which we produce only 14 million bales in 2003. We export 9 to 10 million bales every year. And plus, what is more important, equally important, is the millions of additional jobs were created. However, if you look at the kind of, if you would have gone by the regulation of the government of India of following the transgenic material being introduced in fields, we would have never gotten this increase and this benefit, but it was the farmers, and hopefully that farmers' pressure was really accepted by the policymakers, and this was allowed and this happened. But the policy paralysis on allowing the transgenic and GMOs continues. Cotton should be taken as an example. Had this paralysis not been removed by the farmers themselves and scientists' pressure, this would have never happened. I would say that despite all this green revolution and so on and so forth, the growth rate of about 7 to 8% of the overall economic growth rate of India for the last several years, 1/4 of the world's hungry and poor have their homes in India, about 200 million people. The social and regional inequalities continue to persist. We should be able to examine this asymmetry through the lens of food systems approach, not just food production. So the food systems approach to be seen not only production, the economic access to, hygiene, consumers' preference, culture, what to eat, how much to eat, when to eat, all those considerations. That's all part makes a food systems approach. So therefore, this paradox of on one side, you have all the revolutions, but at the end of the rainbow, the jackpot, the golden jackpot is missing. That is, still there is no freedom from hunger, no freedom from poverty, and so on and so forth. 40% of the world's malnourished children are our own children, and this has high epigenetic and economic costs. Time may not permit to explain what is epigenetic cost and so on, but let me tell you, annually we lose 9% of our total GDP simply because of the children malnourishment. 1/4 of the world's smallholder farmers live in India, and the income gap between the smallholder and the farmers, non-farmers, or the farmers and non-farmers is 1:4. If the average income of farmers is 100, the non-farmers average income is 400 rupees. So you can see we live in this, in the world of asymmetry, high asymmetry in terms of income. Similarly, which I think is much more important for us to note, that we felt that our population treasure will be a demographic dividend to us, but then we find a very large number of our youth are unemployed, where there would have been tremendous opportunities to have them employed in agriculture and associated fields. While we know that agriculture contributes 2 to 3 times more to the reduction of poverty and hunger, despite knowing this fact, the investment in agriculture has been very poor. It has been mentioned by Dr. Paroda also, and we keep noticing that we keep saying that the investment is important, but we have never done better than what we did. Rather, we keep doing worse, as a matter of fact. For preventing, if you prevent malnutrition, and for prevention, if you spend $1 to gain $16 to $40. So for $1, you get $16 to $40 if you prevent malnutrition. Because if they stunted, wasted children, mind you, if the epigenetic factors continue, you have generations and generations to suffer. We don't want India to suffer. I want to underline this thing. This has to be taken care of as quickly as possible. We must remove this. And therefore, besides all this, we have the increasing pressure on the natural resources, climate change, fragmenting land holdings, and fast urbanization, all contributing to our asymmetries. To do away with this, none other than the then Secretary General of United Nations, Ban Ki-moon, in 2012, said that we must aim for zero hunger generation, global zero hunger challenge. India must attain the zero hunger. And many of you probably do not know, Ban Ki-moon had worked in the UN system in India, in New Delhi. So he knew India very well. And therefore, he mentioned 5 pillars to undertake this responsibility. He said there should be 100% access to adequate food for all the year round. 2, there should be zero stunted children, less than 2 years. We have 40% of our children stunted, while it should be 0. All food systems are sustainable. Make it sure. And this is the topic: hunger, undernutrition, sustainability, environmental sustainability. This is the topic of our seminar today. And please see, Ban Ki-moon had highlighted, and he had mentioned these pillars. How will they impact the exact title that we are discussing today? 100% increase in smallholder productivity and income. 100% means doubling. And now we talk of doubling farmers' income. Ban Ki-moon, you can see here in the 4th pillar, 100% increase in productivity and income of the farmer he had advocated. Zero loss or waste of food, because 15 to 25% of the food we keep losing. If we do that, mind you, a grain saved is a grain produced. Despite all that, we see we run into the problems of many other stresses. Water stress level has gone beyond the water stress, and now we are approaching towards water scarcity. We find here that the nutrient deficiency is increasing every day. And if you look at in 1950, we were deficient for very small proportion of our soil for nitrogen. But today we are deficient for about 15, 16 elements. And in 2017, you can see how this has ever been increasing. Macro, micro, and essential elements. Likewise, mention was made that if you look the food system with the lens of nutrition, again, I repeat, if you look at the food system through the lens of nutrition, then your attention will go to biodiversity. And the biodiversity is the basis of life on this earth. As a matter of fact, therefore, if nutritional adequacy, even with to maintaining culture of eating the food that we produce and so on and so forth, if we have to depend on that, please remember, India is the richest, one of the main centers of biodiversity in the world. And for that purpose, the source of future smart food. And if it is eroding, we are eroding our very base of smart food. Therefore, mind you, science, which we very often do not apply with the intensity that it should be applied with, science must ensure judicious harnessing of this treasure. Know your treasure. How would you know? You characterize it properly. Today with the DNA and the RNA markers and the kind of the trait discovery and the gene discovery you can undertake, you should be able to characterize your genetic resources for individual gene systems. And if you know what you have in your material, you can utilize it the best way that you want. So therefore, tremendous work is required in this area for evaluation and conservation through use to make use of this treasure which you possess. Mind you, India is not just, of course, a large country, but it is a country of tremendous diversity. Please see here the total factor productivity growth rate percentages. If you see Bihar on one side and Tamil Nadu on the other side, and India in the middle of 1.09% is the annual growth rate of total factor productivity, tremendous variation from state to state. Therefore, a Coca-Cola approach that Coca-Cola is the same in America and US will not work in India. Bihar is different from Tamil Nadu. And we have to work with a differentiated, disaggregated approach, and that approach should be applied. Therefore, the center-state relationship, and the states must take a greater responsibility of knowing what their states need, and they must be developed accordingly. The other thing which is very typically to be understood for India, India unfortunately is the country, you see the red line, will suffer the most by the year 2050 with the climate change. If the climate change will bring a deficiency in the total production of European Union of 4% or 1% decrease in Canada, in India it will be 25, much higher than the aggregate of the least developed countries. So India is again handicapped in having a very high degree of loss because of climate change. Against all these odds, we see here what is the intensity of expenditure in India. And you all know this, if it's separate between research and extension, 0.39 or so is the intensity. In extension, it is still far lower, 0.18. If we join the two, about 5%, 0.5 to 0.6% or so. And mind you, we have been for several years, academy and other places, and many of the recommendations, Rajendra Bhai, we all have made it together that India should at least spend 1% of agricultural GDP on research and extension. This has not happened so far. For several years, we kept on talking. And in research, we are 0.4% or so. In extension, still lower. And when you look at Australia and USA, it is 3%. So they are about 10 times ahead of us. If you look at the estimates for the 2032-33, while we shall be doing and meeting our requirements all right, look at the red lines, the line which is red, is the oil seeds. And in the oil seeds, the net surplus will be minus 40 million tons. Get this 40 million tons annually imported in India, there is no justification. Therefore, Himanshu Pathak ji, the Director General, was asking what is the priority. Please look at this, immediately speaks out for a priority. Please revolutionize oil seed production in India. We are importing every year 40 million tons of edible oil. Now it costs 1.4 lakh crores annually of rupees. Can you believe it? We don't have to go very far to find our priorities. Priorities are self-evident, speaking for themselves. We must pick them up and prioritize them. Now, a mention was also made that this priority can be solved by combination of the several things, which I have also tried to highlight. Go from Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, from Lal Bahadur Shastri ji, go to the other Prime Minister, Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, Jai Vigyan. Added to this, is Jai Anusandhan. A mention was made, which I have mentioned here. Narendra Modi ji in 2019 pronounced this, but from the Red Fort 2022, a few days ago, he underpinned the nation's political will to transform the Harit Kranti into Satat Harit Kranti, evergreen revolution, by adding Anusandhan to Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan, Jai Anusandhan. All these have to work together. And to do that, if science, technology, and innovation have to work, the four major channels will be important. First, we look at the climate change, climate smart agriculture. Then we look at the humanitarian goals, particularly poverty and hunger. And then we look at the sustainability, which is a concern of this seminar. So, Dr. Prabhupada sir, all the points that you have been asking about for this seminar to look into must be addressed by STI, Science, Technology, and Innovation, the way I have tried to show it, that this is how they will interact and they all have to work together. Here is just an example to show a simple thing. By bringing a simple mutation, you can have the herbicide tolerance in PB1509 rise. And if you look at the PB1509 is sprayed with the herbicide, it is all gone. If you look PB1985, which is a mutant variety, is sprayed, it is all beautifully standing. And if you look at PB1509 unsprayed, it is also staying. So if the herbicide is taking every year the Indian toll of 77,000 crores of rupees, why not these simple, high level, high intensity impact discoveries should be adopted large scale? Must be. So here is a priority again. If you have to go to dry seeded rice, if you have to look at the rice revolution, if you have to continue with the increase in production and so on, likewise, the throughput systems of the tissue culture based production of certain crops, which saves you about 38,000 rupees per hectare. Similarly, of course, our Prime Minister about few years ago was able to inaugurate at IRI our the phenotyping facility, and it's being used, and hopefully tremendous impact of this development will take place. Now I have been given the treat that only 5 minutes are left. Friends, this is something we have to keep in mind, that if you use the molecular biology and if you also look at the various new ways of developing new varieties, including the biofortification and so on and so forth, if you look between 2014 and 2021, we have released 1,956 varieties, and 1,622 varieties of those were tolerant to biotic and abiotic stresses. And you can see the contributions of the new traits in the other crops, 74 varieties and 87 biofortified varieties of 15 crops were developed. So biofortification, which is very important for nutritional security, if it is taken at the level as it should be, very often what you need to do here is incentivize the farmer. Today we don't give any incentive. We incentivize at wrong places. Put your money at the right place where it will make the difference. So I think let us incentivize those people who are producing high yielding biofortified crops for increasing your nutritional security, which is costing you so much. And this is your topic of discussion today. These things should have a very high importance. Millets, next year we will have the International Year of Millets, and we talked about millet, and I will just stop here only to say that some of these millet biofortified have double iron content and about 30% more of the zinc content. Similarly, the gene editing can do tremendous differences, as you can see in USA or in Japan or Canada, anywhere, the variations in whether it's the oleic acid content in soybean, or is the new highly nutritive tomato in Japan, or it is the browning of the mushroom, stopping that, and also a high poultry feed, adhesive poultry, waxy maize. These are all gene edited. And I leave this slide. These are the new technologies for plant breeders to work on. I will only say that what Health Canada today said, the British Society of Plant Breeders, only last 2 months ago in the genetic technology bill, he said that the science-based way of giving the regulations and GAC are other regulations in India, as the NAS has made recommendation for SD1 and SDN to be liberated from any kind of intervention should stop. As a matter of fact, the mission that we want to really cherish and go by the year 2030, our productivity should increase by 70%. Rural poverty should go away by 100%. Our hunger should go away by 100%. And the emission, GHG emissions should go away by 35%. One health, one word concept, and that includes the collaboration, multidisciplinary working together. So whether it is the human health or the soil health or the plant health, animal health, they are all interrelated. And please mind you, the soil, nutrient, water, all should be taken together. And if they are taken together, then you will be able to have, if the soil is healthy, the man will be healthy. As a matter of fact, the health of a man is a reflection of the soil health. If soil health is poor, the man health, human health is poor. It's as simple as that. The biomes can play a very important role. We have not given that much of importance at all. I urge you to give biomes a very high importance for really taking care of soil and carbon economy. The integrated nutrient management for the best use of the modern technology, remote sensing and other things, it's all integrated. Again, what drones can do for you, I don't want to go in detail here. Let me just finish by just mentioning, let me read these are important messages. What message we carry home is this is the end of it, sir. Give me 2-3 minutes. We must be able to synergize our green revolution with gene revolution. This should be coupled with the intellectual property right protection for attaining evergreen revolution, and that will come through Ansandhan. We must be able to revolutionize our oil seeds production in 5 to 7 years. Must be completely self-sufficient by the year 2030. As I said, 1.42 lakhs crore rupees worth import every year. How can we tolerate when we can do it easily? We should be able to use the adaptive, innovative technology. These technologies are quite a few. These are mentioned all around. Digital solutions, blockchain technology, analytics. The book which was being mentioned by Dr. Pathak, in which myself, Dr. Paroda and Malvika have a chapter in that we have already indicated that these are the new technologies that should be taken together for sustainable agriculture. We have said also promote carbon farming to reduce the greenhouse gas emission, earning about 15,000 rupees per year by the carbon credit. One carbon credit will be able to give you $70 or so, and if you change it into rupees, you will find you will get 5 carbon credits, and for that the value will be 15,000 rupees or so. We must be able to integrate this social, the social responsibility of science with the corporate social responsibility to foster the public-private interaction. We should incentivize the private sector in a big way to undertake research and development and invest in there to create an inclusive and efficient value chain. So not only from farm to fork, but fork to farm also, the whole value chain, both ways has to be made sustainable. We have to synergize, and this is where we must be able to synergize the discovery, the science of discovery, with science of delivery. Science of delivery, Sadamate ji, is science of extension to deliver what the scientist is coming up with. The science of delivery, science of discovery, science of communication they all should be integrated to transfer technologies which are able to give us the resilience and remove the vulnerability, shocks, and stresses. We must shift from subsidy. Again, Dr. Our chairman, yes, he mentioned about the subsidy driven. We must be able to move from subsidy driven to quality investment driven growth. Investment in agriculture, research and development returns us 5 to 10 times more than what subsidies will return. So don't waste your money in subsidies. Give subsidy where it is absolutely essential. Don't go on doing free distribution. We should be able to shift from mere price policy to income policy. Look at the income of the farmer. Even if price he gets and everything is spent away on input, what is the use? So the net income of the farmer should be the measurement, the way we should proceed to alleviate poverty, to eradicate the inequality that we have, and we must be able to do this. Final, fully align agriculture education with the new agriculture education policy, change the STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics into science, technology, engineering, agriculture, and mathematics, world grant systems, that's the global collaboration. And we must be able to anchor our food system transformation around the small and medium scale production farming families, indigenous peoples, women and workers in food value chains to advance equitable livelihood. We are walking on very upside down tables, and that is why our speed of growth is not as good in removing poverty and hunger. We must be able to ensure this is something. Output to outcome, outcome to impact. This total analysis has not been done properly. Effective implementation pathway is absolutely essential and must be taken in a differentiated and disaggregated manner. Accountability must be fixed of a person who is given the responsibility to undertake the job. Our Prime Minister said we should be able to have startups, technology, and innovation as exciting and effective instruments for India's transformation. He also said that we must seek the congruence of innovations, institutions, and incentives. And finally, he said we must be able to increase our training, hand-holding, linkages with the farmer producer organizations and the ground level people, industry, and incubation centers. And to do this, Mahatma Gandhi, I close here. Mahatma Gandhi said, all this we can be doing, but unless we do 4 things, we must combine knowledge with character, commerce with morality. See what is happening in commerce today, every day on the TV scene. You see the degree of corruption. You see the, my goodness, the heaps of stolen money of people. I mean, how can you, I mean, this is horrible. Now, so on one side you see that, and those buildings if have to be demolished with all those kind, I do not know one or the other consideration. What is this? This is total mismanagement and immoral management and so on. Science with humanity. Science must have a human face, must first reach the unreached, must first reach the poor and hungry. To a hungry man, God can appear before him or her only in form of bread. And to a hungry man, bread is God. Therefore, we must be able to connect that science with humanity. If that science is going to produce bread, then that is God for hungry person. And mind you, politics with principle. There should be a principled politics, and that all these 4 combinations, if you have, then we can make the necessary guidance and management. Thank you, sir, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I think you have exactly taken the 35 minutes. And now we have 3 more speakers. So we will have interaction question or suggestion at the end of the presentations. I would request rest of the three speakers not to take more than 15 minutes each, so that by 2 o'clock we finish this session, including 15 minutes of deliberation discussion. So now I would invite Dr. O.P. Yadav, Director Kajri. Dr. O.P. Yadav, please. If you are there. Dr. O.P. Yadav? Yeah.
Sir, he will be presenting online.
Oh, okay. So he should respond.
Video is there, so he's not in there.
Yeah, let us see if there is any response. Dr. O.P. Yadav, please. Can you hear us? So we'll have a presentation by Dr. A.K. Sasani, Director, National Institute of Plant Biotechnology, and come back to Dr. O.P. Yadav if he is available. Dr. Sasani, please finish in 15 minutes. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Excellent presentation covering everything. Has Dr. Gautam joined? Dr. Gautam?
Yes, Dr. Mahapatra, I am here.
Okay, sir. So
Yes, we had wonderful lecture. Yes.
after the presentations, we will seek your
Okay.
input, sir.
बहुत अच्छा डॉक्टर साहब, it was an excellent lecture.
Yeah, excellent by lecture by Professor R.B. Singh. So we will thank him at the end. Dr. O.P. Gautam back. You are back. Sorry, O.P. Yadav. Sorry. O.P. Yadav. Dr. O.P. Yadav? No. Dr. Sasani?
Yes, sir.
Please continue.
I'm here.
Oh, what? You are here, but you didn't make presentation.
I sent a presentation to Dr. Bhagmal because right now I am with the other program in the institute, and it was confirmed also. I'm sorry if there is some communication gap, but this was acknowledged as well.
But you were not listening, neither you were responding. So
No, I have just joined because minister has just left, and I have just joined. Joined.
So Dr. O.P., if you agree,
Yes, sir.
रिकॉर्ड नहीं है. आप अभी डॉक्टर ए.के. सासनी कर रहे हैं. आप 15 मिनट के आप कर सकते हैं.
Yes, I will do that.
Okay. So 15 मिनट अभी डॉक्टर सासनी चलिए.
Okay. Can you connect my presentation, please?
No, अगर O.P. यादव का कनेक्टेड है तो उनको करने दीजिए. चलिए. हाँ, आप बताइए. आप बार-बार चेंज करने से दिक्कत है. चलिए डॉक्टर सासनी चलिए.
Respected Chairman, Professor Mahapatra, Dr. R.B. Singh, sir, Professor Paroda. Today, I'm really grateful to Professor Paroda to give me this opportunity to stand before the who is who of Indian agriculture. So this is a great opportunity for my lifetime to speak on your birthday, sir. And really, I'm grateful to you. And I'm a very small person. But been trained in a way. I will crystallize my thoughts in a very specific way. Professor Mahapatra told that who will be implementing it in its speech. We are the implementing agency, sir. Under your guidance, we are implementing it, and I specifically concentrating my thoughts on the genetic advancement.
I speak many things of different aspect of agriculture, but I will come directly to the genetic management. Next. Now it's tomato. Okay. Just there will be some repetitions. So we know there is a great increase in Indian agriculture in terms of if you see there is a constancy of area, but there is a huge production of agriculture in different productions. That is a food grade, the food grain production, milk production, spices production, cotton production, sugarcane production, oilseed production. Though we import oilseed, still there is a huge production. What I mean to say that the productivity has been increased. So if you see the global hunger rate, 8.9 of the world population lives in hunger. To meet the food security needs by 2050, food production must increase by 70%. So soybean 51%, 87% higher yield is needed in sugarcane, 60% higher yield is needed in wheat, and corn 71%. So that's the fact which we have to look at. And when you say about the climate change, many times, all the times we listen about the climate change. This is not about simple stress. This is a climate change, means stresses in different way and different time, temporal and spatial stresses. So decreased arability, hunger, food security and nutrition, planting and harvesting changes will change, will happen. Then we increase irrigation, means we need more water. So there will be a the water need will be very high and we have less of water. So it is affecting the crop yield also. In China, 70% decrease, Brazil 1980 to till today, Brazil 8%, in maize, France 3%, China again 2%, Russia 14%, France 5%. Also, the Professor R.V. Singh has given some data that India will be 25% decrease in the food grain production due to climate change. Having said so, we have the yield penalty also. Yield penalty in nutrients are mainly nutrients, proteins, iron, and zinc. So the availability from the plant source will go on decreasing in terms of protein, iron, and zinc, and it will be imminent in Asian condition. And Article 47 of the Constitution of India says that we will have to have nutrition for the population, the citizens of India. So whether we will go for nutrition or we will leave the increase in yield through genetic means. So what we have done till today for increasing the yield, plant architecture, we have gone for the genes of plant architecture, reduce post-harvest losses, high productivity, pre-harvest stress tolerance. These are the things we have emphasized till today. And the genes and the targets responsible for this, we have all gone for that. But we have not gone for the nutrition in a big way. Those include essential amino acids, vitamins, essential elements, immunity boosting molecules. So if you see the recommended nutrients intake for human health, I will not read that. So we have a recommended dose of human in different nutrients intake per day for human. And during the this is example of rice, the productivity of rice has gone up. The Green Revolution era, since from the time of Green Revolution to 1980s, there is an increase. But after this, the intervention, the breeders' intervention, and other management interventions, this has increased in a sigmoid way. But simultaneously, the rice gene content has been it has decreased. So again, there is a decrease in iron content of rice in different varieties of India. So we have not, what we have done till today, we have gone in a ballistically to feed the population of India, the population of India, by increasing the yield. of different food grains. But in the meantime, we have not looked at the different nutrient content of that particular while developing the variety. So we are really looking back at the wild relative of those varieties. So wild relative of those varieties, they are having taste. Always we say the earlier food which we are eating was not better and more tastier and having high immunity chemicals or high immunity. Always we talk about that. But gradually, we have gone for higher yield to feed the population. We need this time to go for different nutrients in our food crops. So which are the different characters we have targeted, and industrially as well as for industrial processing of food in a near future, which will come in 10 to 20 years, we need a different set of characters than the food which we prepare in the house. So there will be two different targets again. In which way, so for oil seed, oil, for industrial processing, the oil should be highly tolerant to industrial rigors which produce different food material and should be stable and for a longer period of time. But if the food we eat at home, we like to have more of omega fatty acids and all these things for our betterment, for our immediate need. So in summary, the desired traits are high content of quality protein, high content of quality oil, vitamin contents, low toxic substances, which are harmful to human health and biofortification. So these are the essential amino acids we want, and these are the minerals in the periodic table which are needed for the human and which we should be increasing in the plant so that we can take it up. And if you see the ICR, we have the uppermost slide says about different rice variety having different zinc and iron content, wheat variety, pearl millet variety, lentil variety, and pomegranate variety. Whether these varieties are actually meeting the standard of requirement for the human body, that we have to think how much we want to increase in the particular genotype or particular variety. And in worldwide, we have the number above the lowest graph panel, the zinc and the iron, different crops and number of different varieties, and the amount of different iron content and zinc content have been noted here. So we have improved a lot during this period of time, and we have intervention in core vitamins in Pusa, in maize, and also lysine content and tryptophan content. And I remember Navi also working, also my friend Asman is sitting here. They are also targeting transgenic rice plant, having high lysine content by overexpressing the gene, as well as stopping the genes which degrade the lysine content. So we have golden rice, examples of golden rice, pro-vitamins, and all these things we want in different plants. So genetic immunity crop plants. So you have insect tolerance, biofuel production, herbicide tolerance, abiotic stress, nutrient use efficiency, improving photosynthesis, biofarming, biofortification, metabolic engineering, disease resistance. These are the traits which you are targeting till now, enhancing the plant for that. So we have spontaneous mutation, random mutations. So I'll quickly go through it because time is short, 15 minutes. From 20 minutes, I have then precise mutations. So this takes the time according to that. And traditional crop modification, 10,000 years, about 10,000 years we are doing it. And genetic engineering in 1970 we have started, but we have lost it because our regulatory scenario is not that good that we will be producing different transgenic plant. And most of the transgenic plant I will come to it that they includes the Bt toxin maximum way. Then genome editing, this is a recent scenario, but genome editing and genes, they revolutionize the agricultural scenario. We may not say that. We can expect from that, but we may not say that because all the genes, they cannot be the same here for food production, but management procedures and all other aspects are also important. So these are the transgenic plants worldwide which are being approved, and these are the genes which are being included in those transgenic plants. I have not included the Bt toxin genes, which are maximum, but these are the genes which actually intervene in the quality of oil, like linoleic acid to linoleic acid, and other quality characters, and also drought stress tolerance, and the quality of the amylase and aminopectin. So all these characters are being tried in different transgenic. In India, we have cotton, which has been approved, and glycine nuts in the under process. We are importing different soybean for cattle feed or poultry feed. The transgenic plants we are importing. So this is the genome editing. We know very well. I will not go into details. And this is the timeline. How different genome edited plants are being developed: blight resistance rice, herbicide resistance crops, herbicide resistance canola, soybean and reduced trans fat, high yield waxy corn, and so on. And one thing is important here: the domestication of wild tomato. The whole wild tomato has been domesticated by targeting origins, at least 4 genes. So this gives more, the wild type tomato contains more nutrient, and this has been when domesticated. Then this domestic, the genes which have been targeted, it gives now more yield, and it is better in cultivations. So like this, we have cyanide-free cassava, low gluten, non-transgenic wheat. So and as Sir also, Dr. Arvind has also told the GABA trans. Transport the iron to the vacuole in the endosperm, in the embryo. So it directs those nutrients to their positions. And also vitamin D3 in tomato, by simply targeting one gene, that is DR7DR2 genes, which accumulates dihydrocholecalciferol cholesterol, so which ultimately converted to cholecalciferol, which is vitamin D3. So there are different traits in India. Generally, we are targeting. I have made a list. I was in CSR earlier. In CSR also, they are targeting some of the crops, and I was the head of Agri-Nutri Biotech verticals. So there also the targets, genome-edited targets. These are the targets listed together. So if you see in the right-hand side column, the country from which the publications they have come. So I have not found a single name, Indian name here. So there is a need to develop our own targets because we have the genome. So I'll go quickly. We have the genome. So my recommendation will be here that India should have a repository of IPR protected targets for which we can work in the long run. So this is the C4 for carbon sequestration, C4 Right Development Program by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So we have the technology to use. We have the technology to adapt in future. So earlier we were using horses, now we are using tractors. So there are all the, so I'll take 1 or 2 minutes more. These are all the organizations which support the GM crop is safe. So this is the rice, and in rice, they are the transgenic targets already been worked out, UTLs, then genome editing targets already been worked out, literature is available. People are gone for vitamin A, increase in vitamin A, proanthocyanin, cyanide, flavones. And if you see in the rice, there is synteny in different biochemical pathway, which we have lost during the time of development of high yielding rice. So there are, for that reason, we have lost taste, we have lost immunity. So these are flavon biosynthesis pathways, sesquiterpene biosynthesis pathway. There are genes, but the genes are defective mainly. So major achievements of NIPB, these are the achievements. There are different genomes, and we are trying to utilize the genomes, and the variety they are developed by my predecessors in collaboration with different organizations. And this is the BT PGNP, which has come up, and recently we have got the from state government, we have got the permission to go for the event trials. And this is one of my 1 or 2 papers in which inducible potato farnesyl synthase confer resistance against bacterial pathogen. So there are secondary metabolites which can confirm resistance towards the pathogens of potato. And also we have different secondary metabolites which can confer resistance to different insects. So in the plant's armory, we have different molecules. Those molecules can be tested, and it can be connected with the innate immune response. So these are being already connected. So we are working on that. So if you see different plants, medicinal plants stay, but crop plants are being eaten up by TDs. That means recently the locust attack was there. So this teaches us many things. And this is my last slides. I'll tell that genetic engineering, so we want that in future, the transgenic plants should be also given importance. The transgenic plants should regulatory approval should be there, and we should have India should have a repository, at least ICR. NIPV is working on that, and we should have a repository of our target, which are IPR protected, through utilizing the different genomes which we have sequenced. And in future, definitely we will have genome edited technology, which will be playing great role. And I have seen the draft SOPs also. So this has been simplified or must be simplified further to get into the new era of making the crop high yield as well as highly nutrient efficient, so that we will be fulfilling the Article 47 of Indian Constitution. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll listen to Dr. O.P. Yadav's recorded video presentation. Video presentation is already recorded. Kindly play. Yeah.
Good afternoon, respected co-chairs of this session, Dr. Paroda sir, and very distinguished participants of this important national symposium. Let me begin by thanking the organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak on a very important topic, that is reorienting crop research for food and nutritional security. I feel extremely privileged to make this presentation before two very distinguished co-chairs, Dr. P.L. Gautam and Dr. Mahapatra. As we all know that human population is currently growing at an annual rate of 2%, and genetic gain in food crops, on the other hand, is increasing only 0.5 to 0.8%, which means by 2030, which is the target year of Sustainable Development Goals, yield potential have to be increased by at least 1.2 to 1.3%. This is not going to be an easy task, because challenges of the climate change are intense, and state of the natural resources, particularly water, is a matter of great concern to all of us. In addition, malnutrition continues to be substantially higher in our country. So I present before you a few priorities areas. One of them in crop science research and development is the enhancing potential yield through accelerating genetic gains. En route, two pathways. First is the precision breeding, and second is the speed breeding. Precision breeding, so far our experience has shown that the molecular marker assisted breeding has been very effective in all range of crops to give new products, and national program of the country has been very responsive to this change of the technology. In times to come, genomic selection going to play a more important role, because we need to achieve a greater selection accuracy to have a targeted kind of the improvement programs. In the last 2 decades, genotyping has been made much easier and cost effective, but phenotyping and its cost and its intensity are still remain issue. So we need to think the use of tools and technology by which we can predict the phenotype on the base of the genotypic data. One important tool to increase the precision breeding has come in the recent past, which is genome editing, thanks to our policymakers and efforts of Dr. Mahapatra and Dr. Paroda and many others. The government has given the approval for the use of the genome editing technology in the crop improvement programs. Speed breeding is another very important tool to reduce the breeding cycle time. We all know that use of the double haploids in maize and anther culture in rice are being used commercially in the breeding programs, particularly from the private sector. but their extension and absorption in the public breeding program is still an issue. And very recently, another tool has come into the hands of the plant breeders. That is, we can have a 3 to 4 generations in 1 year. So this is in addition to what we used to have, having an access to good off-season nursery to advance the breeding program for any crop. Now the thing is that the 4 major operations of the plant breeding, which is hybridization, breeding, selection, and evaluation. Now there are tools and techniques by which the decision has to be based on the data. So the data-driven decisions have to make all these 4 major operations more predictable so that we are better prepared to enhance the potential yield of our food crops. Another important top priority in the crop science research is the development of the climate resilient crops. Earlier, we used to talk about drought, flooding, heat individually, but now we are seeing very regularly in the recent past that in a particular season, we are experiencing in the crops both drought as well as flood, which means that we need to target multiple tolerance to these stresses through gene pyramiding. The strategic use of the germplasm is going to play a very, very critical role in enhancing the resilience of the crops. Fortunately, India is hub of the agrobiodiversity, which means that we are better prepared to strengthen our breeding programs. Which we are better prepared to strengthen our pre-breeding programs. And for that, wild relatives available in the National Gene Bank of NBPGR or ICRISAT, they are going to be a very important source of tolerance to these climatic stresses. Historically, plant breeders have been very reluctant to use wild relatives because there was a huge amount of the linkage drag. A lot of garbage that was coming up whenever you try to basically transfer those traits of adaptation. But now with the help of the molecular tools, we can reduce the linkage drag to the minimum possible, and we can specifically target a particular genomic regions which governs the trait of interest that we can really move it into the elite genotype that we want. So in times to come, discovering of the new traits and trait-specific population and mini-course are going to play a very, very important role, and look at the variability in the different native crops of India that you can have a kind of endless kind of the variation in the phenotypic traits that are directly related to the yield performance. Another important point to address the malnutrition is the biofortification. Under the strong leadership of Dr. Mahapatra, ICAR took the initiative to put a greater emphasis on the development of the biofortified crops. And there are a number of the varieties have been released in the different crops, but if you critically analyze, then we will know that so far we have been able to use the existing natural variation in the elite material. What is needed now is the mainstreaming of the biofortification in the regular breeding programs. And for that, I think the different crop breeding programs have already started to study the magnitude of variation, which you can see over here in all the crops, whether protein, zinc, or iron. There's huge amount of the genetic variation in the germplasm. What is needed now is the cost and time-effective lab protocols and easy-to-use portable hand devices so that we can really substantiate our breeding programs very effectively through these tools. It's very important to define the minimum threshold of the nutritional traits in different crops so that we can have these crops as a pharmaceutical option rather than going for the medication. It's very important to mention today the specific roles of the millets in enhancing the resilience and in addressing the malnutrition aspects in our country. And these crops are basically climate change ready and highly nutritious in nature. But to promote these crops, we need to have a proper policy in place. We need to promote them very effectively. And one example is with us, quality protein maize, which was available as early as in early 90s, we faced a lot of challenge to basically upscale and outscale it. So the policy and its intervention is very essential if you want to really intensify the biofortification program. Maximization of the heterosis is going to play a very, very important role. We have been breeding hybrids, palm millet, sorghum, maize, and other crops, but heterotic grouping has not been done very systematically in our country, and that is one of the reasons that the hybrid productivity in our country is much less than the hybrid productivity of the crops in different regions and different countries. In times to come, inbred lines have to be more productive, in addition to being a very good combiner for the productivity and the target rates. And we need to inculcate a lot of diversity in order to reduce the homogeneity to basically avoid any chance of any kind of the threat of disease which may nurture on the homogeneity, genetic homogeneity. Predicting heterosis is becoming possible now. Recent experience in maize, palm millet, and up to some extent in sorghum, if we use the empirical data and also the genomic data, we are able to predict heterosis up to a certain degree of accuracy. So this is going to be a very, very important aspect if in maximization of the heterosis. And innovations in hybrid breeding in other crops, where the mode of pollination is still restricting the full use of the heterosis exploitation, I think those innovations are to be taken further in order to exploit this wonderful mechanism which has been so successful in the cross-pollinated crops. Crop science is going to play a much more important role in enhancing the sustainability of farming. We need to develop the crops and their cultivars with low environmental footprint. How we are going to do it? The easiest way is that we have to improve the water productivity of the crops, which has been done very successfully in rice, in palm millet, in legumes, in oilseeds, by breaking the nexus between earliness and the low productivity. Some of the earliest maturing variety in palm millet, rice, and many other crops are as much productive as medium or late maturing variety. So that is one very good development. Another essential requirement to achieve Sustainable Development Goal 1 and 2 will be to match the rainfall pattern of the region with the cultivar duration. Another important contribution of the crop science to achieve sustainability is to enhance the adaptation of the crops to low nutrient conditions. We all know that in next 1 decade or so, we have to reduce the dependence of the chemical fertilizers by almost 50%. And for that, we have to basically look for the cultivars that are adapted to low nutrient supply, and our ACRIP trials are already have been successful in developing that model. Cultivation for conservation agriculture. Conservation agriculture, as we all know, is going to be extremely important in terms of mitigation of the climate change. And for that, we have to develop the varieties for which a good progress, good initiation has already been made. I would put specifically an example of the IRI wheat breeding program, where the genotype into environment into the system interaction has been effectively utilized to identify certain genotypes which does very well under the conservation agriculture. IoT-based diseases and pest detection. Novel molecules are going to be very, very important in near future because the demand of the safe food is increasing. Consumer is becoming more conscious about the safety of the food. So we need to have the new and safer molecules with the minimum residual effects. In order to do that, we also need to have biosensor-based detection of the pests and diseases so that we can detect the development of those disease and pests much earlier than the detection by our eye. And the Internet of the Things technology is going to really help in that. This will minimize the use of the chemicals, and the development of the next generation smart bioformulations are going to be very, very important if you want to produce the safe food for the quality conscious consumer. The crop science impact can be consolidated simply by two interventions, and it is needed. Product delivery has to be strengthened, taking full cognizance of the BDA and PPV FR Act and sharing of the genetic resources with the due recognition of the access and benefit sharing is going to be very, very important. IP protection for the researchers in the private sector is very important. So we have to develop a mechanism by which the huge investment any sector is making, they are able to recover it. And mutually exclusive licensing has already been approved, and PPVFRA, basically this authority has clearly defined the guidelines by which we can really promote our protection of IP and can maximize the impact of the crop science research. In addition to the crop delivery, connect with the policymakers and even the civil society is very, very important. The genetic modification is one area on which we are working for the several years, but not with the any tangible output. So engaging with the policymakers and civil society is very important. And we need to promote science-based solution. This is probably new challenge that we are going to face in near future, and we have to make it sure that whatever farming practices we are promoting, it should not basically compromise with the productivity, which may compromise with the nutritional security of the country. And for that, we have to vouch for the enhanced funding for the government or from any other source. National policy on agricultural biotechnology. I think this is the need of the hour. Unless we have a clear-cut guidelines, clear-cut priorities from the government side, I think the research to really intensify in this area of the science will continue to be affected. We have been talking since a long time, breaking the yield barriers, because increasing the efficiency of the enzyme Ribosco has been very, very low. Overexpression of the C4 genes in rice, efforts have been going on. But what is possible today, that the kind of the understanding of the physiological, biochemical and molecular approaches, basis, their mechanisms, now it's possible that now we can think of remodeling the photosynthetic process. And for that, we have to recollect that how the evolution of the photosynthesis has happened from the C3 to C4, from C4 to chem photosynthetic pathways have evolved in the nature. And I'm aware that the few projects funded through NASF are exploring the possibility of the chem mechanism of the photosynthesis beyond cacti and agaves. Actually, they are basically working in field crops, particularly the groundnut. So these are the basic new areas which can be very helpful in breaking the yield barrier. Human resource and final resource are very critical for breeding. Dr. Paroda sir, you were teaching us in the mid-80s. And one thing you always insisted, that human resource in the cutting edge area of the biotechnology and discovery and gene discovery is very, very important. It was effectively done. And this tool has been really utilized very effectively in breeding programs. But I draw your kind attention on two articles, one as early as in 2003, published in Nature, Crop Improvement, a Dying Breed, which says that the crop improvement research into classical breeding is withering, supplanted and subsumed by high-tech methods. There was very interesting kind of survey which appeared in the Crop Science in 2020, which examined the plant breeding capacity in US public institution. Incidentally, we don't do any such survey in India, but that survey has clearly indicated that the capacity of the plant breeding programs in the public institute is significantly coming down. And so in 1980s, the human resource on the cutting areas of the science was important, but in 2020s, creating human resource in plant breeding, it has become as important as it was in other areas of science in 1980s. Another our major concern is that kind of the grant we are getting, 3-year projects, 4-year projects. I would like to put before you one statement of the Evans, which appeared in the Science Daily. The bidder says that we cannot rely on the grants because those are often only for a few years. We cannot do anything in the plant bidding in 3 years. It requires long-term sustained funding to get a program going on a sound footing. So I think long-term sustained funding is absolutely essential. So this is one of the very important considerations for all the policymakers to give a thought to it, that how to really improve the capacity building program of the plant breeders, the way we have done effectively of the biotechnologists and the gene discoverers. I would like to give 4 recommendations for the consideration of this group. That crops, first is the crops with the built-in capacity to yield more are required. They are more quickly than what they were achieved in the past in order to achieve higher genetic gains. Second conclusion is that the increased productivity has to go hand in hand with greater resilience while taking full care of the natural resources so as to we do not compromise with the sustainability of the farming. Biofortification needs to be mainstreamed with appropriate policy and promotion program by the government of India, and human resource both in plant breeding and cutting edge science area are critically important if you want to achieve the sustainable development goals by the indicated timelines of 2030. I would like to acknowledge the guidance of Dr. B.S. Dhillon in developing this presentation. We were together last week for 3-4 days, and we had a very critical discussion on all those things. So once again, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts, and basically these are the thoughts which I wanted to share at this platform. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much, Dr. O.P. Yadav ji. Now I request Dr. H.P. Singh last presentation of this session. Thank you, Dr. O.P.
Very distinguished participants of this important session.
Just set कर दे यार. इसमें है ना, एक ही है. फुल कर दो. Chairperson of today's session, Dr. Mohapatra, most respected Dr. R.B. Singh ji, Director colleague, Mr. Sastry, Dr. Srivastav, most honored and respected Dr. R.S. Paroda, who has contributed so much that it cannot be described. Wherever you stand, you can find that Dr. Paroda is there, including this place. Wherever you go in science, you find him. So again, I thank him for giving me that opportunity to be here and interact with you briefly. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you will agree that challenges of the future is much greater than before. And morning session, everybody has talked about the millennium goal and how the things will be changing, population will be increasing. And in that scenario, what are the things to happen and how to address that? In this all, food security and nutritional security is of prime importance. And further, it has been added, you call it environmental security, or you call it environmental services, that has become very important. So this reminds of our Vedas, which says that everything is dependent on Panch Tattva. And any disturbances in that any Tattva, that is your Akash, water, Prithvi, Vayu, and Agni. Agni means Agni is the source of energy. So if anything is happening, any disturbance, that leads to the disasters. And what is happening? We talk of the climate change, then again we will say what is the imbalance in the 1% of the gaseous, there is a little imbalance and it is causing all of the problem. And a lot of things has been talked about, Honorable Prime Minister, and I think now another thing is moving, that they are working on the Panch Tattva. And I was talking yesterday with one gentleman who is from Navsari. They are organizing a lot of conferences on talking on the Panch Tattva, and they believe that most of these climate change and troubles are coming because there's some imbalance, and how to change that imbalance, and they are also discussing that. So morning also we have also discussed about output and outcome, and we have the output, but outcome are not commensurating what output you have. So all that have been discussed. So I will largely concentrate myself on horticulture, and Dr. R.V. Singh Sahab has very comprehensively talked about that, what is the condition of nutrition, poverty, and so on and so on. अरे भाई किधर से जाता है? Okay, आ गया. So before we proceed further, I'd just like to only one slide to say that horticulture, it is not only fruits and vegetables, but you take all the spices, medicinal plants, and also that plantations crops like coconut, arecanut, oil palm, everything, and even the honeybees are also included as a part of horticulture because they are the greater pollinizers. Now, source of the important nutrients of the horticulture, I will not describe in detail, but if you can say that we have a large number of the crops which provides the different kinds of the nutrients and vitamins which take care of your health, which take care of your body, which takes care of your psychological system and everything. I'll not go into details because time is very limited. Now, if you look to the status of nutritional status, I was looking to the report which has come for the 22. By FAO, UNICEF, and all together, and they have given, that is the latest data of the 21, and 9.8% of the people are undernourished. 828 million people are affected by hunger. This is a 2021, which has increased during this COVID period, because maybe that lockdown and so on, this has increased. And this also creates the doubt that will we achieve the millennium goal or not. That is being doubtful. That questions is being said in that report what I have gone through. So if you have the 22% of children at the age of the 5, which are stunted 6.5 and wasted 5.7. And if you compare to the India, there you have the 22%, but in India you can see it is very large. 34.7% of people at the threats, which has morning we have talked that we have the largest population and stunted people are much more, and epigenic and other system has been talked much more about Dr. R.V. Singh Sahab. So I will not go into the details, but the thing is that condition is precarious. As far as the nutrition is concerned, a large number of sufferings are taking place, and we have to take care of that. When you talk about the food and nutritional securities, earlier, if you know, morning also, the Ramesh Chandra talked, earlier, all the things you had talked for the food security, that was in the value of calories. What is the amount of calories, 22,000 or something like that? You are get 2,200 calories and so on. Then you are considered that you are secure, not secured. But subsequently, it was thought, no, it is not only the calories which makes that food secure, but it is also the nutrition, because you cannot work if you don't have the vitamin and nutrition, so you cannot be healthy and you cannot work. And that's why that nutrition was also brought to the food security. It is the excess availability. Of course, morning we talked that we have produced much more than before. Our rate of growth has been very, very high, but yet the many poverty people are not getting the food. That has been questioned. So that comes to the access. And the access to the food, maybe the various region, and utilization another part. The preference of the food. Somebody may come from the south and he may not like the food in the north. So sometimes preference is not there, and so they may not like and they may not be food secured. So all this has taken into the account, then they become the food secured. How to improve that? Because climate we have talked, so we must have the climate resilient development of agriculture and horticulture. Crop diversification, morning also a lot of emphasis has come. Focus on the conservation, horticulture, agriculture, conservation, agriculture. And that is a very wide, we are not going to go into the detail. Improved cultivars, because morning also a lot of things has been talked. And RBC clearly explained how the Green Revolution came because of varieties. The single dwarf varieties brought in, they were responsive, and the Green Revolution took place. So varieties has played the significant role, and now in this scenario also the variety has to play. Human resource development is very much important, because in Green Revolution, if you say, Pantnagar always say that they could provide the human resources, and that's why you could bring the revolution. Now food system we have talked, and food system you talk, or value chain management system you talk, both are almost the same, because we have to think from conceptualizations till that it reaches to consumer. Earlier people were talking from the farm to fork, but today we are talking from fork to farm to fork, and we are talking from fork to farm. Why? Because earlier if you produce, it becomes the glut. So we must have to produce as per the demand of the market, anything, either agricultural produce or horticultural produce, as per the demand of market, so there is no glut. And we produce as per the quality is also as per the demand of the market. That's what we are talking about there. And technology-led development for enabling in the environment also becomes very, very important. And the effective dissemination of the knowledge and mission mode approach. Of course, there are many missions, but I'm very happy to say that horticulture mission has created an impact across the country in terms of production, increasing employment, generation, exports, and everything. And add another things what we add is for nutritional security, add the fruits to the middays and promote nutrition garden in the community system and in schools and colleges and so on. Why diversification to horticulture has become very, very important? Because it addresses the 2-3 issues. When we talk of the food security, yes, it addresses the food security also to greater extent, nutritional security is addressed, but access also it addresses. Why I say that if you talk of the people in the hills, they cannot produce the rice and wheat in the as competitive as the Punjab can produce, Haryana can produce, and so on. But they can produce the off-season vegetables, which can give them better income to access to the food. So that horticulture that way gives that options also. And of course, it is the better source for employment besides the nutrition and so on. The hunger disadvantage is the higher biomass per unit biomass production is high compared to any other crops in horticultural crops. Result is the effective utilization of resources. The productivity of inputs is very, very high in this case. So enhances the carbon sequestration also. When you have the more biomass production, the carbon sequestration increase. So that way also influence the environment. And if you take the trees, tree cover like mangoes, like jamun, or it's a big cover which is remaining for the longer time, they have the much more sequestration of the carbon because they are there. And this is very, very important in the scenario that we cannot cover all the area with the forest land. So these horticulture crops, especially the fruit trees, perennial plantations, maybe the coconut plantation, nut plantation, maybe that your oil palm plantation, they can sequester more carbon. And we have seen that a lot of trials done in the case of the coconut, and they find that the climate change is taking place, more sequestration will take place for the carbon by the coconut. It means in the climate, if water is constant, climate change means if the carbon concentration increases, coconut productivity will increase. Then horticulture enhances the biodiversity because you have In the case of the food, if you talk as a wheat, rice, and maize, that don't have biodiversity. But here you have the different kinds of biodiversity. You take the big trees are there, annual plants are there, the tubers are there, which are below the ground level, which may not be affected. So that is a huge biodiversity in horticulture, high returns per unit area. You have the more chances for giving the better employment to the people. When you count the gender equity, when you talk of the gender equity or gender balance, then also we can find the horticulture provides a lot of opportunity, even for educated youths. And then we have the protective food. This is very, very important. Most of the horticulture fruits or vegetables, they are protective in the nature. By using the particular types of the fruits or vegetable, you can manage many kinds of your diseases. And a lot of work nowadays is going on where that we can, how can you protect your diseases, maybe even diabetes, maybe the heart attack, that can be protected by the balancing your through the fruits and vegetables. Now, climate resilience, development of horticulture, it is always being talked. Many times when I was interacting with some of their students, they were unable to understand. Everybody knows the sustainable, everybody knows that resilient, but very few people understood that what is the resilient and what is the sustainable. So what is meaning when I talk of the sustainable development, I said that give more than what you got. It means natural resources, whatever natural resources we have. So we should not compromise for the production any resources that my generation gets the less resources. So that is the sustainability. And so the horticulture provides the sustainability also to greater extent. This also gives the equity and also inclusiveness. And if you look into the doubling of the farmer income report, which has been submitted to the government of India, that very clearly says that if you want to double the production, horticulture has to be on the driving seat. So that's why this horticulture becomes very, very important. Now, in sustainable, you can say that contributes to climate resilience, ensures the social and economic development, reduces over and natural use of resources, and maintains the ecosystem. And when you have that, then you have the good soil health, good environment, economic development, and sustain the gain and create new gains. So this becomes, that is the actually sustainable when you talk of, and in another word, we can say, give more than what you got it. And if you look to the progress of the horticulture, it is tremendous. It is just from the 25 million tons in the at the time 1950, we have reached almost to 330 million tons of horticulture produce, and largely it has come from the productivity enhancement, not only area per se, but productivity enhancement. Even if you look to the data from the 2001, we have more than 150% increase in the production, while the area increase is not so much, it's less than 60%. Now, what are the driver of the growth? That is the policies, the several policies like cold storage policies, marketing has been changed. Then investment also has come in the terms of private equities as well as the government. The technological change has been the tremendous. I would say, in other words, the horticulture has used the maximum changes in technology have taken place. I remember of our days where we used to only talk from the vegetative method of propagation, just cutting. But now today, everything has changed. Now in the cultivars, we have changed. Earlier it was only the some high-yielding varieties. Now today we have the different range of the cultivars in horticulture crops. Maybe the disease resistant, maybe for the nutrients quality, lycopene content, processing quality. Earlier in potato, we had no processing varieties, but everywhere now we have changed completely. Open seed was earlier. Now we have the hybrid seeds we have. The conventional plants were there. Tissue culture is in practice in the banana. We are the largest producer of banana tissue culture in the world. Then we have the flood irrigation has been common. We have shifted from flood irrigation to micro irrigation, and now in the micro irrigation also to automation, and automation to the fertigation. And so we have been changing. And management practice of plant architecture. Earlier it was not just you are cutting here and there and people were not believing that it can happen. I'll show you how the changes have taken place. Then the weather-based operations. Now I will tell you, earlier we used to do the monthly planting trial without knowing that what is temperature it does. But now when you go to the farmer in the Gujarat, if they are planting potato, They see the what is the night temperature. If night temperature comes around 20 and day temperature around 30, they go for planting. Otherwise, they don't go. So this type of has changed and it has been adopted by the farmer now. Diagnostics. When you talked of the diagnostic in agriculture and horticulture, it was just people say you are the mad. It is only for the human beings diagnostics. But today you can find the diagnostics labs are being established in the case for the horticulture crop testing, especially for virus and even for the varieties. Then you have the demand-based production, as I said, that is demand-based is changing because brinjal, even example, if you check the brinjal, you have to look to the market of Delhi, that require different kind of brinjal, and South India require different kinds of brinjal, Maharashtra require different kinds. So you have to look to the demand of the market accordingly, production system is changing. Now you can see how the tremendous change has taken place. This is one of the figure of the banana it is from Maharashtra. You see, from here to there uniform. Otherwise, people earlier, the technology was not there. People used to get one crop in 18 months. And in one field, you can find 50% will be harvested, 50% will remain. But today's scenario has changed. Now in that 11 months, you get the banana. And that uniform harvesting within a month, maximum 20 to 25 days difference is there between the first harvest to last harvest. These are the changes. These are tomatoes. Different kinds of tomato. I'm not going to show you all because time is not there. Complete change is taking place. We have the small tomato, we have the big tomatoes, we have the high TSH tomato, we have low TSH tomato, we have tomato with a high lycopene content, we have with less lycopene. So there is a tremendous change. Now you see this, I told you, tissue culture. Now from tissue culture lab, now it has a commercialized. And now it is robotic tissue culture. The people who are producing 10 crores of the plant, do you think that they can do in the usual tissue shaking by the tissue? No, this is changing. An interesting feature is there in private sector. Earlier people are not working, but in private sector itself we are working, where we are working on the light. Because the question is when you go on commercial, suppose I have the 6th cycle in my whole of the structure, and if I can increase one more cycle, makes lot of difference. And there we worked with the light, LED light. And with LED light, we could see the growing period could be reduced. It means which was coming in 25 days, they came in 20 days, 5 days, but if you calculate for, so it becomes 12 almost 60 days of saving. So whole cycle I can complete, and that's why cost could reduce. Now I'll give you an example. Banana was sold about 30 years before for 15 rupees. One plant, single plant. And today also it is sold for 12 rupees, while everything has increased. And this is the impact of the technology. This you can see, this is guava tissue culture. This is also going in the large scale. This is another area. It's citrus, because full of the viruses. Earlier used to open in the seed, now it has gone to completely greenhouse structured. Even the mother plants are grown and these are tested. And this is in private sector, I'm telling you. This is all happening in the private sector. Complete about 5 acres of greenhouse only for mother plant. And then 5 acres of greenhouse only for the plants. And people are there to pay for it. This is mango in the root trainer, so that you take it 100% establishment. Another area it has come that now you must have heard, and of course in IRA you have, that is the nursery for the vegetables. Earlier it was not, but when you have the hybrid seed very costly, you require that each and every seed should grow. And that's why this system has come, wherein the germinator seeds are grown, they are put over there, and this is the system, and this is also providing a lot of employment. Everywhere it have, even in see in Haryana, a lot of this has come. Most of the places it is coming up now. Another area has been the aeroponic system. I started in the Modipuram to start with in potato, and now it has become all across the country. And my institute, CPRI, has sold a lot of patent of this to the many of the people who have adopted this. And this is also happening in other crops also now. This is a plant architecture. Can you believe you have seen the trees, mango like huge trees, some 40 feet, but today it is on trellis. It is highly yielding. It is similarly the apple. Apple also, earlier it was tree, now it is yielding, just it is trend, and not apple, most of the crops, even in guava, even in lychee. So this completely architectural change is there. People are architecture, what is this? I said, As the building is constructed, architect construct the building, so horticulturists construct the plant. So that you must get the maximum penetrations of light and get the maximum output from the energy what you have. Another area is the vertical production system is getting, because everywhere it is said the land is declining, water is declining, how to produce more. So another system has come, that is vertical production system. Of course, here are many issues are still involved, like, infrastructure creation, cost, and so on. But it is a reality, and you will see after 5 years, every branda in that when cities area, whatever space is there, people, especially for the vegetable growing, they will go for the vertical system. This is another system in the vertical only. Then you have the vertical, these are the walls of the flowers, walls of the flower. Your building can be the, again, vertical garden could be put, and without air conditioning also your building could be cool, because you have seen that by 15 degrees Celsius, by putting the vertical garden, 15 degrees Celsius can be brought down. This is another example of vertical garden. Then you have the another important area, Dr. R.B. Singh also talked about the water. Water is most precious. And if you don't control that, always it is said that war will be there also for the water. Like oil war has been there, the future war will be for water. So it's very important. And only problem with us is we have enough of water, but management of water is not good. But thanks to the government of India, that focus has come, and we have gone for
kindly conclude.
I'll take 5 minutes. अरे भाई स्टक हो गया, देखो तो आपने स्टॉप कर दिया उधर से, लगता है। अरे देखो क्यों है, कहाँ से? Okay. So I'll move through. These are the changes. I'll not explain because there is no time. This is the hydroponic system. Another area has emerged, and this is also happening, especially for the leafy vegetable. It has been very successful, and it is also in India. Now this is also that now you have the greenhouse production system. This is a greenhouse production system. IRA also there are examples. This is a cucumber. Black pepper also we are growing now under greenhouse condition. It is highly productive. Now you see what is the challenge. We have succeeded in reaching almost, because what we had predicted, 320 million tons of production, almost we reached last year. But what is the future is 700 million tons of horticulture produce will be required. Can you produce or not? That is the question. So we have these challenges have to be addressed. And then this requires the precision horticulture with the digital horticulture becomes inevitable. So what is precision horticulture? I say in the simple terms, if you want to do the precise input so that get the maximum output, it means you have to observe, measure, and respond. Then it can be the precision. This is the example of precision system of management. It is, I think, it is a chrysanthemum grown in very large scale. Now, this is the technological changes already I have explained to you. The digital horticulture. Because digital agriculture, this is ICT, sensors, remote sensing, then robotics, artificial intelligence, net marketing, and horticulture farming and horticulture business is referred as the digital horticulture in totality. This is emerging because this is the industrial matrix. Everything has to be managed so that you get the maximum output. This is using remote sensing. We have been trying, and variability in the field we could manage. In the case of banana, some trial we had taken, and variability in the field that was reduced by observing. This is another the principle of digital farming. We have to have the access to the data, sharing of the data, and so on, so on. Now another area is coming is the blockchain technology. If you talk of this blockchain technology, this is actually electronic platform, and this is an electronic ledger which is based on the crypto technology. Crypto technology means encrypted, and crypto means you cannot see that if somebody doesn't want you to see, but it captures, organizes, validates, gives certificate, and accurate traceability. Most important is consumer can be confident enough that what is he is getting, it is the
completely free from any kind of pesticide. Another area is value chain management. Already I have talked, so I'm not going to the detail. This is promote the Internet of the things, connect, exchange the needs, edge computing and machine learning. All these are put together. This becomes the IoTs, and this is along with the artificial intelligence, it is effectively used. So artificial intelligence, I will not go into detail because you have, but it has maximum use. I remember a report to the Honorable Prime Minister was submitted about artificial intelligence application in agriculture. And now, even recently, I think this year itself, Niti Aayog also had commissioned one committee, and that committee has submitted the report for its application in horticulture and agriculture. Drone, this is becoming now important, and many of the places you will find this is applied in larger scale. Then you have digital marketing system. Already many of you know, so but only thing is that it is platform content marketing, means whatever the content you do marketing, the search engine optimization, this is very, very important. But any of these people who are dealing with this, they can give you, and you can hire them. And social media marketing. Utilize the power of nanotechnology, another important in the Indian Council of Agriculture Research. When I was there, I had brought it to a big program, but unfortunately, it was not pushed further because fund was not available, it seems. But I find that it has a lot of scope, especially for diagnostics, for packaging, and pest management, and also for the delivery system. And I think this requires to be addressed. Another is the secondary agriculture, people talk it, and this is the use of secondary metabolites. So if you can use the secondary metabolites when you are processing a secondary metabolites, so the cost gets reduced, and so you can become competitive. And so this is another area. I'm not going into very detail of anything. And this is way forward. We have already discussed many of the things, and I think the challenge is the great, but the challenge can be addressed provided we take care of the innovations, research, and also the investment. So outlook, further I can say that the precision horticulture, digital horticulture, this has to be adopted. Human resource has to be developed, and to ensure the better nutrition. What morning we talked about stunted growth of the children and all that, we must bring the fruits and have the major diet for the.
प्रशांत वो कल अभिषेक की गाड़ी में जो राहुल की गाड़ी से अल्कोहल आई.
So ultimately, accelerated development of horticulture is needed to address the challenges of nutritional security and environmental services. I say always the environmental services. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Excellent presentation, elaborate presentation on the power of horticulture, what it can deliver, and where it is, what needs to be done. So this is 2:25, and I thought we'll finish at 2 o'clock, but 25 minutes more. And 2:30, we should break. Maybe 2 questions if Dr. Gautam agrees. Maybe not more than 2 questions. Anybody would like to ask? Or any suggestion? Everybody is hungry, so nobody wants. Nobody wants to ask. Yes.
Yes.
Mic use kari. Mic use kari.
Okay.
Scaling up of QPM and golden rice now, because we are talking a lot about biofortification. So these two technologies have come many years back, but still I don't find that mainstreaming has taken place or they have come to the market.
Yeah, golden rice is not yet, because this is GM. So it's not yet released in this country. Still, it's only Philippines where it is released. So we'll have to wait for that. But QPM maize is already released. Not really popular, as you said rightly. Anybody would like to answer this? Yes, Dr. Basal, please.
Well, in case of QPM, I think this is the only one example where we have lot of germplasm developed almost as much as the normal germplasm. I personally have developed almost about 45 populations, synthetics, whatever you want to call it. And we have already released 70 or 80 lines, which are also already available. And also after retirement, I have spent on my own $250,000, try to improve inbreeding tolerant of all these 45 populations so that we can get a higher frequency of good inbred lines. And these materials have been, deposited in Semen Germplasm Bank. Also as a byproduct of this work, 2,000 inbred lines at S711 were developed, which was made freely available to Directorate Maize Program and also to Semen Program at Hyderabad. So I think this is one thing I like to emphasize. If all these biofortification programs have to be successful, we have to have enough germplasm developed so that we can work within the germplasm. And we should move away from conversion program.
Okay.
Because if we have only 1 or 2 lines, we can release it, then
Yeah,
some disease come or something.
Yeah, well
come.
understood. So the point is well taken. So a huge number of lines have been developed, distributed across the globe by CIMMYT. So that's the message. And some of them are released as a new varieties. Okay, so anybody else? Yes.
By far, I think this is the best the crop research session I have ever seen anywhere, because each and every speaker and each and every point has been well taken. 2-3 salient things from Dr. R.B. Singh's point and also subsequent lectures. One was that minus 40 million oilseed excess. Minus 40 million excess means it is deficit, we know it. And when we are going for export, what we are being pressed upon is the tree-based oils, not the annual oil seeds, because our characteristics is 9 oilseed crops. And already we have shown a very, very successful mission mode program in oilseeds, where the already oilseed production was doubled through research efforts and coordinated efforts. So in this context particularly, the researchable issue is that which are the trees in our own jurisdiction and our own access, availability, which can be better usable than the pomace and other oilseed crops. This is one researchable aspect. I think someone has to get solutions for that. And second is because we are preparing for the 2023 for the millets, and there in the food systems, it is not the produce of the millets that is important to us, but the diversity of the products. Those are accessible to the Western world on the millets, which are nutritionally rich, which is important. I think this is another researchable point, these two things. And second, I am thankful that you brought the issue of this IPR protected targets. So because in biotechnological research, we have to own an array of it and we have to have a repository of our own. Thank you, sir.
Okay, that's perfectly all right. One need to identify the tree-borne oilseed crops and promote them. Perfectly all right. And millets, obviously important, International Year of Millets. Patents. Yes, you have anything? Yeah, just before that.
Because normally during our class, whenever our Mahapuja or Puja, or whenever we are
Okay, thank you. Last point.
Good. Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Narayan Nundi. I'm a farmer from Palakkad, Kerala. Palakkad is the rice bowl of Kerala. We have a specialty rice, Navara, which is a health rice. It's a food, nutritional food, as well as a medicinal rice, which is used in Kerala's Ayurveda for treatment, as well as of late, experience says that it is good for diabetic patients also. So food, nutrition, as well as it's a medicinal rice. And the way we cultivate is without, I mean, that's organic way. And there, the water consumption we have found that being reduced from 20 to up to 25 to 30%. So saving of
That's
water.
perfectly all right. What you want to say?
No, so such products.
Nivara rice is good, medicinal, and you are going very well. So what is the message?
So such varieties like these varieties, nutritional and healthy as well as medicinal with medicinal properties, such varieties, such products of agriculture products should be incorporated for the to the R&D system, oriented towards the R&D system, so that it can be, I mean, more benefits out of it can be. It will come out of the researches and it will be useful and beneficial to the society also.
Okay, okay, good point. Thank you very much. So over to Dr. Gautam. So please, your comments, suggestions, overview, and concluding remarks. Dr. Gautam.
Thank you, Dr. Mahapatra. And I see Dr. R.B. Singh and the other panelists and very distinguished people in the gathering. We are very happy that today we had very good sessions. The inaugural
Dr. Gautam, please.
Are you? Am I audible? Yes.
You're speaking.
Yes, I am speaking. Am I audible?
We are not able to hear you, sir. No, Dr. Gautam.
Hello? Hello?
He is speaking?
Yes, I am speaking. Hello? हेलो
आप कन्वीनर साहब चलिए आप So we are not able to hear you.
Okay.
Is muted?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now you are audible. फिर mute हो गया.
Now it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Well, thank you very much for convening such a very useful session. We are already late. I'd like to make 2-3 quick points on this, whatever presentation have been made. First, all the 4 presentations had been nicely prepared and were focused. And there was a lot of information in all the presentations. Then coming to the theme, that how do we really reorient crop research for food and nutritional security. And different strategies have been given. And we feel that it will be good to really synthesize the recommendations. 2-3 things which can be quickly said here is, one is that we have technologies already which need upscaling. 2, there will be need for new technologies. And then we have to work on the climate resilience technologies. So these things need to be mentioned, and for this purpose, support for technology and policy reorientation and adequate funding is important. To look into the new challenges and you need a new type of human resources which will require some arrangements with the new education policy for skill upgradation and imparting the short-term courses, for skilling the people who want to go into the highly skilled works, as Dr. H.P. Singh has also highlighted in his presentation. Not much to say at this stage because time is short, and I say that it was a very interesting session, and the convener will have a lot of material to work on and put up the right recommendation for the session. Thank you very much. I thank the organizers. I thank Dr. Paroda in particular for the invitation, and also join you all in wishing him a very, very long, useful, and happy life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now over to Dr. Srivastava, convener.
At the end of the session, I, on behalf of the organizers and on my own behalf, I profusely thank both the co-chairs, Dr. Gautam and Dr. Mahapatra, who have conducted this session very peacefully and and also 4 speakers, Dr. R.B. Singh, O.P. Yadav and Shashini and Dr. H.P. Singh. If time is there, I can just briefly say something. Otherwise, we will break. Okay, sir. Then we will break for the lunch.
Thanks to each one of you for your patience, that you have been here. Despite that, you are hungry, and it's already 2:35. So, no, this is 2:35. So we'll be back at 3:35. So with this session ends. And thanks to organizers for giving us the opportunity. So maybe 3:30, 3:15. So let's keep it at 3:15. Let's hope for that. So, and once again, let's give a big hand to all the speakers. Thank you. But I tried to broad.
My dear friend, it is a privilege to join you on this special day when you turn 80, surrounded by family and friends and well-wishers, and to be able
of the session. Dr. Shrivastava, Dr. J.K. Jaina, Dr. Indrajit Singh, and Dr. Now the session to our convener, Dr. Amrish Kumar Tyagi.
Thank you, madam. Respected all, first of all, I wish my heartiest birthday wishes to Dr. R.S. Prodha, who is the legendary, visionary, and transformer of the ICR. My heartiest birthday wishes to you, sir. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to be here. Now, we have the session that is the animal and fishery sector for food and nutrition security. There are 4 speakers in this group. There are co-chair Dr. Srivastava, sir, and Dr. Jaina, DDG Fishery. And 2 speakers are Dr. Indrajit and Dr. B.B. Mishra. I think they not much required to introduce Dr. Srivastava, sir. He is well-known face, not only for the dairy science, animal science, or veterinary science, even in the agricultural science. And at present, he is the Vice Chancellor for Mathura Veterinary University. And as an alumni, it is a big achievement. He started his career as a BVSC student from the same university. And now he is the Vice Chancellor of the university. In between that, he started his professional career from PAU, where he was head of the division, controller examination. Then he was selected as a dean and then director, Siraj Kashmiri University, Jammu. And later on, he was director and vice chancellor of the National Dairy Research Institute. As you all know, that institute in itself is a big name, but during his tenure of 10 years, Dr. Srivastava gave so much height for the institute. Still, this is the first in rank from last many years among the all agriculture university, and all credit goes to Dr. Srivastava. And Dr. Srivastava is the secretary, vice president, president of many society, many organizations, including the NAS and other things. He started the Academy, National Academy of Science and Probiotic Association from the NDRI, Canal, and fellow of more than 10 society. And Dr. Jaina again is Harvard DD and DD Fishery Science from last many years, 6 or 7 years. He was DD of Animal Science also for 3 years. He started his career from the CFA Bhubaneswar, then he was head, and then he became the director at NBBGR Lucknow. Now he DDG and have more than 200 research paper publications.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Respected Dr. R.S. Prodha, respected Dr. R.B. Singh, my all senior valuable colleagues, respected Dr. Kirti Singh ji. From livestock fraternity, heartiest birthday wishes to Dr. Paroda sir for his 80th birthday. And thanks for giving this opportunity to livestock sector to have a separate sector on the livestock. I will take exactly 30 minutes to talk what are the strategic role of livestock sector in the nutrition and environmental security. I will touch especially 4 aspects. That what is the importance of really livestock, animal husbandry sector, dairy sector in food and nutrition security. Second, what is the importance of nutrient in livestock food? When during lunchtime we were talking with Dr. Nawab Ali that what is the difference between dairy milk and soya milk. So that is the important thing, that what is the importance of nutrient of livestock food. And third, in what way livestock is causing catastrophe for the environment, especially the zoonotic diseases. If we really want to achieve the sustainable development goal, then zoonotic diseases has to be addressed on the priority basis. In country, when we say that there are 140 crores population, there are 147 million households, and out of that 100 million households, they are getting their nutrition, their food from the livestock. And out of that, 70 million are totally dependent on the livestock sector. 75% of them are landless, marginal, and they are the most marginalized population as far as nutritional security is concerned. If we talk about the nutrition from the livestock, these are the 5-6 most important strengths. We talk that we never increase the investment in the livestock sector. Despite that, there is a constant increase and sustainable growth in livestock sector. Mega biodiversity. I will talk that how we can utilize this mega biodiversity, largest population of this country. Highest milk production, highest growth rate. Buffalo, when we talk, India's name comes first, and Murrah is the best breed. India is the holder of that breed. Continuously increasing contribution in agricultural GDP, 28 to 30%. State like Haryana already 40% is touching the contribution of livestock sector. We always talk the more equitable distribution. Milch animal are more equitable than land holding. 75% of small and marginal farmers, they are holding only 46% of the land, but they are holding 83% of the milch animal. So no other commodities than milch animal is more equitable for the farmers. Most marginalized population for nutritional security those are in the drought-prone region. And the best picture you could see that livestock nutrition are in drought-prone region. For example, if we see that today we are having 486 milch buffalo, out of that 380 million are in drought-prone region. We are having 114 million milch crossbred, out of that 91 are in drought-prone region. Similarly, of our indigenous animal, out of 480 milch indigenous cattle, 344 are in drought-prone region. What message I want to convey? That livestock is a boon for addressing the nutritional security to the most marginalized population that is in drought-prone region. This is another important findings. Consumption pattern is changing in the society. This is the percentage of expenditure on different items. Blue one, what they were spending in 1993-94. Green one, what they are, the blue one is for the food grains, green one is for the dairy products, and red one is for the eggs, fish and meat. Now we can see that in 1993-94, out of 100 rupees, 45 rupees was spent on the cereal. Now it has decreased to 38, then 37, and in 2019 and 20, out of 100, only 28 rupees consumers were spending on food grains. But see the dairy products. In 1993, 15 rupees used to spend on the dairy products. 2004 and 5, this much. 2015 and 16, 18.7, and now it has come to 24.6. Similar pattern we will get for eggs as well as the meat and fish. So what I want to say that yes, the consumption pattern is also changing. Our policy orientation, our investment has to match with the consumption pattern of the population. Dairy sector, certainly, the per capita availability at national level, if we see, is very high. It is 428 grams per person per day. However, Medical Council of India say that Indians should consume 280 gram milk per person per day, and average per capita availability in the global level is 229 gram per person per day. What I want to say that if we see the future, then the nutritional security will depend directly on the livestock products, maybe milk, maybe meat, maybe eggs, because the history says that in 1970s, India was producing only 1/3 of the US and 1/8 of the European country milk production. And today we are producing twice of the United States and 25% more than European Union. If the same rate goes, the future for nutrition will lie on the dairy sector and the livestock sector. Niti Aayog has calculated by 2028 and by 2033-34, the country's milk production will be 276 and 330 million ton respectively. Niti Aayog again calculated that by 2028, this subsector is predicted to produce more than half of the agricultural output. Even today, Government of India says the value of only milk is more than value of wheat, rice, plus all grains and pulses everyone. Today's white revolution surpassed the green revolution. What I want to say that future for nutritional security lies in the livestock sector. This is the one issue which I will like to highlight, that out of 210 million ton of the milk, the cooperative sector is handling only 20% of the milk. Although we are having a network of the cooperative, but the total is only 20%. Private sector is 30%. The need is, our dream is that each and every liter of the surplus milk must be lifted from the farmer's door and it should come in the market chain. 4 slides I have, and I will spend at least half minute in these slides. That what is the importance of nutrient in milk or in other animal food. It is a wholesome, complete food. One time stop. Very important source of calcium, magnesium, phosphorus. Milk is a food where calcium, phosphorus, and vitamin D is present exactly in the same ratio, which will lead 100% bioavailability of the calcium. Soya milk, coconut milk, rice milk, all are having added calcium with no bioavailability at all. It is having a short chain fatty acid, butyric acid, which is required for the development of the brain. No other food is having short chain fatty acid, which helps in the development of the brain. Lactose, lactulose, omega-3 fatty acids, all present only in milk. Not only that, it is an excellent source of nutrient of concern, which is not present in many food, which is always under consumed. And these nutrients are vitamin B12, vitamin K, calcium, and all these things. Out of 22 essential nutrients, milk is having 18 nutrients itself. So this I was talking that it is not the nutrient present in the milk, it is the matrix, food matrix of the milk, that how one nutrient is helping in enhancing the bioavailability, in enhancing the absorption, in their pharmacological ability. So this is the matrix of the food in milk is most important. All 9 amino acids is present in the milk. Whey protein is repairing, maintaining the damaged muscle in aged people very fastly. It also corrects the amino acid deficiency. If we talk about the fat, it is a myth that if you are consuming whole fat milk, it will increase the belly, it will increase the weight. It is a very good fat. It is having all fat soluble vitamin A, D, E, K. It is having all bioactive lipids, more complex, 400 different types of fatty acids. So it cannot match the plant-based milk. Now a new research came that the membrane which is surrounding the fat is responsible for the growth of gut and microbiota of infant. And that's why it is recommended that up to 5 years of the age, milk must be an essential part of the food. Lactose present only in the milk. Somebody was talking that people are intolerant to lactose, but see the lactose is helping in the absorption of calcium, copper, zinc, and other minerals. Potassium present in the milk dilate the blood vessels and control the blood pressure. It is having tryptophan, which is converted into a hormone that we call as serotonin, and this hormone is responsible for mood, for pleasure, for appetite, for social bondage. A big study has been done that the children who are devoid, who are not given the milk during initial days, they are unable to have a social bondage later on. Similarly, this was about the milk something. Similarly, we talk about the meat. Yes, certainly meat is also in a glorious journey. In 2001, India was producing only 1.9 million ton of the meat, and now it is 18.14 million ton. Bovine is the second largest source of the meat after poultry. We are the second in goat meat production you can see in the world. Slaughterhouses, we are having large number, but very poorly managed. They are congested, they are outdated, and they are responsible for loss of many nutrients. The recovery of meat is very poor. The wastage of byproducts is very high. So this is the one issue that if we really want to utilize the nutrient present in the meat, then slaughterhouses has to be managed in the proper way. If we talk about the meat nutrients, most nutrient dense food, no other food is as dense for nutrient as meat. High biological protein, iron, iodine, vitamin A, B12, riboflavin, niacin, all good things are present in the milk. Not only that, through this table I have tried that the protein quality is assessed by two parameters: protein efficiency ratio and protein digestibility corrected amino acid score. That is the PD, CASS and PER. Now you see the whole milk protein, whey protein, casein, egg, peanut, soya protein, beef. They are having so nice protein digestibility score. Talk about the milk, talk about the meat, 100%. And similarly, protein efficiency ratio also. See the quality of protein for its metabolism, for its absorption, for its bioavailability, for its integration in meat is excellent in meat as well as in the milk. If we see the eggs, certainly eggs production has also increased from 39.1 billion to 114 billion in 2020. It contains all high quality protein with all 9 amino acids are present in these eggs. And it has been said by WHO that eggs should be classified as superfood or perfect food. They are loaded with all nutrients, good protein, vitamins, minerals, and some are rare in cereals. Egg contains cholesterol, but people think that they should leave the yolk. But yolk is very important because egg yolk is having two biomolecules, that is the lutein and zeaxanthin, which reduces the risk of cataract as well as macular degeneration of the eyes. For eye growth, yolk is the most important thing. And it has been studied that if we are eating eggs regularly, there will be weight loss because eggs are giving high satiating effects and we may not require more calorie after that. So this was that yes, there is importance of livestock sector for nutritional security. Number one, future is very good. The way livestock sector worked in the last 70 years, it is very good. And third, nothing can match with the nutrient of the livestock products, maybe milk, maybe meat, maybe eggs. Second part comes how they are causing catastrophe for the environment, livestock sector. It was not talked since morning, although Dr. R.B. Singh said some, just running past that one health concept. Yes, friends, this is the bigger challenge. Our environmental health, we have to manage our livestock and the relation between livestock and human being in a best way, because zoonosis is the major threat. 75% of emerging diseases which are affecting the human population in the last 2 decades are not because of the pathogens of human origin, but because of the pathogen of animal origin. 80% rural population is always under threat of the zoonosis because they are having good contact with the animal. We are having at present 1,115 human pathogens. Out of this 1,115 human pathogens, 868, that is about 60%, they are of zoonotic nature. They came from the animals. 60% of the human infectious diseases are zoonotic. Every year we are getting 5 new diseases in human, and out of that 3 are because of animal origin. 80% of the microbial agents which are having bioterrorist use, they are zoonotic in nature. Globally, every year 2.6 billion people suffer and 2.7 million people die because of zoonotic diseases. This we have to see that if we want environmental security, environmental health, then we have to address zoonotic diseases. After 1970s, this was the era of animal viral disease from animal to human. Rotavirus, we all know Ebola virus, which came from meat of chimpanzee, hantavirus, bird flu, India has suffered, H5N1, Nipah virus, arena virus, swine flu, acute, that is SARS virus, severe acute respiratory disease, there is a coronavirus, and we have seen a mutant, that is the corona-19, monkeypox, recently we have seen the catastrophe of monkeypox, swine fever, swine flu. Swine fever is in India, it is knocking in India in northeastern region. A simple mutation in the virus may make it zoonotic. So what I want to say that as far as environmental security is concerned, one word, one health, or controlling the animal health is the most important. At this moment, taking care of animal health is more important than taking care of human health, because most of the diseases are coming from animals only. Another issue, how livestock should be reared so that it does not destroy the health of environment. Gas emission, greenhouse gas emission. If we calculate the carbon footprint of livestock production or milk, I will show in the next slide, that today what is happening, that 8 to 12% of the dietary energy is converted in greenhouse gases during entering fermentation. So if we are feeding 100 calorie energy to the animal, out of that 12 calorie energy is wasted as a greenhouse gas. In addition to that, fermentation of dung is also a big source of greenhouse gas. In India, livestock is emitting around 50% of greenhouse gases from the agriculture sector. Every day, the dairy sector is losing worth 2.8 crores because of the loss of energy in greenhouse gas due to enteric fermentation. And if we can save even 20%, there will be jump in milk production to the tune of 20 million ton, as well as there will be good health of the environment. Not only that, slaughterhouses. We are having around 4,000 organized and around 6,000 unorganized slaughterhouses. And these slaughterhouses are leaving around 3 to 4 million ton offal per year, and they are the major cause of source of greenhouse gas emission. So this is the second issue. After zoonotic disease, greenhouse gas emission is second issue which we have to control from the livestock sector. This is the carbon footprint. Everyone talks about the indigenous animal, that A1, A2 milk controversy, our indigenous animal is better, crossbred is like this, buffalo is like this. But now it is see, that is the carbon dioxide equivalent, carbon equivalent greenhouse gases, maybe nitrous oxide, maybe methane, they are being produced per kg of the milk production. It means for producing 1 kg of the milk, 1.21 for the crossbred, 2.96 for the indigenous, 1.85 for the buffalo, and 2.54 for the goat. Means our indigenous animal are emitting more greenhouse gases than our crossbred animal. Not only that, we try to calculate that per kg of milk protein, we say that our indigenous animal are having more protein as compared to crossbred animal. So we try to calculate the same result almost. Indigenous cow is again having more gas emission as if we are calculating per kg of milk protein. So this is the greenhouse gas emission, which is the more important, which we will like to address. Last point is, that is the most important, untapped potential of large population of livestock for soil, environmental, health, security. When somebody was talking, he said, maybe 10 days before or maybe 1 month before, that with 1 cow we can do good agriculture of 1 hectare of the land. It was like, it's a laughing stock. But for this presentation, when I worked for 15, 16 days, then I found that yes, absolutely, the amount of nutrient which dung and urine is having, it is totally untapped, unexplored.
Livestock dung as bioresources for sustainable development. Livestock dung is a good source of energy. I will tell you that how much energy we can generate. It is excellent for soil health management. It can cause bioremediation of environmental pollutant. Source of microbial enzymes which are being used for therapy, human health management. Animal dung, which is a very good source of nutrients, it is having 24 different minerals: nitrogen, potassium, sulfur, iron, magnesium, copper, cobalt, manganese, calcium, phosphorus, zinc. It is containing high reach of microbial density, bacteria, protozoa, etc. It can be used for manure, biofertilizer, biopesticides, pest repellent, and source of non-renewable energy. This is the calculation. Untapped potential of large population of livestock for soil, environment, health, security. This is the work of, I think, very good work. Potential of 2,600 million ton of livestock dung generated per year has not been tapped. And this is capable of yielding 263,702 million meter cubic of biogas possesses, and the potential of this biogas is to generate 477 terawatt hours of electricity energy per annum. So this is the calculation by an economist. And now you can see that if we are tapping all the dung, then we can generate 477 terawatt hours electricity. Not only that, friends, it has been calculated by an economist that the dung of all livestock, cattle, buffalo, sheep, goat, with the formula, with the body weight, that how much dung they can excrete. Per year, we are losing the nutrients to the tune of nitrogen, if we see 41.1 million ton, phosphorus 17.9 million ton, potassium 13, magnesium 23, calcium. So now we can see that how much fertilizer is required for Indian agriculture and how much nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium is present in dung of the life. Livestock, nutrient, and environment. We have to make a balance. We have to calculate the total carrying capacity of livestock for this land. ये करिए क्या इसमें हो गए 2-3 स्लाइड और है. कैसे होगा इंटरनेट. So thank you. Thank you, Frank. So we have to calculate. So we have to calculate the total carrying capacity of land for livestock number. How many livestock we can keep with this available land resources. So our recommendation is number one, that yes, livestock is future for nutritional security. We have to enhance the milk production. So enhancing the milk in three heads. Recommendation will be that enhancing livestock productivity by enhancing genomic selection. My subsequent speaker will be talking in that one. This country is not having any animal health policy till date. the recommendation should go that when we see that animal health is more important than human health, from 75% diseases came only from the animal, then there should be a policy on animal health. Milk must be made an essential part of the midday meal. Collecting each and every liter of surplus milk from the farmer's door should be a recommendation. Increasing the processing, value addition, and fortification of livestock products. Let us create the awareness for non-nutritional fact of non-dairy milk. Soya milk is a misnomer. Coconut milk is a misnomer. Rice milk is a misnomer. Almond milk is a misnomer. Milk is related to the mothers from the mammals' mammary gland only. They are all loaded with artificial sweeteners, inorganic nutrients, which are never bioavailable to the body. The nutritional and therapeutic potential of non-bovine milk should be fully harnessed. Judicious use of dairy. There was a study and they say that majority of the milk is being wasted in manufacturing of the sweet. And I also do agree. So how much milk should be used for manufacturing the sweet? It should also be calculated like this. Second recommendation, to reduce the carbon footprint of livestock production, we have to select the animal so that input use efficiency is increased and there is less emission of the greenhouse gases. For that, efficient management of animals, increasing production through better herd management, ration balancing, so that what you are feeding is being used by the animals, integrated dairy farmings, proper management of manure is the most important, so that there is no emission of greenhouse gases, improving pastures and all these things, and enhancing the use of solar. So this will help us in reducing the carbon or greenhouse gas emission from the livestock sector. One health aspect, yes, that is the most important. As I said, that in the morning session also, Dr. R.V. Singh sir also said that it is the one concept which has to be implemented. Globally, in India, it has to be implemented as soon as possible. The way the association of animal and human we are having, we should not waste time in implementing the One Health concept. Take home message is that yes, a mission mode action is required to address the malnutrition, and to address this malnutrition, livestock and poultry sector will play the major role. We always says that the nutrition during initial 1000 days of a child, that is the 9 months in mother uterus, and 2 years after birth is most important nutrition. If child is not provided good nutrition during initial 1000 days, the child will remain epigenetically predisposed for syndrome X disease. And this syndrome X disease include diabetes, hypertension, and dyslipidemia. And this in 1000 days nutrition are up to extended window up to 5 years of the age, and during pregnancy to the mothers, milk must be an essential component of their feed. That is the important recommendation, that milk and livestock products should be made an essential component of their feed. Thank you very much for your patience hearing. This photographs is, this I have shown that it should not be practiced. It is not very old photograph. You can see 2014 it is written, but this practice should not be practiced because of the zoonotic disease, as I said. Thank you very much, friends. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Now I invite Dr. J.K. Jaina, who will speak on research in fishery sector for food and nutrition security. Dr. Jaina, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Most respected chairman of the session, esteemed speaker, Dr. Tyagi, convener of this this session, most respected dignitaries present here today, respected R.S. Barodaji, Dr. R.B. Singhji, Dr. Keegan, Dr. Dillon, Nawawali Shah, Dr. Singh, Kirti Singhji, esteemed delegates, seniors, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to share my thought on fisheries and aquaculture for food security and nutritional security. First of all, I would like to convey my sincere gratitude to Dr. R.S. Barodaji for inviting me and providing me the opportunity to share my thought as also co-chair this session. Friends, all of us know how fish is important today. Probably in this hall, nobody will be there except me from the fisheries. But it is a good opportunity for me to speak about fisheries to the non-fisheries people, so that the importance of fisheries, I can take this message forward. Just to show how fish is important, as you know, FAO, as well as the Harvard Medical School, they say fish is one of the 10 superfood available in the globe. We have not been talking fish as important commodity for protein security, not only today. All those who read epic age from Mahabharata age also, we know the importance of fish. But I would like to mention, probably people knew about fish eating much before those age, civilization probably. A papers are published about 6-7 years back in PNAS. The paper says they got a skeleton of a human being which was buried in the Tibetan ice. When they tried to analyze that bone of that human being, they found the bone was of a young man. That young man was about 40,000 years back. And that 40,000 years back, the skeleton was, that person was about 40 years age. And they found, when they tried to analyze through isotopic study, they found at the 40 years of age also, that gentleman had consumed a lot of freshwater fish. That means 40,000 years back also people knew fish is an important commodity for human being. So today we don't talk of fish as an important protein only. We talk of it as an important commodity for nutritional security, not only for nutrition, but also a health food. That is what we try to emphasize. I know Srivastava Shah was speaking about the egg, meat, and milk. At the same time, I wish that he would add also fish also along with that. Today, when we talk of fish as an important source of protein, we know that more than 3 billion people in the globe depend about at least about 20% of their animal protein, and about 1 billion people take about 15% of annual protein, fish as an animal protein. We know the about 60 million people depend on this sector, fish and fisheries and aquaculture. Coming to the nutritional security, when we are talking of SDG goals, mainly the goal number 2 and 3, how important fish is not only for protein, as I told, the amino acids, when you talk of lysine and methionine as important amino acids, or the omega-3 fatty acid like EPA and DHA, eicosapentaenoic acid and docosahexaenoic acid, how important all of us know. This besides the oil as well as the minerals content and so forth, so important. Coming to the sector, when you talk of Indian fisheries and aquaculture sector, we are the second largest fish producer in the world. When I joined this sector about 30 years back, that time we used to write article, we used to write India occupies 7th rank in the world. Today, from 7th rank to 2nd rank, we have come in that 30 years. Not only the 2nd rank in production, but also aquaculture production. If 75 years back, we go back, whatever production was coming, maybe 0.75 million ton was coming only from the capture. Today, 2/3 of our fish production comes from only aquaculture. And this is a sector which is giving unparalleled growth rate about 6 to 7% consistently last 3 decades. And today exports, if you see 20 years back, we were nowhere in the export. Today we export about $7.76 billion worth of export. And this is a sector, if you look at the last 6-7 years, consistent GDP growth rate has been in the order of 10.8 to 11% growth rate. I'm sure all of you will agree this is one of the fastest growing sector if we look at the GDP growth rate. This has happened mainly because of the aquaculture, and there has been several drivers, technology one, dissemination other adoption, investment, and so on and so forth. But if you look at the sectoral growth, probably the investment from government sector has been minimal, and this is mainly most of the growth has been with the private investment. We know there is scope of getting more production from hunting and gathering, that is from capture from the wild, will not be there much. Today we have reached almost at the brim level. So future expansion has to be from the aquaculture, horizontal and vertical expansion. That is the area we need to be working on in coming days. We know this when we try to analyze a different state, how they are performing. All of us know Andhra Pradesh and West Bengal are the major driver of those production increase. And this is what I try to show, except that of last year during 2021, when growth was low, mainly the export growth was low because of the 3 months we could not export our product to outside. Otherwise, you can see the growth has been so stiff, the export. That is what in future we consider still the growth trend will remain in coming at least 10 to 15 years, definitely. When we look at the research areas where technological development and innovation has been there, we have every sector there has been substantial innovation has come, whether it is breeding technology to diversification to growth production to health and nutrition and so on and so forth in the aquaculture sector, plus the marine sector or freshwater capture sector, whether it is stock and upgradation, stock assessment, or even the environmental management. Also, similar work has been done over the years. I won't mention much where we have done in the open water fisheries, how growth has been there, but in recent years, what we have seen that if you look at the growth in the capture fisheries, there has been stagnation almost. This is not only India or globally also. If you see the global capture fisheries, last 20 years, the growth has not happened. It has been hovering somewhere around 90 million ton to 95 million tons. The trend has been like that. So, but we need to sustain. That is what has been so important when everybody today talks about the climate change impact with the sea surface temperature increase and so on and so forth. All of us know how it is impacting to the climate. All of us know, and we have been studying how the impact of climate change also on those areas. We have been trying to work on how to sustain the fisheries with artificial reefs, trying to understand the potential fishery zone and so on and so forth. And ecosystem-based fisheries management is the key for the future, again, in sustaining the production from the capture fisheries. If you look at the capture fisheries growth, whatever has happened 6 to 8 times, whatever growth has happened, it is mainly because of the technological development in terms of the capture area, whether it is vessels, craft, or gear development. Today, if you look at the use of different type of vessels in our coastal water, 80% of the vessels operated in our water are the technology developed by some of our institute like CIEFT. In recent years, our focus has been on the green vessel more fuel efficient vessel production development, multi-purpose fishing vessels, and so on and so forth. Several other areas, whether it is responsible trawl design, bycatch reduction, or other side of gear technology. For gear means net, different type of net what we use. if you look at the production coming from different areas, just to mention one point, we say about 25%, more than 25% of our vessels or boats are the country crafts. Till now, also non-motorized vessel in the coastal region you find, but which produces only 1.5% of the total fish. That it means it is only mechanized, motorized fish, which are motorized boats, which are contributing the bulk of the production. I was talking about how aquaculture has grown over the years. Today also we talk that India is a carp-based country. Yes, it is true. Out of the 9 million ton fish production which comes from the aquaculture, maybe 8 million ton plus from the freshwater aquaculture and 1 million ton from the brackish water aquaculture, you will find about carp contribute about 6 million ton. What we call Indian major carp, cutler, omega, has been the major driver of the production. If you look back about 4 decades back, our average productivity was about 600 kg per hectare in the pond. Today, national average, if you see, about 3.5 million ton. But many farmers are able to get about 15 million ton to 15 to 20 million ton also. Today, in the same 1 hectare area with the diversified species, some of the species like catfish, we have been able to produce 20 ton minimal. Maybe some farmers are able to get about 40 ton, 40 to 60 ton has been possible with some diversified species of catfish. In the freshwater side, in the brackish water side, all of you know, the export commodity like shrimp, we produce at this point of time 0.8 million ton of shrimp today, and that shrimp totally goes for export, and this has been confined in the coastal areas, and we use only about 15% of the available resources from whatever available for shrimp farming today. That means about 85% of still area are available for farming, shrimp farming in coming days. Over the years, we have been talking of diversification. Today, we do, even today also some people say India still uses only 8 to 9 species, which is not true. Today, if you look at different places, at least 30 to 40 species are being farmed in different places. And we have technology developed more than 70 species of finfish and shellfish, which are suitable for freshwater, brackish water, and mariculture. There are several, when you talk of any farming technology, seed is so important at this point of time. We have been trying to work on, again, genetic improvement program, selective breeding, cryopreservation of milk, which is so important. Till today, we never, nowhere in the globe, people are using commercial level cryopreserved semen in case of fish. In last 5 years, we have been trying to show that it can help in the issues of inbreeding depression and taking the production forward. Multiple breeding, off-season breeding has become a reality. Today, we have seed production maybe extended from 3 months to 6 to 8 months. But there are issues, several issues, whether it is hybrid, back crosses and all. So we are trying to have seed certification, hatchery accreditation, and so forth, including the seed village concept, bringing in all those. When we are talking again increasing the production target next 5 years, we need to increase about 5 million ton from the freshwater aquaculture. That means we need to have more seed, more quality seed, so that we have tried to analyze, at least we need to have another 650 hatcheries in coming 5 years to have additional 4 million ton of fish, which may need about 200 crores investment. Then we need to decide where this hatchery is to be established, which spaces for we need to be deciding when we are talking of diversification. Fingerlings is so important today. So when we talk of seed in case of fish, it starts from the spawn, fry, fingerlings, and juveniles. So it is so important for us what seed we mean when we are talking of producing 52 billion of fry, whether it is self-sufficient. We need to see when we are looking at the stocking in the reservoirs and so forth in the coming years. There are several culture systems we are talking of today, not only for the 1 year cropping, but also single crop, multiple cropping, short duration culture. Several resources we have where water retention is only 4 to 6 months in the central India, for example, Madhya Pradesh, Orissa, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, and all. We don't have water retention more than 6 months. So what approach we do, farming approach we do, what species we do culture are so important at this point of time. But in the cold water region, also so important when we are talking of trout farming. What are the steps we need to be talking with the raceway system, recirculatory aquaculture system? All those are so important. Cage and pen culture is so important. Today, we are talking of new system, iFlock, RAS, and so forth. If we look at again brackish-water aquaculture sector, last just 10 years, we have increased our shrimp production tenfold from 75,000 tons to today we are talking of 0.8 million ton in just 10 years of time. We are trying to diversify with new species, new technologies. Again, when we are looking at, I was just talking, shrimp is so important when we are looking at $14 billion export in next 5 years. We need to have more area. Horizontal, vertical expansion is must. Maybe vertical expansion may not be possible much because of so much other problem, disease problem and all. So we were trying to have at least 80,000 hectare more area we need to bring. So how much investment? 8,000 crores at least investment has to be there in the farming sector. And again, about 1,000 hectare, 1,000 crores of rupees we need to invest in the seed production sector because we need to double our seed production from 60 billion to 120 billion. So how do we do that? How do we regulate? How do we have the not only quantity but quality is so important at this point of time. Mariculture, everybody is looking at the ocean at this point of time. When we are talking, there will be severe stress of water in the coming days. We know the other resources, stress over the other resources. Everybody is looking at ocean resources. 10 years back, we did not think of cage culture. Today, we have 3,500 cages in the coast. Another 3 minutes, I will just close up. So about these cages, maybe a small room like this at about 8 to 10 cages can be put. So that 10 cages mean 30 ton of fish. We can understand what is the value of those fish. Each fish, these fish are sold at 300 to 350, high value species like cobia, pompano, and so forth. So what are those alternatives before us? We try to have a potential estimate. What are the potential area available at this point of time? About 47,000 hectares we identified which can be farmed, cage culture can be done. Not deep ocean, only coastal areas, maybe about 6 to 8 kilometers beyond the coast. So what target before is given is next few years, at least by 2030, we should have at least 30,000 cages, from 3,000 cages to 30,000 cages. That means we need to invest about 1,200 crores in the coming days. From where this money will come, who will invest, whether it is private entrepreneur, government intervention, what will be there? Definitely government intervention we are not looking at. What we are looking at is a good policy, leasing policy in the sea. That is what is important at this point of time for us. Today, Government of India is giving more emphasis on seaweed, which we have not given emphasis over the years. One aspect is seaweed farming. All of us know how important it is, whether it is carrageenan production, agar production, algae production, and all. We are importing good quality of seaweed, but we have great potential, which we will be trying to work. We have been working and trying to demonstrate the technology also over the years. New systems like recirculatory aquaculture system, biofloc-based system, which has come not only applicable for freshwater culture, brackish water, mariculture, high value species, but there are issues. You need capital invest. It is a capital investment, high energy requirement, and all. So probably these are some of the technology we talk of. Industrial scale production, not for the common poor farmers, marginal farmers and all, but industrial level production we have been talking. This is one area the country has not given emphasis, ornamental farming. All the time our target was domestic production, but future is looking for the export. So in the last few years, we have been giving emphasis on marine ornamental, damsel and clownfish. A fish of only 2 inch size will cost not less than 500 to 600 rupees. Even today, a shrimp of 1 inch, we are exporting at about $10. So sky is the limit. Probably we need to give it greater focus on this money because it is a scale neutral technology. If you have less money, you can go for small scale farming. If it is more money, you can go for industrial level. Genetic improvement program. This is one area we have started with only one species. Today we are working with 4 different species, which has shown Even at the second generation, we have shown the growth advantage of over 30%. And some of the species at least 60% growth, higher growth at the farmers level. That is what we have been able to show. And future, we are trying to give more emphasis on new species, new diversified high value species and all. Of course, new area of work like genomic selection, MS and all we need to be working, but we need to give emphasis. Field is so important at this point of time, like any other sector. We need investment. We have gone far ahead. Today, we don't, for example, FCA 10 years back was 1:2. Today, we have come to 1:1.2. But main problem issues we look at in future, probably there will be great competition between the sector, livestock sector and fishery sector. Same resources, maize, soybean, major resources which we have been talking. So probably with the price of soybean today skyrocketing, we do not know how do we sustain if we such increase of price of maize and soybean is there. So alternative material we have been trying to work. For example, like black soldier fly as a protein sources, we have been trying to give emphasis. Disease has been an important area, will remain relevant in the coming years also when we are going for intensification, diversification, transboundary movement happening. So more disease is likely to be there. So how do we have emergency system in place? How do we strengthen national surveillance system, which is in place already? It's important. AMR, all those areas we have been trying to work, but we are equipped with several of the laboratories today, what we need at this for the level 3 diagnosis and all. Several other areas, value addition, I don't, but to close maybe with 2-3 slides, the government of India has set a target of 22 million ton in the coming years by 2025, whether 25 or 27, 28. We need to have the 7 million ton additional production, which is possible. Probably we need to give focus on definitely carp is an important species because domestic production is so important. Export we are giving focus, but at the same time we cannot forget about the domestic consumption, which is likely to grow much. And export target, as I told, 1 lakh crores has been set. So when we look at the sustainable development goal number 2 and 3, probably the sector is likely to have more relevance for this. Again, SDG 14 and 15 are so relevant at this point of time. Morning, our speakers have been spoke about the life on land and life below water. These are the 2 areas probably we have worked substantially well, probably at this point of time. When you talk of again in the coming years, we have a separate ministry, separate department. So I sincerely believe that there will be greater focus in the coming days. And some of the focus area in the coming years, as I told, diversification is must. Morning also, this sector, this aspect was talked, how important diversification and selective breeding water and all. I know the time is short, but these are some of the important area we need to be talking to. Partnership so important. In the morning it was discussed how partnership is important not only with the overseas organization but also the different ministries and departments, so important at this point of time. So this is what I feel at this point of time when we say fishery, domestic market, tapping the domestic market is more important at this point of time, whether it is for not only for carps, but also high value species, including shrimp. When we talk of our income level of the people have gone up, and the Srivastava has already mentioned in the graph here, told that how demand is increasing for proteinous feed. So in this context, my last slide, we know the goal. We have been talking fish for all. That was the slogan our Swaminathan Saab had given about 15-20 years back, fish for all. But we need fish for all forever. That is what is important, not only in terms of quantity, but also quality and variety. So important at this point of time, quality and variety should be given more focus than that of quantity alone. For sustaining the fisheries and aquaculture is so important. We have been talking about a few words like responsible fisheries or aquaculture, inclusive, resilient, environment friendly. It is not only fisheries and aquaculture, but for all agriculture sector, it is quite relevant. thank you very much for the opportunity. I know that I have taken 5 minutes more, but I thought this being this last session, probably we have you have given the time. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much for your presence hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good presentation, Dr. Jairam. Now I will request Dr. Indrajit Singh. Dr. Indrajit Singh is presently Vice Chancellor of Guru Angad Dev Veterinary and Animal Science University, Ludhiana. Before that, he was our colleague in ICR system. He was Director of Center Institute of Buffalo Research, CIRB, and he started his career from HAU, Hisar. Thank you, Dr. Indrajit Singh, for accepting our request. You are having 20 minutes with you for giving the presentation.
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity, and my best wishes for a happy birthday to respected Dr. Purva sir, and we wish that your guidance and your blessings remain on the agricultural scientists and farmers of this country for years to come. Respected Dr. R.B. Singh, Dr. Dhillon, Dr. Kirti Singh, other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. The topic assigned to me is strategic reorientation for buffalo research and development. Though I think now I have diversified from buffalo to all the livestock and including fisheries, because in the university we are having both livestock as well as fisheries. But my two preceding speakers, they have given express account of both these sectors. So my task is cut short. But for buffalo, if we take buffalo, which is a unique species that has been gifted to this country. This is native of this subcontinent, and luckily it has huge biodiversity. Within country, we have 19 defined breeds of buffaloes, which are very unique in each one in itself. And they are well adapted not only to the plains, but also to the riverine areas, to marshes, as well as to the semi-hill areas. And they are mostly resistant to most of the prevalent tropical diseases. And very recently, we found that the country is grappling with the incidence of lumpy skin disease. That is a transboundary disease that came to India in 2019. And it is wreaking havoc with all our livestock, except buffalo. Our cattle, particularly indigenous cattle, they are more in the grip. And even the crossbred cattle, they are also suffering a lot from this disease. But in Punjab, I have the data that out of 110,000 cases that we had reported, only 54 cases were in buffaloes, and that too very mild. So it is resistant even to exotic diseases, which is like LST. And its milk production potential is very good. If we look at the total production potential of our country's livestock, means cattle and buffalo combined together, it is producing about 50% more. And that is the reason that in spite of being less in population, about half of the cattle population, it has been producing about 50% of the milk. And the milk is very rich. It is very creamier, healthier. All the minerals, as Dr. Srivastava said, that milk is a wholesome food. And the buffalo milk is having much more nutrient value as compared to any other livestock species, particularly cattle. And the meat also, it is low in cholesterol. So the meat quality is also very good. The milk is also low in cholesterol, unlike what is general perception. And since independence, the contribution of buffalo in the milk pool has been more than 50%. In the recent 2-3 years, it has gone just below the 50%. And it has been up to 57%. And since 1998, buffalo has helped the country to retain #1 position as top meat producer of the world. And for this species, we don't have any religious taboo for slaughter of buffalo, unlike that for cattle. Therefore, we don't find any stray buffalo in anywhere in the country. And in 2012-13, buffalo meat or beef that became the largest exported agricultural commodity
beating basmati rice, which otherwise was the largest exported. Thereafter, the production came down with the new government in place. So it already addresses several sustainable development goals like eliminate poverty, because as Dr. Srivastava also said, that livestock is more equitable in distribution as compared to the land resources of the country. It erases hunger because it provides the livelihood, sustainable livelihood. And we know that people are rearing buffalo, and by selling its meat, they are without any land holding. And as Dr. Srivastava said, that even in the drought-prone areas, their livestock or dairy animals, they are sustaining the livelihood of the people. And the nutritious milk and meat that is provided by this animal, that is sustaining good health and well-being. And the women are more in livestock keeping, even in buffalo farming, which is more common in this part of the country, not western part of the country. Here, more activities of buffalo, except purchase and sale of buffalo, that is taken care of by the women folks in the household. You can see the population, while the population of the cattle in the orange bar, it has little bit declined, but buffalo population in gray bar, it has increased from 1982 to 2020 by almost 57%. And this is because of the popularity of the buffalo. And previously, there used to be at least one cow in every rural household. Now in Haryana, Punjab, you find at least one buffalo in each household. There may not be any cow at all. And this is the production in 2019. And in the graph, you can see the bars. They are depicting the growth of milk production from 11-12 to 2021, where we reached about 210 million metric tons. And the cumulative annual growth rate has been more than 6%. And in spite of all that, India being the top milk producer, US #2, but that is hardly producing 50% of what we are producing. Still, the per animal productivity of India is very low. It is hardly 1700, it was 1719, and then in 1777. And world average is 2700. So we are bringing it down, we are pulling down the world average. That is something which needs to be addressed. So what should be the strategies? The strategies, we all know, there has to be long-term, short-term, and medium-term strategies. And we should be addressing mainly the germplasm, the reproductive efficiency, because every cycle of production of the dairy animal will start in the successful culmination of the reproduction. When a calf is born, only after that it starts giving the milk. And then it again becomes pregnant, and then the cycle of production also continues. Then nutrition utilization. Because the major cost in animal rearing is the nutrition. About 70 to 75% expenses are on the nutrition. So this is very important. Then ultimately the health. Like now what we are seeing is the LST. It is not impacting the health of the animals and meat production right now, but it will have lingering effect at least for the next 1 year. Because some animals which were in milk, they have gone dry, and some animals which were pregnant, they have aborted. Some animals which were not pregnant, they are not expected to regain their health and become pregnant for a long time to come. So it will be affecting in their. So genetic improvement, it is a long-term strategy in which because unlike the crop system where the crops are say 4 months, 6 months, 7 months duration, the life cycle of a large animal, particularly cattle and buffalo, that is at least 5 years. When a calf is born, then it takes 3 years to mature, then 1 year for pregnancy, and then in 1 year we come to know what is its performance. So in that, the conventional tools of animal breeding, that is the selection and culling, and that is the one with which the housing they have been raised from 1200 to 12,000 liters, only with the convention tools. These modern tools of genomics, MOIT, and all these have become available now, but the Hoshin Association, they made all this progress only with convention tools, with animal identification and recording. But the progress is slow, but still it has the promise. And the modern tools application of them in association with the convention tools, definitely the pace of development can be accelerated. Then what is missing is the reliable data. Without the data, even the application of the modern tools of genomics or this
This cannot be applied unless we have very reliable phenomic data. And that is the weak point of animal husbandry. I will give you an example of the Central Institute for Research on Buffalo performance over the years, over the last about 10 years. From 13-14, before it was business as usual. The annual productivity per animal, the standard lactation milk yield was varying between 1900 to 2100. Then in 2013, the last row indicates that it became nearly 2300. Then for next 2 years it continued. Then 2400, then 2500, 2600, 2700, 2800. This is the standard lactation milk yield in 305 days or 10 months of lactation of animal. And this is the average of about 140, 150 animals. So if this progress can be done during this period, it could have also been done in the previous 25 to 30 years that we have wasted in this. And in the same period, Brazilian people, they improve our indigenous cattle to the level where they are getting about 70 liters from a gig cow. And you can also see the wet average, the top row, that wet average previously it used to be below 7. First time in 13-14 it became above 8, and then now it is more than 10, which shows that with the quality of milk that we are getting from buffalo, and if we do it fat corrected milk, because the fat content is about double than the cow milk, so it becomes double. So this average translates into 21 kg of the average production from cow milk or fat corrected milk. And this was why it was possible. This was possible only with the normal breeding, selection and culling. But yes, there was some disruptive breeding, disruptive in the sense that the network project that was continuing since 1993, we did not get any headway out of that project. So we deviated from that planned breeding. We deviated that if we don't have the progeny of those animals which we tested, those bulls which we have tested to be number 1, number 2, or number 3 in a set, then what is the fun of that progeny testing in our herd? So ultimately, these are the results, and I think that these will linger on in the times to come. Then in the medium term, because this genetics is a lifelong process in a lifetime of animal, if its genetics is improved. But within the lifetime, if we give, if it has better reproductive efficiency, it will as well as more milk in its lifetime. So for that, it is very important that the buffalo infertility, and buffalo is usually blamed for infertility. Although I don't think it is the animal to be blamed. It is our management system that is to be blamed, because it is a water-loving animal. If we keep it tied in the hot atmosphere of Haryana, Punjab, and this part of the country, then definitely it is an animal which loves wallowing, because it doesn't have any other mechanism of heat dissipation. And if we don't allow it wallowing, then definitely it will compromise its reproduction as well as production. Then it leads to delayed puberty, poor expression of estrus. For this, I think for poor expression of estrus, there is need to study the pheromones as well as the fixed time artificial insemination protocols. These are very perfectly applied to cattle, but in buffalo they are still need to be. Plus the artificial intelligence tools which are used in cattle farming, they are very helpful. They are not as apt for the buffalo farming as they are for cattle farming, because we don't have the basic data of their estrus behavior and their estrus duration and all that. Then the low conception rate. Once the animal in heat, still the conception rates are poor, for which even the semen freezing protocols, they need to be tested again, because we are following the same protocol for cattle as well as for the buffalo. While the spermatozoa, their lipid, the cell wall of the sperm is having different composition. Then for pregnancy diagnosis, that is another important aspect, for which I'm happy to announce that the Central Institute for Research on Buffalo, they have got a cow site test available, which is a proteomic based kit. Then seasonality of reproduction. This can also be managed with good management, but given the same status of or business as usual, the animal shows seasonality, because it is as we go away from the equator, the seasonality crops in. Then the nutrition also affects the reproduction as well as production of the animal.
And for that, we need the first and foremost is the calf growth, because most of the farmers, they don't feed the calves proper nutrition. And that's why it translates into late puberty and low productivity in its lifetime. For that, calf starter is very important. Then the human microbes, the gene editing of the microbes may be the new thing for better fiber degradation, because our livestock, they are usually blamed for the greenhouse gases. So to mitigate that methane production from the animals, we can do editing of the gut microflora of our animals and lead to lower production of methane, so that the nutrition that is taken by the animal, that is assimilated into its growth and production. Then alternate and feed resources and alternate or protein sources, because otherwise for the feed items, we know that there is competition with the human population. And recently, when the price of all the grains, they have increased, so the milk production has become very costly proposition. Then in short term is within a cycle of production or within a cycle of early, in that comes the neonatal survival. If the calves, they don't survive, and usually they don't survive in the large commercial dairy farms, peri-urban dairy farms. Why? Because there the owner says that he is unable to spend that much amount on the animal, on the rearing of the calves. So he doesn't allow them to survive. Plus, these are 2-3 causes: ascariasis, the gut worms, the pneumonia, and calf scouts. These are the main problems due to which there is calf mortality even in the rural areas. Then disease control, particularly mastitis and hemorrhagic septicemia. Unlike cattle, buffalo suffer more from hemorrhagic septicemia, and here this is the only disease from which our buffaloes are more susceptible rather than being resistant. Then the waste management, as Dr. Srivastava put so well, that this is the wealth. It is not the waste, but it is the wealth, provided it is managed properly. And the year-round green fodder production, for which I think Dr. Dillo will differ, that when we talk of summer maize, because it is also considered to be the water guzzler. But if we have micro irrigation technologies in place, I think and we have a short duration crop, definitely it can be done. Then about cost survival also, we had experience of CRB, that when it was business as usual from 2 to 10, out of 1,000 births, only 196 calves, nearly 200 calves were wiped out. And this is our gene pool that was getting wiped out. When we had battery management, about 107 calves, and we could save about 90 calves more. So this is the wealth that we created by saving more calves in the same herd. Then the potential of the buffalo to be realized in the SDGs is the grow affordable and clean energy. The use of the waste of livestock, not only the dung, but also the offals in the slaughterhouses, that also produces the biogas. And this is being utilized. There are many export-oriented slaughterhouses where not even a single sort of byproduct is going out, except when it is a processed product, either in the form of electricity. Many of these plants, they are using 100% in-house electricity generated through the biogas. And everything is packed into cartons or the bags, and then it is taken out of the slaughterhouse. So there is scope of that thing. Then recent work for that, one thing that we animal science people usually do from engineering institutes is that they don't care about the animal science. All the machineries, they are for the agricultural operations. None of the machineries are for, they are having their priorities. And there is a lot of drudgery in animal science, in animal husbandry. And I tell you that the farmer who is doing dairying now, if he has any option, he will leave it the first thing, because it requires 24/7 and 365 days a year. This is the type of activity he is required to be present. Unlike in the cattle and in this gehu and wheat and rice, where he hardly needs to be available for less than 1 month. Everything is mechanized from sowing till harvesting and selling it in the market. Then increase industry innovation and infrastructure. For that, use of artificial intelligence pregnancy diagnosis kits and vaccines. For vaccines, I think lot of work has been done in our institutes and universities, but these vaccines have not seen the light of the day. Why? Because the volumes are so small that the corporates are not coming into this vaccine production. Many of these vaccines are lying in the shelves of our laboratories. They are not going into the production lines because the volumes are not, unless the government takes up a program of vaccination, nobody else is going to do it. Then the climate action, for that there is need for climate resilient farming. And in our university, we had a National Adaptation Fund for Climate Change project, in which we designed the climate smart these sheds, nutrition, reproductive or genetic improvement strategies. And with those type of interventions, the milk production of animals also increased by 15%. And we created 3,000 of these small sheds in the 3 districts of Punjab. And the farmers, they were quite happy, and they have replicated that at their own cost. Initially, these were under the project cost. Plus, one a good offshoot from this project was weather-linked insurance. This was so far missing in the animal husbandry. But through this project, we devised a weather-linked insurance policy from ICICI Lombard, where the threshold of temperature humidity index that has been taken. If during the 6 months from April till September, if there is this threshold is breached for about 9 days in a succession, then the payout accrues to the beneficiary. And this is a new product, and I am very sure that this will compensate the farmers because of the this changing climate. And building partnerships. Definitely, as Dr. R.B. Singh in the morning and then Dr. Srivastava said that One Health, our partnership is to be not alone. We have to also join hands with the agriculture scientists, then about transboundary diseases, also with the health scientists. But unfortunately, I was preparing for my talk in the National Academy of Veterinary Sciences for putting forth the case for a separate council of veterinary and fishery research. There I analyzed the budget allocation to the Animal Science Division in the ICR. I found that during the last 3 years, it has declined by more than 40%. So this is a very, and in the fishery sector also, it has declined by more than 30%. So that is definitely a cause for concern for a sector which is contributing increasingly to the total GDP from agriculture and allied sectors. So in my opinion, the way forward is the commensurate research funding, because in many states, the livestock is quite a significant contributor to the agriculture GDP. And in the country also, it is contributing about 30%. Last year, it was 30%, and total contribution to India's GDP is 5.1%. But the funding is very, very meager to this particular sector. Then the collaboration with technology institutes. In our ICR system or NARS system, we are not having that competence. What the people in IITs, they can transform any technology into a product. And we have gone to IIT Roper, our nearby IIT. And if we have collaboration with this type of issues, definitely we can bring out several user-friendly and farmer-friendly technologies. Then mechanization at different scales for dairy operations. And the application of artificial intelligence in heat detection, health monitoring and management of the herd. And this is definitely working in cattle, but in buffalo it is not that accurate. The results are not that low cost and alternate protein sources for nutrition, vaccine, diagnostic and production, as I already said, and the climate resilient buffalo farming. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Also known as the Murra man, who gave the name to buffalo black gold. Thank you very much, Dr. Indrajit. Now I invite Dr. B.P. Mishra, renowned animal biotechnologist. At present, he is the director of NVGR. Thank you very much, sir.
Here I can do. Yes. Next slide. Very good afternoon. Most honorable, at the outset, happy birthday to Professor R.S. Proda, the leading luminaries and the continuous guidance force for Indian agriculture. Wish you a very happy life ahead and continuous guidance to the Indian agriculture. Distinguished co-chairs, the dais and distinguished delegates, Professor R.B. Singh, most respected Professor Dhillon, Professor Kirti Singh, and all the distinguished seniors, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege for me to present before you a topic very specific, and it's on capitalizing on our animal genetic resources, ANGR. I'll be very specific to only ANGR, that what are the starters and what is the way forward in terms specifically to sustainable development goal. India as a country is a mega biodiversity center. We are rich in animal genetic resource biodiversity. We are 10% of the global livestock population, 4% of the livestock breed. Having 14 livestock and 5 poultry species, stand at about 537 million livestock and 861 million poultry. And still the number is increasing. We are highest in buffalo, second highest in cattle and goat, third in sheep. We have a diverse gene pool in varied and extreme climatic conditions. If you see the picture, we have swimming camel in Gujarat, and we have a short-statured cattle which can thrive up to minus 40 degrees Celsius in Ladakh. And they are climatic resilient and also disease tolerant to most of the extent. And also they're economical in their own ecological system or production system. They have many unique traits or attributes, which is a gold mine to explore. Having said that, India, I will not repeat, we have achieved 210 million tons with a 5.81 annual growth for milk, for meat at 2.32% annual growth, egg 6.7% and 0.6% for wool. And at this direct animal producers, the livestock sector or the ANGR contribute to energy and also the ecological value that is most important in the context of biodiversity. We are number one milk producer, and the breed, what my predecessor Murrah is the world-renowned breed for buffalo, and Gir is one of the best cattle breed of the world. But historically, if you go back 100 years, our breeds have been documented in 100 years back. The photograph here is Nagore cattle. It's a gigantic animal, used maximum for transportation, but today it's difficult to find, and the number has been declined. What do you have for livestock sector? Food security, empowerment, women empowerment particularly, rural development, source of energy, and most important, this an ANGR is resilient to climate change. With that, we have from 1950 till now, the 12x production of milk. Egg has been done in last 40 years from 10 to 122 billion eggs. And if you look at the last 20 years, the meat production has continuously been increasing. In terms of these direct value from the animal genetic resources, the ecosystem service by ANGR, which has not been taken into account, and Professor Srivastava has pointed out that the dung and urine has been what would the economical value of that. There are many ecosystem surveys. They are provisioning, they're supporting, they're regulating the environment, and also cultural and ethical values. ANGR, if you look at the top, there is a cattle which has attracted the news that this is the shortest cattle of Tamil Nadu, now filed for Guinness Book of World Record. It stands at 70 centimeters only. It's used for housewarming service, so therefore there are cultural values, and there are many recreation values of the animal genetic resources. The conkerage traversing from Gujarat to Punjab and Haryana is to increase the soil fertility. And there are many habitat provisioning, carbon sequestration, prevention of land migration, and so on and so forth. The ecological value, we haven't been able to capture that value. And that's what today we are in a position to explore that ecological value contributed by ANGR. Look at the ANGR dynamics. There was more or less 1950 when it started the first census, livestock census, 292 million, today has 537 million. The poultry has gone 73 to 852. It's because of the poultry as an industry. And today, livestock is turning towards that as an industry. The dynamics of the last population 2019, the 20th livestock census, we have seen an increase in indigenous in the total cattle population at 1.3%. Buffalo 1%, sheep and goat have increased, even though the replacement rate is quite high. So therefore, smallholder system is sustaining, and that's also increasing. However, the pack animals like the camel, the donkey, and the equines are reducing at an alarming rate, and that's what their sustenance is important. The breed status, what we call the animal breeds of India, the livestock and poultry, we started this process in 2008, giving the authority to NBAGR, and we have now in the year 2008, 129 breeds were registered, and thereafter in the last decade, 2010, 2021, we have registered 73 new breeds of livestock and poultry. The important point here is pig, donkey, yak, duck, geese, and dog. Dog at the first time the breeds were registered in 2020. All that we have done as a country, but still we have a non-descript population of Indian livestock stand at 54%. We are 10% of the total livestock. However, we are only 4% to the livestock breeds of the world. This is the watch list, that where we stand in terms of the risk status. And this we have analyzed recently. Breed Survey 2022 has been out for 184 breeds. There are 24 breeds, which is about 13% is at risk. Majority of them are again the pack animal, the camel, particularly are being at this risk status. 142 livestock and 18 poultry are not at risk, only 24 at risk, which is less than the previous census done at 2013. DASD, Department of Animal Husbandry Dairying, did livestock census, and breed survey started in 2013, the second survey in 2022. This ANGR is ready to take the future challenges. They are at different stages of species, of the breed, or within breed. Climate, camel and yak are highly climate specific. Cattle, sheep, goat are contrasting climate. You see from everywhere, right from minus 40 degree to plus 40 degree. Within breed variation, chicken lines are developed which can adapt it to hot, humid conditions. Diseases, we know there are many diseases, many alternate species which are species-wise tolerant, breed tolerance, and within breed tolerance. Natural resources, our ANGR are the good producer with zero input system, what we call zero input system, and producing for organic animal husbandry. Food demand, goat, sheep, camel, yak, equine milk are gaining importance because of their therapeutic value. And we know the Indian Zebu cattle is known for A2 milk. Now there are other lines are specifically developed for meat and egg. Native livestock species, we have different species, different potential. Our native cattle has A2 milk, heat tolerance, tick resistance. Riverine buffalo and swamp buffalo have milk and meat and draftability. Native sheep are coarse wool type. They are also meat quality, prolificacy. Prolificacy is one of the trait. Goat also meat and milk. Camel, thermotolerance. Pig, mithun, chicken, duck, geese. Almost all livestock species has got specific ability or trait for their utility. If we come back to the breed per se, Ladakhi donkey and Janskari ponies, we conducted an experiment with DRDO and we recorded the high endurance ability at almost the oxygen deficient areas. Black Bengal goat, the meat quality, Garol and Kendrapada sheep of Odisha, are for high fecundity. They have prolificacy gene called FEC-B carried by these animals. Magra, sheep, Chilica buffalo, Badavari buffalo for high fat, Changthangi goat for pashmina fiber of Ladakh, Patan body sheep for milk, Bandur or Mandya sheep of Karnataka known for its meat quality. Kutchi and Kharai camel of Gujarat are for milk. So these are some of the attributes which are specific attributes of indigenous ANGR. ANGR diversity or goals in terms of agrobiodiversity, 12 of the SDGs out of 17 are dealing with agri-biodiversity, and ANGR constitutes of that. So therefore, looking at the conventional biological diversity of the FAO Global Plan of Action, the SDG of Zero Hunger, or Delhi Declaration of IAC 2060, agrobiodiversity play a major role. And as a country, we are committed towards these goals to achieve. ICR NBA, National Bureau of Animal Genetic Resources, established 1984, has got the mandate to identify, evaluate, characterize, and conserve the indigenous ANGR. We are the nodal agency for ANGR registration, and as well as the germplasm repository by the National Biodiversity Authority. What priorities we have with the changing scenario? We have the priority number 1 of documenting all native ANGR to achieve a zero non-descript target. Complete the breed inventory, cryopreserve the germplasm, assessing the genetic diversity of the existing ANGR, trait identification, and statutory and legal framework of protection, and fulfilling the national and international commitment are our priorities. What we have done so far, we have identified 110 new populations, phenotypically characterized about 235 breeds, genetically characterized 205 breeds. We have registered till today 202 livestock and poultry breeds and 2 chicken lines. Documentation in terms of breed monographs, we have 180. Publications about the breed, about 500 plus. And we have 2 databases. One is Agri-IS 2.0 and Geographic Information System database at the ICR. This particular ANGR recognition in terms of registration and gazette notification has given a new dimension for sovereign right to ANGR of India. Started in 2008, we have a temporary authority, but in between 2010 2021, we have added 73 breeds. And for the first time in 2019, gazette notification was done, and there are 5 gazette notifications by Government of India. Evaluation trait discovery is a continuous affair whereby transcriptome analysis of almost all the animal species, value addition, nutraceutical properties, and then endurance, health attributes, molecular basis of climatic adaptation, and more. So we have recently established a National Bovine Genomic Center for indigenous breeds, which has developed low density and high density chip for cattle and buffalo. Apart from that, for all indigenous animal species like zebu cattle, sheep, goat, camel, equine, yak, pig, and chicken, we have developed SNP chips, which are under evaluation for the indigenous ANGR. Cryopreservation, we have done 58 native breeds, and 169 breeds have been preserved by DNA. And in the last 5 years, we have added 24 native breeds for somatic cell. Towards SDG, we are trying to address 2.5.1 national indicator and 2.5.2. This is what we have to achieve by 2030. 54% are non-descript. If we look at 2.5.1, which go cryopreservation, before 2015, we have 44 breeds and 1.3 lakh semen doses preserved. In last 5 years, we have increased that to 58 breeds now and 2.6 lakh semen. And by 2030, our target is 250 breeds with 6 lakh semen doses. In terms of breeds characterization, we have 144 breeds characterized before 2015, and 2022, we are now at 202. We envisage to add 100 more breeds by next 5 to 8 years, and that's will reduce the risk status from 20% at 2013, currently at 13%. We want to bring back to 10% by 2013. That is our target. This is one of the important milestones which was achieved last year as a mission, and this was initiated by former Secretary Day and DGICR, Dr. Tulochan Mahapatra, on 11th August 2021.
The aim of this mission is move towards zero non-descript population of ANGR. We have 54% non-descript population. Our target is to go towards zero non-descript. And therefore, what we have done, we want to document all the native germplasm, identify, characterize, and register the potential breeds. We have till now, from September 21 till the last one with Bihar state conducted last month, we have done 13 state interface workshop with all the stakeholders. They are the state agriculture university, state veterinary university, the state animal husbandry department, and therefore our goal is to achieve this. And what we have done till now, we have initiated 22 states or union territories institute-based projects and surveyed 16 tests by our scientists and identified 18 populations so far. We initiated our work in September 21, October 21 in Ladakh, and we have visited 3 times now. And Honorable Lieutenant Governor and Chief Executive Councillor of Ladakh appreciated the effort of making towards zero non-descript population. We have characterized Ladakhi cattle of Ladakh. We are traveled about 732 kilometers, identified a dog called Chanki, a goat called Malra, and a sheep called Malluk, and we are characterizing them. Similarly, in Mizoram, we have our scientists have characterized 3 populations. One is Mithun, another one is Jowar chicken, and another is Joe Bank cattle. So this way, we have gone into different states and union territory, and this is one of the important in the call of Honorable Prime Minister of India to characterize indigenous dog breeds. We have initiated this project, and we are characterizing Chanki, a dog of Changthang of Ladakh, which is the lifeline of Pasmina goat rearing, and at the same time in Kombai dog of Tamil Nadu. So these are the 2 dog breeds are recently under characterization, and very recently we have characterized Haufa dog from Manipur. These are the potential breeds, some of them during the last 1 year. Bellona buffalo of Maharashtra, Lahori goat of Chambal, Ravine, Dan sheep of Chambal, Ravine, Chanki dog of Ladakh, Eki dog of Arunachal, and there are so on and so forth, which we have been potential breed for next characterization, so that the mission under which we are characterizing them. What we want, the goal is to identify 100+ breeds, at the same time identify the mixed population, and therefore the next livestock census would address them, and therefore the non-descript population from 54% will reduce down, and that's our aim. What impact of ANGR R&D till now? The model of breed registration, which the National Bureau of Animal Genetic Resources is doing under the aegis of their Government of India, that this will be a model for the other Southeast Asian countries. National statutory recognition of germplasm, which has now increased from 45 to 50% descript population, 24 million animals, 73 breeds described them, initiating breed-wise survey in 2013 and 2022, inducting NBEGR recognized breed into National Kamdhenu breeding program, and also germplasm of cryopreservation of 27% of the breed done. State, we have active collaboration with the State Animal Husbandry Department. We are testing the bulls for karyotyping as well as genetic defects, and increased awareness with the State Animal Husbandry Department has resulted into 56 applications of breed registration are pending with us. So with this, we have initiated a breed conservation award since 2017 and a breed cellular award. And this has gained quite a news item, like the Kapsu Kerala Veterinary Animal Science University bags the award last year. Similarly, Sri Nandura, a Gaddi tribe owner, Gaddi sheep owner, also got that award. So stakeholders are being promoted. What way forward we have? Undefined population, as I said, we are in the mission to carry and reduce the non-descript population, register them, and monitoring and assessing the risk status. That's also will help us in SDG, breed protection in terms of cryopreservation, formulating policies for protection, and also Livestock Keepers and Farmers' Right Act in time to come. Promoting the breeds through value addition and valuation, and also establishing breed society are some of the way to value add and promote the breeds. In terms of exactly SDG indicator, we are working, and for the breed at risk, we envisage to recognize 100 breeds in the next 5 to 8 years till 2030 and protect the livestock breeders' farmers' right, characterize the trait and add value, and at the same time preserve all the germplasm of the registered animal breeds. With that, thank you, and we are determined to conserve biodiversity and particularly India. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra. Thank you very much. We have a couple of minutes and we can take queries, some queries if there are some queries, some questions. There is any queries, any question to any one of my speakers, sir?
Yes. Sir, I disagree with you when you said in your lecture that soya milk is misnomer. Say we have milk from animal sources. We call it buffalo milk, cow milk, goat milk, sheep milk, camel milk. So they have their identity. So similarly, if we have a milk from soybean, it has its identity, soya milk. And for your information, we have a discussion over a period of 2 to 3 years. Now BIS has already made a standard on soya milk.
Thank you, sir. Misnomer, what I said is absolutely correct. Milk is defined as a fluid coming from mammary gland of a mother. So if we call soya milk or tomato milk or potato milk, it is a misnomer. My meaning was like this only. Yeah, that's because goat, sheep, cattle, camel, their mother after parturition, after giving the birth of a calf, they are producing the milk from their mammary gland. So definition, as I said, it is a totally misnomer, creating confusion in the mind of consumers. BIS might have made, but FSSAI has never accepted the word milk for any plant-based beverage. The government of India has not accepted the milk word for any plant-based beverages. Globally, it is not being accepted now.
Sir, BIS also not giving the recommendation.
Yeah, BIS is not giving any standard and recommendation for they cannot give. They cannot give.
Sir, it is still in discussion. They are not giving anything recommendation for soya milk.
That's why अगर देते हैं, then they are doing mistake. They are doing mistake. If they are FAO has what I said, that soya milk should not be used. You can use soya drink, coca drink, cola drink, जिसे कहते हैं.
Sir, it is a
drink is a fermented liquid. No, sir, water is a drink. It is not a fermented liquid. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. My contention was only that because definition of the milk is it is coming from the mammary gland of the milk. FAO has taken a very strong objection on use of word milk on plant-based beverages. Yes, please.
Sir, if we look at the growth of agriculture sector, that is primarily driven by the livestock and fisheries. It's not just last couple of years, but it's almost a decade. And the growth rate more than 7% for the country as a whole. It's a pretty high rate of growth for agriculture sector. So my question is, what is the specific thing which has happened in the livestock sector, which has increased the rate of growth in both livestock and fisheries? Maybe you have covered in your lecture, I missed that. But I would like to listen from the speakers that these are the specific things. It's related to nutrition, or it's related to health management, or maybe something which Dr. Indrajit Singh said, that increase in the buffalo population. So what are the critical and how much these factors have contributed?
Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely correct. The major factor which helps in enhancement of the growth rate is the enhancement in productivity of the animal. I just compare that in 1951 census and 2019 data. If we compare these two data, then there was increase of 53% of the cattle population, 125% of the buffalo population, but 1,160% of the milk production. So they say that large number of population of livestock, but productivity per animal has increased significantly. In cattle, in buffalo, in crossbred, in indigenous. So that is the one reason.
Because of what? My question is because of what? So nutrition management, health management, or what? Why the productivity has increased so much?
Total management.
Sir, इसमें तीन चीजें हैं. First is improved genetics, because artificial insemination was taken up in a big way, and over the last 20 years it has been done in more professional manner with centrally monitored units which are evaluating each and every semen's production center. With that, the quality of service that is delivered to the farmer, that has increased, and each and every male that is at the semen station that is tested, that has to be above a given threshold of the dam yield. First is this increase in the genetics of the animal. Second is nutrition, because previously our country was deficient even in food for human population. Now we are producing 50% more than our human requirement. So that is getting to the livestock also, and because of that, livestock is flourishing. Third is the control of diseases. Lot many of diseases like FMD, we are having about 20 rounds of these 6 monthly vaccination have been done in almost most of the states. And in 2019, the new government at the center, they had initiated 2 big programs: National Animal Disease Control Program, worth about 16,000 crore rupees, and the second one was National Artificial Insemination Program. The NADCP purpose was to control 2 diseases, that is FMD and brucellosis. And for NAIP is to increase the genetics in those districts where the AI was implemented in less than 50% of the population, so that in those districts, 600 districts, this can be brought up with free insemination. Then the third one was the disease control. So these are the 3 major.
And one major thing also, that minerals mixture. Then the science has acknowledged that minerals are having very great role for their reproduction as well as production. So in the last 30 years, a lot of work has been done on area-based mineral mixtures, and they use this area-based mineral mixture for enhancing the reproductive as well as productive performance. So this was combination of all these 4, 5. Yes, sir. Sir.
There's some comments and some questions.
This just a comment about growth rate. Growth rate is a fallacious measure. It is not a very good measure of growth. It depends upon the base. It depends upon the base. For example, average yield of wheat in Punjab is more than 50 quintal. If we increase 1 quintal, it is 2%. Another state which is in news, their average yield is 27. If they increase 1 quintal yield, it is 4% growth. So growth rate is a regression measured as percentage of mean. This is just rough. So it is not complete measure. There are just a comment. I didn't want to say that. But one question which I have to Dr. Inderjeet Singh. Dr. Sir, I was really very happy. When I was young, every household has a buffalo. And among the farming community or even landless labor also, only few had a cow. The thing changed with crossbred. Should we again now move back to buffalo in Punjab and Haryana? But first, let me repeat all the questions so that time is saved. Others are all to Dr. Srivastava. That's some comments also. And some first questions. You showed that crossbred cattle, relative percentage wise, is more in drought prone areas. Whereas generally we say that
नहीं सर गलत हो गए। तो मैं बताया कि ड्रॉट प्रोन एरिया में मोर परसेंटेज ऑफ एनिमल आर इन मिल्च। अगर 100 क्रॉस ब्रेड एनिमल मिल्च में है,
हाँ, तो क्रॉस ब्रेड में बेटर है ना, क्रॉस ब्रेड इज डूइंग बेटर देन अदर्स।
वो हम ये दिखाना चाह रहे थे, दिस वाज माय इंटेंशन दैट ड्रॉट प्रोन एरिया आर हैविंग मोर animal in milch, more crossbred they are having.
Crossbred percentage
All three.
Percentage wise, it's better. Whereas generally we say that crossbred need better management. So it is opposite in drought prone area management will
Generally
not be good.
कहते हैं ना, लेकिन if in drought prone area, if you are giving good feed fodder, अगर manage करें तो उसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है.
नहीं drought prone area में तो problem आएंगी ना.
Sir,
There will be more
sir,
problems if it drought prone area.
In
So
other
anyway, मुझे question repeat करने दो, सारे फिर बहुत ज्यादा है. अच्छा, have you worked out how many animals are required for 1 acre? You said that because they say one cow and so many acres, etc. You gave the data, but you didn't present in terms of how many animals are required for 1 acre or how many acres one animal can support. Then urine collection, that is very good point we tried when we were together in 2005. Dr. O.S. Parmar and Dr. Hira. But it was so cumbersome and even the animal got something on in their feet. We have put so something, if it can be done, something it can be done.
मैं पहले भूल जाऊंगा भाई. Let me
लिख लीजिए. पहला crossbred in drought prone area. दूसरा number of animals and number of acres which can be supported. Third one is just a suggestion that urine collection should be done on it. It's very important. Then another comment is done. You said that so much of dung is there, etc. Some dung goes directly when we are doing grazing. Have you taken care of that? That so much of dung is produced and we are wasting it. Some dung and some urine is directly being recycled in the grazing. So that's question. Then improving quantity. Here I have one comment from what we have learned from crop breeding. When you are improving, first focus is on quantity. Please take care of quality. That's just a comment. Otherwise, quality will go down and quantity will increase. Then your last photo. I really like that. When we were young, we used to do that. Almost all boys in Punjab have done that of my age or maybe 90, 50, 60s. What happened now? Why there are more diseases now? When a boy, small boy, is drinking or what is that? I will say milk directly from the cattle. Buffalo.
Sir, जो buffalo का है, back to buffalo. I think buffaloes are definitely much more resistant. Sure. Yes, sir.
But once I was presenting a paper, Dr. Johal was there in Chandigarh. He said that I don't like your presentation. Why, sir? I don't like your presentation. Why, sir? Everything was good, but what you appreciated buffalo are like donkey.
Actually, our farmers in Punjab, they are more towards mechanization, even in dairy farming. And these cattle, they are very well adapted to that sort of mechanization. Even this corn silage. When we put the same corn silage to crossbred cattle in our farm and buffaloes don't respond that well as the cattle do. The cattle milk increase is very significant, but buffalo increase is very little. So those farmers, and because they are getting on the quantity that they are producing, so they are more for that. But in this episode of lumpy skin disease, again, they are more sufferer as compared to buffalo farms. So definitely some people, they prefer, if they have to keep individual for their own consumption, at home consumption, they prefer buffalo milk. But for selling, they prefer cattle milk. Then
point which coming to my mind is stray cattle. That is a major point.
Sir, stray cattle, unless we have...
You said buffalo meat is also good. Less cholesterol.
Yeah, that is very good.
So we can discuss later on.
So this chapter, that's absolutely correct. Buffalo are more climate resilient, resistant to many of the diseases, less sensitive to many of the diseases. It can be used as a meat, so it is better than cow, no doubt in that, sir.
Two comments. One is relating to various, way forward, to get integrated into the livestock mission. Livestock mission is presently not in a mission mode.
No.
It is only all the schemes of the ministry combined into and told as livestock mission. Then we recruited it to the government. So we look at the, the structure of the mission is very important. and focus on all those achievables to address sustainable development. Second is relating to, again, I was so happy with the presentation of the animal genetic resource people. Mr. Ji and also Indrajit made good presentation beside Dr. Srivastava and Dr. Jaina. It was excellent session. But we implemented when we had Ranchi declaration, and also after that we had Delhi declaration on genetic resources. And from our earlier debate, that there should be also similar act like that of plant variety and farmer side act for the livestock breeds. And what is happening on it? Nothing is happening. Why we are slow? And when we have so rich biodiversity, who is going to protect them if there is no law? So that has to be also taken.
Thank you, sir. No question time is less. Just I will reply what you said about the dung and manure. I did not calculate that how many animals is required for 1 hectare or 1 acre of the agriculture. I just quoted that some people says that you need only 1 animal for 1 hectare. What I said that yes, when I calculated the nutrient present in dung and urine of all livestock present in this country, then it is a huge amount, huge amount, million tons. So my contention was that we have not tapped this potential of the livestock. We are saying that livestock is large in number, but we have not tapped this potential. If it is impossible, we can tap this potential to improve the soil health. Thank you, sir. If there is no question, thanks to everyone. But before I conclude, I will request Dr. Jaina if he has. Okay. So thanks. Thank you very much. Thanks to all the speakers, Dr. J.K. Jaina, Dr. Indrajit Singh, and Dr. B.P. Mishra. Thanks to audience. I think I was not expecting this good audience. In our scale, it is very good audience for livestock sector. So thank you very much. So thanks to Dr. Paroda sir for giving this opportunity.
I have one query.
Ji sir, ji sir.
Which animal milk is more closer to mother's milk?
This is the goat milk, which is the most closer to the human milk.
Mother's milk. And what about donkey?
Donkey milk is not closer to the mother milk, but it is having.
I'm talking scientifically.
That's my scientist. It is not closer to the mother milk, but it is having lot of biomolecules, which is having therapeutic efficacy. Aphrodisiacs have been isolated from donkey milk, which is 67-fold higher than available medicine. So a lot of therapeutics molecules are in donkey milk, in camel milk, in sheep milk, in goat milk.
Okay, I think in Raichur, donkey milk is sell 3,000 rupees per liter.
Yes, sir. So thank you, sir. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
We'll break for tea and assemble here at 6 o'clock. लड़कों को बोलो
Very good evening to all. May I request the dignitaries to take their place on the dais. I invite Dr. R.S. Paroda, Chairman TAS and President ISPGR, to please take his seat. Dr. T. Mahapatra, President NAS and former Secretary DARE and DGICR, Padma Bhushan Dr. R.B. Singh, former Chancellor CAU Imphal and ex-President NAS, to kindly take his seat. Dr. Himanshu Pathak, Director General, ICR and Secretary Dare to please come on the dais and take his seat. Dr. S.K. Vasan, Distinguished Scientist, Summit, and World Food Laureate to please take his seat. Thank you, sirs. सभी को नमस्कार. मेरा नाम है अनुराधा अग्रवाल and I'll be your hostess for the evening. I represent the Indian Society of Plant Genetic Resources as its General Secretary, and I am working in the Indian Council of Agricultural Research as the National Coordinator in NAHIP ICR headquarters. Ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries on the dais, people linked with us online, on behalf of the organizing committee and on my own personal behalf, I welcome you all to the 80th birthday celebrations of Dr. R.S. Paroda. To begin the function, I request Dr. Pratibha Brahmi and Mrs. Simbi Dogra to welcome the dignitaries on the dais with a bouquet of flowers. We welcome Dr. R.S. Paroda, Chairman TAS and President ISPGR, former Secretary Dare and DGIR, and today's star attraction to the function. We welcome Padma Bhushan Professor R.B. Singh, former Chancellor Central Agricultural University in Imphal, former Chairman ASRB, and former Director IRI to the dais. We warmly welcome Dr. Trilochan Mahapatra, President, National Academy of Agricultural Sciences, former Secretary Dare and DG ICR to the function today. We warmly welcome Dr. Himanshu Pathak, Secretary Dare and DG ICR to today's function. We welcome Dr. S.K. Vasan, World Food Laureate and Distinguished Scientist, CIMET, to the dais. And we welcome Dr. Bhagman, Secretary TAS, for his presence and being the architect of the organization of today's event. Thank you, sirs. As you are all aware, we have all gathered here for a very momentous and extremely joyous occasion of celebrating the 80th birthday of Padma Bhushan Dr. R.S. Paroda, an eminent agricultural scientist, able administrator, policy advisor, and excellent network coordinator at national and international level. He is acknowledged internationally for his scientific leadership, and he has brought together a diverse range of leaders and thinkers at common platforms and provided them a vision and focus beyond their own roles. The current National Symposium on Food, Nutrition, and Environmental Security towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals is a case in example. So to begin the function, I request Dr. T. Mahapatra, Chairperson of the Organizing Committee for today's function, to give his welcome remarks.
Very good evening to everybody. Very good evening to everybody. Professor Dr. R.S. Paroda, Dr. R.B. Singh, Dr. Himanshu Pathak, Dr. Vasal, Dr. Wagmal, many senior mentors, guides of the dais, including Dr. Kirti Singh, and many other senior mentors, teachers, difficult to take names. And also on this special occasion, we have Mrs. Dr. Paroda, Mrs. Dr. R.B. Singh, and many others. If I keep naming, I might miss colleagues from the private sector, international organizations, and ICAR and its institutes, and everybody who are present here today, this evening. A very hearty welcome, warm welcome to each one of you. As it was said, this is an occasion, a very rare occasion for which we have gathered here. This is to celebrate 80th birthday of Dr. R.S. Paroda, the visionary leader, the tall personality who has transformed agriculture in India and has made tremendous contribution to global agriculture. And the process, alleviating hunger and malnutrition to a large extent. We are all fortunate to be part of this momentous occasion that we are here to be part of this celebration. Before I proceed, let me say a few words about the person who is special today, and all of us present in this hall know many things about him, his life, his work, and all that he stands for. Dr. Paroda has traveled a long distance from a small village in Rajasthan, in Ajmer, to many places in the global arena. Starting from a small farmer's family with a humble beginning in a small school, excelling in everything he did, from studies at school to college, and subsequently to university, Haryana Agriculture University, and also to ICAR and FAO and many other organizations where he worked, he pioneered, and also has shown the path for progress, for prosperity at the global level. Dr. Paroda's monumental contribution cannot be described in few minutes. It's all there in print. You type his name in Google and you get volumes of documents, voluminous documents, and several kind of occasions described vividly, which depict very clearly his vision, his contributions, and his way of thinking. From 1942 till date, if you see how he has moved in his career, this is exemplary. And that makes all of us learn, get enthused, and in the process, makes all of us inspired to learn from his life, from his history, and from his examples. whatever he has set. Coming to institution like IRI for PhD after his post-graduation and working under legendary Dr. A.B. Joshi, who was a dean, who was also Deputy Director General Crop Sciences, and so on and so forth, are learning the fundamentals of plant breeding and working on something and producing a thesis which was recognized as the best thesis those days at IRI PG school, speaks volumes about the excellence that he represents in whatever he does. In fact, moving on to University of Wales in UK to do his postdoctoral work under Commonwealth Fellowship Scheme. And again, showing his capabilities and displaying enormously his scientific ethos and the kind of talent that was always there, starting from his childhood days. It's not just kind of academics that he was interested in. From his college days, he profoundly expressed his leadership traits, being the student union leader and participating in various extracurricular activities. And those kind of displays are there always for us to see, and how exceedingly well he organizes the programs, whether it is a small program of 100 people or 50 people, a small brainstorming session, or a huge congress, international congress. There are many such examples. Starting professional career at the Haryana Agriculture University as a forage breeder, where very little emphasis was laid at that point in time, imagine those days, and moving on there in the career path, moving up the ladder very quickly, becoming professor and head of the department of plant breeding, and subsequently additional director of research, and from there moving to National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources as a director. And that is the time when his career took a transformational path, shaping not only his own career in the process, shaping the future of Indian agriculture and shaping many ways the pathways of global agriculture. I don't have a very much a long period of time to really describe his life and sketch before you, depict before you every aspect of it, but very briefly I'll touch upon, because this whole program will be in fact unfinished and incomplete if I don't really speak about his life. That is the video, and it will be also describing his monumental contributions again in brief. But many of us almost knowing the milestone contributions throughout his life, but some of those let me very briefly touch and quickly move on. As you all know, as director of the National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources, he led the foundation of the Gene Bank, and for which we take credit. It's a facility which is globally recognized
and the kind of legacy he left behind in the process, that is unparalleled. And that legacy continued beyond borders to the international forum, and the same kind of facilities were established in many other countries. In fact, Gene Bank of Kazakhstan also has been named after him. And similarly, the Gene Bank of ICRISAT has also been named after him, recognizing his contributions to the germplasm conservation, germplasm leaving those for the future generations for utilization. And given the kind of challenges we have been discussing in the symposium, the challenges, the opportunities, and the biodiversity is a key to face those challenges. And that is what he did, that is what he visualized, and that is what he worked for relentlessly, nationally and globally, and established a beautiful niche for himself as a germplasm specialist. And not only germplasm, as secretary there, and in fact as a DDG, he in fact initiated many programs. For instance, the hybrid program, hybrid development program in ICAR, got a boost starting from that time when he was Deputy Director General Crop Sciences, and he further strengthened that when he became Director General of ICAR. And during his tenure as Director General, the kind of infrastructure he built, again, that is something which is unparalleled. The number of institutions he created, almost 30 plus institutions he created during that time. It's often said that ICAR went on creating institutions, but institutions are built out of necessities. It's a big country, and country's requirements are quite diverse. The regional diversity is so huge, climatic diversities are so huge, the food diversity is so huge, and today we talk about meeting the nutritional needs of the country. It's a huge population by way of a diversified food system. Unless we work on diversified crops and commodities, we can't meet this diversified food system needs of the country. And here is a visionary who thought it in well in advance and contributed to building these institutions so that they keep on working and contributing to, in turn, to crops, varieties, systems, practices, methods, so that we succeed with regard to building a future diversified food system. Today, we say sustainable food system. And without research, concerted efforts on those crops, you can't build sustainable food systems through diversified means. And today we talk about integrated systems of cropping and farming. And how do you do this without that kind of intensified efforts and research going into it? And that is what this visionary leadership has contributed. And we must be able to nurture them. And that's what he emphasized in the morning. There has to be investment, and that is what he has been doing. And in several fora, through several documents, the document that he keeps generating and so eloquently expressing his ideas to build, the food system nationally and globally. And they are also evident that how, much he feels for the, country and for the global agriculture. Shaping India's agriculture through specialized programs, for instance, National Agricultural Technology Project, for instance, funded by World Bank, and similar such programs, and then through that program again building the germplasm collection in the National Gene Bank, doubling that during that period by way of a very systematic effort funded through the NATP program. And germplasm collection more than doubled during that period. That shows the visionary approach and how we can build in legacy and leave behind that legacy, a rich legacy for future generations. So for his monumental contribution, and that continued, in fact, at global level, he has so much of contribution, being the contributor to various programs as as the president of Global Forum on Agricultural Research, GFAR of FAO, Rome, for almost from 1888 to 2001, pretty long time. Almost 13 years he remained president of that program. And similarly, more than 20 years he was executive secretary of the Asia Pacific Association of Agricultural Research Institutions, again FAO affiliated organization, which is at Bangkok. And similar such programs and shaping the programs of different regions of the world. And this has been recognized in various forms. The kind of contributions he made with regard to the climate services, as the member of high-level task force on climate services, and similarly member of Advisory Council of Australian Centre for International Agriculture Research, and similarly member of Finance Committee of CGIAR, and in fact, member of the Board of Trustees of several of those CGIAR institutions. And through all these, he contributed tremendously to build international agriculture research and development, and for which he is now recognized. In fact, the kind of messages that are going to be read before you, that will show that how popular he is even today in several other countries and in CG institutions. You have seen the messages and the kind of presentations of DG of 4 different CG centers in the morning, and how much appreciation they have for Dr. Puroda's work and his contributions. Dr. Puroda is recognized with several awards and honors, including Padma Bhushan in the year 1998. And which speaks volumes about what he has done. And many other awards and honors, I don't want to really count before you and keep enlisting them, but they are numerous, including Om Prakash Rashin Award, A.B. Joshi Memorial Award, and M.S. Swaminathan Award, and to cite a few, and Borlaug Award to cite a few. There is a fellow of Indian National Science Academy, National Academy of Agriculture Sciences, National Academy of Sciences, India, Allahabad, and General President of the Indian Science Congress Association from 2000, and that was the period 2000-2001. Another famous Congress and very successful Congress, which was organized in the campus of Pusa Institute. And in fact, several international Congress he organized. The Crop Science Congress, for instance, the second International Crop Science Congress he organized. So ably, and it was a grand success. We have been part of that. We participated in all that. And as young scientists, we thoroughly enjoyed. And similarly, he was, in fact, the man behind several other congresses, for instance, the first International Agro-Biodiversity Congress in 2016, which was inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister himself. Again, another grand success. The Delhi Declaration, again, is very, very famous. And he, by way of that, he has created history. And International Agro-Biodiversity Congress, the trend which he has set is now continuing, and for which he is actually globally appreciated. And similarly, there are several other programs which he did and he continues to do, even today. And he was president of the National Academy of Agricultural Science,
And wherever he has been, he used to innovate. And that's a beautiful innovative mind. We talk of innovation. Here is an innovative mind which keeps excelling and innovating and improving upon whatever he himself does. And over years, if you see the kind of innovations, changes, improvements is brought about, that is something which is exemplary. And all of us, it's worth emulating for all of us. Dr. Paroda is an institution, not just institution builder, he's an institution by himself. Dr. Pathak said he is a friend, philosopher, guide, and everything rolled in one for his family. The family members are here. They are always extremely happy to see him because he's such a doting, father to all his children. And all his colleagues, young colleagues, always so affectionate, always so likable by everyone who comes in his contact, always guiding, always positive. The positivity that he exudes, that is something again to take note of. This is worth again emulating. That is what makes him special. And this is a special day, sir, and we are all extremely happy and fortunate that you have given us this opportunity for all of us to be here. There will be colleagues who would be attending also online, and global leaders should be there, and colleagues from India, various places, they would be there. And Professor Swaminathan himself has on several occasions has appreciated you so eloquently. And we have no words to express our sincere gratitude to you, not just for giving up this opportunity, but for doing all that you have sacrificed many comforts. Without sacrificing comforts, without sacrificing your family and their needs, it's not possible. And this is the occasion to express our gratitude to your family, who have stood by you, who have supported you so immensely, and enabling you in the process, and inspiring you in the process to do whatever you wanted to do. Without that, it's not possible, sir. And Mrs. Paroda, Madam Paroda, and everybody from the family who are present here, your son, your daughter-in-law, your daughters, and everybody, those who have sacrificed their comforts and helped the country to grow, helped the world agriculture to be strengthened and to be enriched by way of your ideas, by way of your contributions. Our sincere gratitude to all of you. I profusely thank you for being here, but thanks will be at the end. But let me end with this, that we are again, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you to this program. And that was my job, but I took this opportunity to briefly present before you that what Dr. Paroda has done. It's only a glimpse, only a glimpse. There are volumes of contributions and documents which are available. Hopefully, we will be able to incorporate those when we build this document. I requested the National Academy of Agricultural Research Management, NAM, Dr. Pathak, to build a document on role models so that it goes to the textbooks, the school textbooks, so that the students read and get inspired in the process from the sacrifices, from the visions of these leaders who have contributed so much. Indian agriculture has done tremendous progress. Dr. Ramesh Chand was talking about how many times, and Professor R.B. Singh made presentation, how many times we have increased every milk production, fish production, so on and so forth. It didn't happen, on its own. People like Dr. Paroda and their visionary leadership has made the difference. So everybody must know how this happened. And their life stories would be certainly speaking volumes about their contributions, how really things happened in this country, from shortage to surplus. And it's difficult to manage the surplus today. It's because of people like him. So our gratitude to you, sir.
Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. Thanks to all of you for being here.
Thank you very much, sir, for not only extending a warm welcome to all present here, but setting the tone for the celebration very aptly. As you have rightly said, both time and words would be inadequate to describe the humongous contributions made by Dr. Paroda during his very productive and eventful life as a scientist and a visionary leader. The journey of 80 glorious years of Dr. Paroda has been full of several achievements, as you have already said, and he is a man beyond the realms of ordinary, a visionary beyond the visible. As you have also said, he is a role model for all generations to come. I am pleased to announce that all the descriptions that you very aptly gave right now has been encapsulated in a short film which is dedicated to Dr. Paroda. The film tries to capture the vast contributions of the last 5 decades to Indian and global agriculture research system. I hope you will enjoy it. The film is entitled Transforming Agricultural Research Systems. I request the video to be please played.
This is the saga of the enormous contributions of Dr. Rajendra Singh Paroda, a well-known plant breeder, a visionary agricultural science leader, great institution builder, policy reformist, an able administrator, an excellent network coordinator, advisor, and an exemplary mentor of young generation. A renowned agricultural scientist of international repute, Dr. Paroda is undeniably one of the greatest leaders of Indian agricultural scientific community since the past 5 decades. Dr. Paroda ably transformed the Indian National Agricultural Research, Education and Extension System NARES while serving as Secretary there and as Director General of the Indian Council of Agricultural Research during a period of 7 years. His vision led to the creation of more than 30 new institutions in different sectors of agriculture like crops, horticulture, livestock, natural resource management, fishery, agricultural engineering, and social science. This strengthened the NARES as one of the leading research and development organizations in the world. Besides building the most modern gene bank at the National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources at New Delhi, he created 4 bureaus on genetic resources of animals, fish, microorganisms, and useful insects. As a result, India today has the best network of institutions to manage its valuable genetic resources. His foresight and determination led to the construction of a unique National Agricultural Science Center NAS in Pusa campus, which was built in a record time of 5 years and inaugurated on 3rd January 2001 by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee. It is now a hub of several scientific activities. India's National Gene Bank at New Delhi is currently the second largest in the world, holding 4.7 lakh germplasm accessions of crops. Dr. Paroda could seek a grant from USAID to build the entire new complex of NBPGR while serving as director from the year 1985 to 87. The Gene Bank was inaugurated by the then Vice President of India, Dr. K.R. Narayanan. His deep passion for genetic resource management led him to make special efforts while heading the CGAIR program in establishing gene banks in all 8 countries in Central Asia and Caucasus region, Tashkent. In recognition of his exceptional contributions in the field of genetic resource management, the ICRISAT and the Agriculture Research Institute of Kazakhstan have named their gene banks after Dr. Paroda. In fact, he is nicknamed as Gene Bank Guru by his friends and admirers. At the regional level, Dr. Paroda worked for strengthening newly established Asia Pacific Association of Agricultural Research Institutions APARI under the auspices of FAO Bangkok. He served for more than 2 decades as its executive secretary and made it the most vibrant regional forum to strengthen regional collaborations among NARS of 20 countries and 12 CGIS centers. While working at FAO Bangkok, he also facilitated the establishment of Asia Pacific Seed Association, a dynamic regional seed association today. Dr. Paroda established the Central Asia and Caucasus Association of Agriculture Research Institutions at Tashkent in 2002. He also initiated several regional research networks involving NARS and CG centers. He specifically initiated 2 important programs, APARIS for information sharing and EPCOAB for promoting agricultural biotechnology in the Asia Pacific region. At the national level, Dr. Paroda established Indian Society of Forage Research at HAU Hisar and Indian Society of Plant Genetic Resources at NBPGR, New Delhi. He, as founder member and later as president, established and nurtured the National Academy of Agricultural Science and got its building constructed. Dr. Paroda also founded Global Forum on Agricultural Research in 1998 at FAO Rome, of which he was elected as founder chairman. Today, it is a leading global organization fostering research partnership in agriculture. Since his retirement in 2001, Dr. Paroda is working tirelessly for the overall welfare of farmers. As chairman, Trust for Advancement of Agricultural Sciences TAS, his efforts have been on policy advocacy and public awareness. Today, TAS is known as a vibrant think tank debating on issues of national importance. As a visionary, Dr. Paroda catalyzed the process of having a new agricultural policy which got approved by the Parliament in the year 2000. While serving as Chairman, Farmers Commission of Haryana and member, Rajasthan Planning Board, he got approved agriculture policies for both Haryana and Rajasthan. For promoting the private seed sector, he got the new seed policy approved by the government in 1988. He took special interest in drafting 2 important national acts, Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Right Act 2001 and National Biodiversity Act 2002. As chairman of few high-level review committees, he has made important recommendations to the government for much-needed reforms in the functioning of agricultural research services, Krishi Vigyan Kendras and agricultural scientist recruitment boards. ICR Vision 2020 was his brainchild and he ensured similar documents by all ICR institutes and state agricultural universities. Considering the importance of journalism, he instituted the Best Agriculture Journalist Award for the Best Annual Report of ICR Institutes to improve the quality and contents for the benefits of the stakeholders. Also, he instituted the Best Women Scientist Award, Best Institution and Best University Award, Best KVK Award and Best Farmers Award. In 2019, as chairman of a high-level committee constituted by the principal scientific advisor, Dr. Paroda submitted a report on policy and action plan for secure and sustainable agriculture. Its implementation will help both farmers and the Indian agriculture. For much needed scientific reforms, he conceived and negotiated successfully one of the most prestigious National Agriculture Technology Project NATP of World Bank in 1998 with an outlay of $240 million. This enabled not only organizational and management reforms in the ICR, but also ensured the reorientation of agricultural research, education and extension systems. Dr. Paroda took several initiatives to reform agricultural education in India, including the Rural Agricultural Work Experience RAVI program for agricultural students, providing exposure to the natural settings of the village situations. Dr. Paroda's foresight, policy advocacy ensured dialogues among policymakers, scientists, private sector and the farmers, leading to the release of important policy papers and conference documents for accelerating agricultural growth in India. For sustaining food security for the growing population, Dr. Paroda, as ICAR's Deputy Director General, Crop Sciences, spearheaded a special food grain production program enabling India produce 6 million tons per year additional food grain. By initiating a special hybrid research program in 1988, hybrids of rice, quality maize protein and single cross maize, pigeon pea and safflower were released in India. The area under hybrid rice is now 3 million hectares. The release of single cross hybrids in 2000 could double maize production from 10 to 20 million tons in just one decade. His initiatives on new seed policy and a decision to make available the seeds of inbred lines of public bred hybrids to private sector resulted in the emergence of a robust private seed sector which today competes fairly well with multinational seed companies. Dr. Paroda ensured government approval for release of BT cotton due to its immense benefits. As a result, India has emerged as a top producer globally. The pesticide use has also reduced by 40% and India is leading exporter, fetching more than $4 billion annually. As chairman, Pesticide Registration Committee, he facilitated a policy decision to release biopesticides for the first time in 1992, which accelerated research and development of biopesticides, which is so essential for integrated pest management. Under his leadership, besides number of national conferences, many important international conferences were organized, namely the Second International Crop Science Congress in 1996, inaugurated by former President Dr. Shankar Dayal Sharma. The Indian Science Congress in 2001, inaugurated by former Prime Minister Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee. First Global Conference for Women in Agriculture in 2012, inaugurated by former President Srimati Pratibha Patil, and first International Agrobiodiversity Congress in 2016, inaugurated by Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. His lifetime work in the service of national agriculture, especially for the popularization of science and to link it to the society, is exemplary and has been duly recognized in the form of several prestigious national and international awards, including Padma Bhushan conferred on him in 1998. He is a fellow of many prestigious science academies in India and abroad and served in several high-level national and international committees. He was elected as General President of the Indian Science Congress in 2000-2001. 19 state agriculture universities, including Ohio State University, Columbus, has honored him with DSc honoris causa. Dr. Paroda has worked tirelessly over 5 decades to promote and popularize agricultural science to accelerate India's overall agricultural growth through publications and access to authentic scientific literature. He has to his credit many research papers, books, scientific proceedings, strategy papers, and policy briefs. These are widely disseminated to diverse stakeholders and posted on APARI and TASC websites. Dr. Paroda has been very active in popularization of science through a series of new articles, interviews, and media reports. He also immensely contributed towards public awareness and popularization of science through several convocation addresses, presidential addresses, Foundation Day lectures, and keynote lectures on diverse scientific topics. The outcome of different regional and global conferences organized by Dr. Paroda has been instrumental in bringing out very important declarations that became roadmap for developing new policy and programs in agriculture. The agricultural community salutes Dr. R.S. Paroda, who has untiringly and fearlessly cruised ahead with focus on agricultural growth and development. Indian agriculture is fortunate to have a globally recognized visionary like him. We wish this octogenarian and living legend many more years of healthy life and happiness so that he continues to remain a torchbearer to all of us. Long live Dr. Raj Paroda. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much. We place on record our immense thanks to Dr. A.K. Singh, Director IRI, and his team led by Dr. R.R. Burman, Principal Scientist, Division of Agricultural Extension, staff of TAS, ISPGR, and Ms. Sonal D'Souza for developing this film. Dr. Paroda has been a unique blend of pragmatism and vision, and turning dreams into reality is his forte. Many distinguished guests in today's gathering, and many still not so old like me, are blessed to have been associated with Dr. Paroda professionally or personally, with a lingering memory to cherish upon. Today, when he has completed 80 illustrious years of his life, many would like to share their greetings and sentiments on the occasion. Although the list is very long, and due to paucity of time, we have a video recording of a few eminent personalities of global repute, which would be played now. The messages come from global leaders like Dr. Ismail Seragalden, founder and director emeritus, Library of Alexandria, Cairo, Egypt, who was also formerly the chairman of CGIAR and vice president of the World Bank. Dr. Ramesh Chand.
My dear friend, it is a privilege to join you on this special day when you turn 80, surrounded by family and friends and well-wishers, and to be able to join in wishing you a very happy birthday and many happy returns. I regret that my medical condition prevents me from participating in the scientific conference being organized in your honor. My dear Raj, in the decades that I have had the pleasure and privilege of knowing you, we have fought side by side for many noble causes: to provide food security for the poor and the destitute, to enable smallholder farmers to benefit from the best that science has to offer, to push back the specter of famine wherever it was likely to rise, to learn to care for the environment, to work with nature, not against it, to protect humanity's genetic resources that are so essential for agriculture today and in the future, to mobilize the world's scientists for the noble task of transforming agriculture for the benefit of humanity and the environment, to ensure that the key institutions in the South, the NARS, were at the heart of the global efforts for food security and that their voices would be adequately heard in setting the global agenda for action. And so much more. I could go on and on, but it is enough to say that you were a remarkable success at all these noble causes, from all the positions that you have held and through all the organizations that you created or reinforced. A true leader and a man of passion and compassion. And for me, it has been one of my great joys and privileges to have joined hands with you in all these worthy battles, and where, looking back, we scored our share of important victories. But even more important than the companionship, the brotherhood in arms, is the fact that I can count you as a friend. And so, my friend, let me seize the moment again to salute you on this special day and to wish you a happy birthday and many happy returns.
I congratulate Dr. Raj Pradha on his 80th birthday. It is indeed very impressive to see Dr. Pradha so active, both physically as well as mentally, defying all effect of age. I consider Dr. Raj Pradha as an intellectual giant of our country. He doesn't miss any important development and issue related to agriculture, smallholders, sustainability, future of agriculture, and he regularly organizes debates around these issues by involving best mind in the country. Then we all know that he come out with very impressive and high quality publication to sensitize stakeholders and policymakers to take appropriate action to address those challenges and to chalk out a bright future for agriculture and Indian farmers. I must say that various publications brought out by Dr. Pradha from Trust for Agriculture Advancement of Sciences, which he is chairing right now, are not descriptive. They are rather prescriptive, that they are full of policy recommendations which need to be followed. Dr. Pradha has a special concern for welfare of smallholders and keep them in the center of focus for improving the future of agriculture. Most of us that know Dr. Pradha as a very able administrator and research leader with a difference. I had several opportunities to interact with Dr. Raj Pradha when he was Director General, Indian Council of Agriculture Search. I found that he took entire NARS, including ICR, to new heights, and he inculcated a totally different working culture, created a new kind of infrastructure, and uplifted entire ICR and NARS in almost all respects. I also observed that Dr. Pradha established supremacy of scientific knowledge over bureaucratic knowledge whenever it came to taking any decision related to agriculture search, related to agriculture policy, and related to farmers. This could be made possible because of, I would say, his intellectual ability, his conviction, and also his out-of-box thinking. Dr. Pradha did not restrict himself to claim of green revolution, as many people define achievement of agriculture through green revolution. Dr. Pradha used to talk about rainbow revolution, which encompasses dairy revolution, achievement that we had in livestock, achievement that we had in horticulture, and many other areas. I would again say that as Director General of ICR, Dr. Pradha instilled new kind of confidence in the, especially in the new breed of agriculture scientists in ICR. After relinquishing the position of DG ICR and Secretary there, Dr. Pradha became quite active in policy debates. I think this was based on his realization and conviction that policy is as important a pillar for development as is R&D. Dr. Pradha is always quick in identifying right talent and promoting it. His short quotes and terms were very motivating, like change is difficult, change we must. Rather than talking of lab to land, he talked about land to lab. Even at the age of 80, Dr. Pradha keeps track of developments related to agriculture and agriculture science around the globe. Dr. Pradha is linked to several influential global think tanks led by people with hardcore knowledge of agriculture, policy, and farmers.
His network is very vast and include global thinkers across Asia, Europe, North America, Latin America, and Africa. I benefit a lot from the research pieces and article which Dr. Prada generously shares with me from time to time on regular basis. Friends, I feel that such minds are really rare and they are even getting rarer. I learnt a lot from him and the process is still on. As a social scientist, I will be failing in my duty if I do not acknowledge contribution of Dr. Prada in mainstreaming agriculture economics in ICAR. On a purely personal note, I also want to say that I can't say what would have been my future if Dr. Prada has not created NCAP in ICAR. Friends, I wanted to join all of you in this celebration, but today is also birthday of my granddaughter, and I promised to her that I will be celebrating her birthday with her. At the end, I wish Dr. Prada a very healthy and long life and hope he will continue to benefit the society through his valuable ideas and wisdom. Thank you.
Esteemed friend and colleague, Dr. Raj Paroda, a gem of crop science and research management, one of India's foremost agriculturists. Many happy returns on your special day. ICRISAT, an institution I love, owes much to your name. Indeed, you have lent yours to it and to the rest of the agricultural economies in the world, struggling to cope with challenges to productivity. Without the national gene banks that proudly carry your life's work and other things like plant genetics and agricultural science in developed and developing economies would not get far. It is right that you occupy a hallowed pedestal in your home country, but I feel that you deserve more praise in other parts of the world with questions about the future of their agriculture sectors. They could find the answers from the work that you have done. My friend and colleague, have a blessed day ahead, and as we say here, to celebrate the worthy, mabuhay ka, God bless.
First of all, I would like to express our sincere greetings to the participants in the National Symposium that has taken place, and especially in the facilitation function organized to celebrate the 80th birthday of Dr. Raj Paroda. The purpose of this message is to participate in the celebration of Dr. Paroda's birthday, even if at a distance from Colombia, South America, expressing our wish not only for a very happy birthday, but also for many more years of good health and accomplishments in the area of food and sustainable development. With Raj Paroda, I have a long-standing friendship and close collaboration in international agriculture research. At the end of the 20th century, between 1996 and 1999, we collaborated very closely in the design and establishment of the Global Forum on Agricultural Research, GFAR. We were very conscious of the important role being played by the international research centers of the CGIAR in ensuring food security and fighting rural poverty. But we were also very much aware of the importance of strengthening the other key actor in this endeavor, the National Agricultural Research Systems, NARS, of the developing countries. They play a key role in ensuring that we really reach the farmer, especially the small agricultural production. Almost all NARS of the Global South participated very actively in this initiative through the regional fora that were established back then. I'm referring to APAARI, FORAGRO, FARA, and ARINENA. Looking at the great challenges we are currently facing in terms of food security, mitigation of global climate change, assuring a sustainable agriculture, and improving rural livelihoods, I think, Raj, that we must continue strengthening the G4 initiative we initiated with your leadership 25 years ago. Thus, I would like to end this brief message by first of all expressing to you our very best wishes for a very happy birthday along with your family and friends. But beyond this very special day, our very best wishes for many more years of good health and continued accomplishment in the area of international agricultural research, based on a strong collaboration between GFAR and the CGIAR. And you can continue to count on the close support of the Colombian NARS, which today is called AgroSavia.
Dr. Raj Paroda. Raj, wishing you many, many more glorious years building on the first 80. We've interacted over many, many years. When I was with the World Vegetable Center in Taiwan, I clearly remember the meetings in Pintong with APARI and your strong leadership there. I remember recruitment processes. I remember your term as the DG of ICAR. Then I was at IRI and there were more interactions. And then with ICRISAT, including one CGIAR, where we've had many, many exchanges, and I've benefited from your experience. I've only seen part of the glory of your first 80 years, and I'm looking forward to our continuing interactions over the years to come. I treasure those times that I'm able to spend time with you. I learn so much, and I know you as a special, special friend. So wishing you from my heart, happy 80th birthday and many, many happy returns. Happy birthday, Raj.
Hello from Canberra, Australia, at this wonderful and joyous occasion. Dear Raj, as one of your many friends in Australia, may I wish you a very happy birthday amongst your family, your friends, and eminent scientists in the National Centre in New Delhi. You are absolutely one of the most active, productive, and innovative 80-year-olds that I know. Your leadership in agricultural science and development has delivered immense, unmeasurable impacts around the world and also at home. It is widely appreciated in all corners of India and the parts of the world, and we all know that further recognition is justly deserved. May I draw on the words of sages and say, may you count your leadership by the progress it yields. May you count your age by your friends, not the years. And may you count your life by your smiles, not the tears. They also say that 80 is the new 60. So may I wish you many, many more healthy and happy decades.
First of all, let me wish all the best to Dr. Raj Paroda. I have known Raj since we were graduate students in 1964 at IARI. We were contemporary for 2-year period, 64 and 65. When I came to Ohio State, but Raj completed his degree from IARI, but both of us completed our PhD in 1968. Thus, I have known Raj for about 60 years, and it has been a matter of great honor and privilege to know him and follow his illustrious careers over the 6 decades. By all standards and considerations, Raj is the representative of agriculture in India, as was Dr. Swaminathan in the past. He is the modern Swaminathan of India and the Global South. He was Secretary, Department of Agricultural Resources and Education, DARE, and Director General of ICR from 1992 to 2001. I had the honor to host his visit when he was DG to Ohio State in 2000 when he received an honorary degree from the university. Indeed, he has numerous other honorary degrees from India and elsewhere. Similarly, he is fellow of numerous professional societies, prestigious professional societies, including the Indian National Science Academy, Indian Academy of Sciences, Russian Academy of Sciences, many other academies in Eastern and Central Europe, the Third World Academy of Sciences, the honorary member of the Crop Science Society of America, among many, many others. It is very important to say that Raj is the voice of the Global South. He has shown visionary leadership and expressed the views and opinion to Global South in numerous fora, such as more recently the one CGIAR, the food security issue, the nutritional issue, the issue related to innovation and adoption of modern technology in the Global South. To the dear friend and colleague, I would like to say he's a role model of agriculture research and innovation, a world leader in plant breeding and genetic improvement, genetic resources improvement, a visionary leader in agricultural production, a counselor to Government of India and internationally. Raj, I wish you a very happy 80th birthday, and may God bless you with a happy and prosperous life to serve the humanity in India, South Asia, and globally. Please accept my heartiest congratulations for the most auspicious day, and may God bless you with all that you ever desired, so that you can serve the humanity and the planet Earth forever. Best wishes. Thank you so much.
My dear friend.
Thank you. We thank each of the renowned world leaders who shared their messages over the videos. And we have a few written messages in addition to that. And with the permission of the chair, I would like to read a couple of them. Of course, a large number of messages have been received in the last 1 week or so. And there are too numerous to be spoken about in this meeting. But we have selected a couple of them. The first one from, of course, the one and only Professor M.S. Swaminathan, who has sent his personalized messages as always. He says, first of all, let me greet Dr. R.S. Paroda on his 80th birthday. I had the privilege of knowing Dr. Paroda from his student days at the Indian Agricultural Research Institute. His contributions to science and society are many and varied. He is well known for his organizational abilities. On this occasion of his 80th birthday, I pray for his long and happy life. I wish to pay my tribute and thanks to Mrs. Shashi Paroda, his wife, who had given him full support and enabled him to accomplish his achievements. I wish him success and his wonderful family a long and very happy life. Signed, Professor M.S. Swaminathan. The second message comes from the National Center for Agricultural Knowledge and Innovation, Ministry of Agriculture, Republic of Uzbekistan. Dear Dr. Paroda, on behalf of the National Center for Agricultural Knowledge and Innovation, Uzbekistan, please accept sincere congratulations on your 80th birth anniversaries. Anniversaries are a wonderful peak, allowing you to evaluate the path you have traveled. And this path is a vivid example of service to science, the country, loyalty, and devotion to the chosen ideals. As an accomplished plant breeder and geneticist and research administrator, you have made a significant contribution to the crop science research. Under your leadership, the NARS have been modernized and strengthened in India, as well as in the countries of the Central Asia and South Caucasus. You have played a key role in establishing the largest and the most modern national gene bank in New Delhi. And in the period from 2001 to 7, you have headed the regional office of the ICARDA Center for Asia and South Caucasus, ICARDA CAC, in Tashkent, the Republic of Uzbekistan. Under your leadership, the Program for Sustainable Agricultural Development in Central Asia and South Caucasus of the CGIAR has significantly expanded and strengthened its activities. Visible results have in addition, several efficient and affordable technologies for integrated natural resource management have been developed and demonstrated in the farm fields. It should be noted that you have made an invaluable contribution to the development of world agricultural science. Your long-term and productive scientific, pedagogical, and research work, more numerous scientific work, in a word, your entire biography is a whole era in the formation and development of agricultural science in India. Your highest professionalism, deep academic knowledge, inherent in the intelligence, deservedly enjoy the respect of your colleagues and friends. On this day, I would like to sincerely wish you good health, strength of mind, inspiration, new ideas, and long years of fruitful work. Signed, Dr. Alisher Turo, Deputy Minister and Director General, Ministry of Agriculture, Republic of Uzbekistan. Next, we have the privilege of having Dr. Bitore Zumakhanov, Project Executor, Kazakh Research Institute of Soil and Agrochemistry, Kazakhstan, who would like to present the citation and a few gifts from that region. Dr. Bitore, please. You can speak from here.
Yeah. Okay. Good evening, dear colleagues, friends, ladies, gentlemen. My name is Bitore Jumakhanov. I came from Kazakhstan especially to attend of this event. This is for me great pleasure to me to attend and to see again Dr. Paroda and his family members. Dr. Paroda, I'm also proud that I was under the leadership of Dr. Paroda for more than 5 years. And that time I learned from him, from Dr. Paroda a lot, and still I am in my heart what I learned from him. When you are near the mountain, you cannot see how big it is. If you want to see how is highest of the peak of the mountain, go and see from the distance. I saw him from the distance. He is like Everest. For me, it's Everest. Also, from the Minister of Agriculture of Kazakhstan, I got thankful letter from the Minister of Agriculture. Dear Dr. Raj Paroda, Minister of Agriculture of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Science of the Agricultural System, congratulate you with a wonderful anniversary. You are world-renowned scientist. As regional representative of ICARDA, you have made unbelievable contribution to the development of agriculture science in Kazakhstan and hence to agriculture in the country. Thousands of valuable gene pool samples of legumes, grains, forage, and fodder crops from ICARDA collections served as basis for creation of new varieties. 2 local gene banks at scientific institutions of the country were established on your initiatives. Hundreds of scientists and the farmers have improved their scientific professional competence by participating in conference, trainings, field days, English language courses with the assistance of ICARDA. Thus, you have contributed to entering of Kazakh sciences into the world scientific community, introduction of new technologies, creation of new productive varieties, training of modern scientific approaches. We wish you an active, creative life, good health, and family welfare. Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Erlan Karashukev. Also, this, could you please come, Dr. Paroda?
Yes, you can go in the center. So Dr. Bitore is going to make a presentation on behalf of the Minister of Agriculture.
And actually, these are given for the scientists who have access in agriculture field.
Dr. Bitore comes with more gifts. The next one is a carpet from the Bitore. Okay, first the citation from the minister. And next is the carpet from the Bitore family depicting Dr. and Mrs. Paroda. Probably during their stay in that region.
Partnership between countries and among the scientists. And when Dr. Paroda is celebrating, for example, New Year's parties, he always asks us to bring our family members to strengthening partnership between the families. And therefore, my family members also remembering his, they are also please give my regards my family members also is happy always to see Dr. Paroda in our country. Unfortunately,
Dr. Bitore also comes with more gifts. He is presenting a citation and a national dress, chapan.
This is from Uzbekistan, you know, Larissa Kapurva, academic Kapurva from the university. She said, she has that I'm going, she calling me, inviting, she said, Victoria, this is my present, you must give to Dr. Paroda, please. You can.
So he comes as the ambassador for the Minister of Kazakhstan, and I will just read out the citation, which is rather long. On behalf of the staff of National University of Uzbekistan, named after Mirza Ulugh, we sincerely congratulate you on a significant date. The most important thing that we want to say is that you are a unique person. Your uniqueness lies both in your destiny and in your scientific research related to plant breeding and genetic resource management recognized worldwide. You are an amazing person, combining dedication to the cause that you have served all your life. The unselfishness that you show in numerous meetings, speeches, advice, as well as more than 30 new national institutions established in the fields of crop production, horticulture, animal husbandry, etc. It is also worth to underline your participation in the creation of Global Forum for Agricultural Research at FAO in Rome, and you were its founding president from 1988 to 2001. You played a major role in establishing a party at FAO in Bangkok and served as executive secretary for over 2 decades with great success. You're a talented scientist who attracts not only with scientific publication, but fascinates with speeches at conferences, meetings, discussions, defenses, and other public fora. You're the chief architect of the largest and most modern national gene banks in the world, and valuable germplasm have been assembled, wherein you are also one of the organizers of the created Gene Bank Innovation Centers in Uzbekistan, which currently stores samples of various valuable germplasm. You are an amazingly modest person, but with a great sense of self-worth, or studying and evaluating attitudes towards your interlocutor, invariably respectful of your young colleagues. You are the owner of several national and international awards, recognitions, including the prestigious Padma Bhushan. You are also a recipient of the large number of awards which have already been mentioned. You are a lucky person because you have such huge scientific family that loves, respects, and idolizes you. You are a current consulting professor who was awarded the title of Honorary Doctor of Science, recognized by such universities as Ohio, IRI, and many others, both India and abroad. You're a man of the 20th century, wisely observing the vicissitudes of the new century. You have been the flagship of social thought, science, and education for many years. It should be noted your contribution to the integration of education science production in Uzbekistan, where research work and training of specialists are organically combined. Evidence of this is the award to you of the title of Honorary Professor of a number of universities in Central Asia. Thus, you also actively participated in the organization of farmer schools, innovation centers, and exhibitions. You made a huge contribution to the publication of methodological tools for students, teachers of agricultural education institutes, as well as for farmers and specialists from the industry. Once again, we congratulate you on the glorious anniversary and sincerely wish you a comfortable anniversary atmosphere, good health, creative success, new achievements for the benefit and prosperity of agricultural science. Signed, Dr. Majidov, Rector of the National University of Uzbekistan, named after Mirzo Ulugh. We have had a special request from the CG Center's offices here, and I take this opportunity to invite Dr. H. Rahman from ILRI to come and share his sentiments on the occasion. Dr. S. Rashid from the International Food Policy Research Institute. Dr. Alok Sikka from the IWMI.
Animal science.
Dr. Parshuram from MSSRF. And Executive Director of MSSRF, Dr. Hariharan. Next, we have Dr. R.P. Singh. Sir, wait. Sanjay Agarwal. Dr. S. Sashne from NRCPB. Dr. B. N. Tripathi, DDG Animal Science. Dr. S. S. Sindhu, IARI. Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, former Secretary, Agriculture, and Dr. Arvind Kumar. And Mr. Naval Chaudhary from Barmer, Rajasthan. Yes, Mr. Narayan Unni from Navara Rice Foundation, Palghat. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next agenda, we have release of 3 publications to commemorate today's momentous day. I invite Ms. Simmi to bring the first publication, which is entitled Towards Secure and Sustainable Agriculture, which is written, in fact, by Dr. Paroda himself. I request the dignitaries on the dais to do the honors of releasing the publication. The document crystallizes in a very clear manner the roadmap for achieving the sustainability in agriculture by mobilizing resources for investment, incentivizing sustainable farming practices, ease of doing business, progressive market reforms, improved governance to balance center-state relations, and to strengthen public-private partnership. A big round of applause for Dr. Paroda for continuing to contribute towards what is relevant to Indian agriculture even today. Congratulations, sir, and thank you for your contributions, continued contributions. The second publication is the release of a special issue of the Indian Journal of Plant Genetic Resources, the official publication of the Indian Society of Plant Genetic Resources, a society established by Dr. Paroda, and for which he is currently also the president. This special issue on genetic resource management, Road Ahead, has 80 papers on diverse topics, making it a collector's edition. It is published in Dr. Paroda's inimitable style of brevity and focus on challenges and action points. Already on stage, we have the co-editors and the vice president of the society. Yes. So thank you, Dr. Mishra. We have also guest editors, Dr. K.K. Lal for fish genetic resources and Dr. Anil Saxena for microbial genetic resources and myself for plant genetic resources. So Dr. Paroda started the trend of agrobiodiversity ever since he started the International Agrobiodiversity in 2016. So now all bureaus get together to bring out such volumes. And this is going to be a masterpiece for a reference piece for all agrobiodiversity management issues. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to all the guest editors, especially. The third publication is a book published by TAS and is entitled Reminiscences and Reflections. I request the editors, Dr. Bhagman, Secretary TAS, and Dr. Umesh Srivastava, Consultant TAS, to come and get the publication released by the dignitaries. This book has captured the impressions and opinions given by scientists and policy makers from various organizations on this occasion of his 80th birthday and also over the years. So this is also another unique publication which captures the wonderful contributions of Dr. R.S. Paroda. I now invite the dignitaries on the dais to share their views on this occasion. May I request Padma Bhushan Professor R.V. Singh, former Chancellor, Central Agricultural University in Imphal, former Chairman ASRB, former Director IRI, to bless Dr. Paroda on this day. Dr. Paroda fondly refers to Dr. R.V. Singh as Bade Bhai.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Most respected Professor R.S. Paroda, Professor Mahapatra, Professor Himanshuji, Professor Varsal. Let me also recognize the family of Professor Paroda, of course, Sasiji, Prashant, and your two dolls, of course, sisters, brother-in-laws. Amazing. And the entire Paroda family, my pranam aap sabko bahut bahut. The stalwarts in the audience, Kirti Bhai Sahab, ladies and gentlemen, foremost, let me have the privilege and honor of giving the heartiest congratulations and felicitation to Padma Bhushan Professor Rajan Singh Paroda on his most auspicious 80th birthday. I wish him and his family all the very best. As a matter of fact, as someone said, to me, he is Rajendra Bhai, and to him, I am R.B. Bhai. As a matter of fact, I have been privileged to have known him
for the last almost 58, 60 years or so, one of the longest journey that we had together. The first time I met him was at the residence of Professor A.V. Joshi, who happened to be his PhD guide. And you all heard about the quality of his PhD work that he had done. And that opportunity that Professor Joshi gave me to talk to him, chat with him for a few minutes. Those few minutes were more than enough for me to recognize that this young, great scientist is going to be the leading scientist, not only of India, but of the world. The fact, my dear friends, is before you. We all must marvel it. This is amazing. Let me also mention that I always feel short of words, always felt short of words to really narrate or even briefly describe his multiple achievements. You can never describe it adequately. So forgive me, I would not be able to tell everything, but just a few things which probably would be able to say a lot. One of the greatest institution builders that I have ever seen. He is as we call it, Trinity, a God which combines the three gods in one. So, to me, he is a Trinity of excellence in science, of institution building anywhere you name it, and of a humanized global world. I say global world, not global separately, not world separately, and that has a special meaning. As a matter of fact, because of his love for building the best of best, again, I cannot describe, but as you all know, biodiversity is a synonym of life. If there is no biodiversity, there is no life. And the contribution that Professor Paroda made to life, in other words, to biodiversity, is unparalleled by anyone. Not only the National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources here, but throughout the Middle East and so on and so forth. Many of the publications, the Agrobiodiversity Congress, which was repeated in Rome and now in China, likely to come, is something which is unparalleled. I thought I would like to mention this, and the country owes a lot to him, not only for strengthening the National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources, but also we heard this afternoon the work which has been done beautifully at the National Bureau of Animal Genetic Resources, the fish genetic resources, and so on and so forth. So that is the entirety of biodiversity that you have served. I think no one would have served, and no country has this parallel that Professor Paroda has built. I thought this will be one thing which I would like to find. Professor Paroda is a staunch supporter of science evidenced regulatory measures. He has always stood against, if there is a flimsy ground of promoting something or de-promoting something, which possibly is most important to be done, but still on non-scientific grounds, if somebody is decrying it, he has fought with it. And nobody would have had that kind of courage as he has done. And you have seen the result. Of course, we see the BT cotton. We also see the regulations on the gene editing and so on and so forth, the way it is coming. And we have seen the entire GMO regimes, the way he has been able to give a new direction to the whole world. As a matter of fact, when I returned from Rome in 1995, 1st January, Professor Paroda was the secretary of the DARE and Director General of ICR. He was so kind to give me guidance. Also the support that he gave to IARI. I can never forget, sir, the way you helped us in building that institution and the home of Green Revolution that you were able to really make it flourish. Under his dynamic leadership, India took to formulation and implementation of World Bank, United Nations, and other internationally funded projects, which exclusively were done before that by outsiders. We used to spend thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars on really creating a project. But under his guidance, we did it, and that beginning was the NATP, National Agriculture Technology Project, that you all know, World Bank, at the first time it came, for $250 million, all done under his leadership by Indian scientists, nobody else. And without full stop, comma, change, the World Bank immediately approved it, which probably would have never been the case anywhere that I could see happening now. As a matter of fact, again, I will only like to mention the zeal and enthusiasm that he continues with which to enrich the world's knowledge to promote justice and equity. It was his relentless voice, and so rightly representing the South, world South, that he was able to give direction to the new CGIAR, and we heard many of the CGIAR leaders expressing their opinion. But today, what is happening in the new CGIAR is all because of his profound representation for the South world South. And I'm very grateful. The whole world, the whole smallholder farmer family of the world must be very grateful to you. This is where they are located. And you fought for new CGIAR to have the vision to serve the South, not to ignore the South. And that has happened. As you all know, our own Uma Lele is the convener, one of the co-conveners of the new CGIAR system. I will stop here only by saying the unmatched scientific acumen, the quality research, education, and extension management abilities, devotion to farmers' welfare, Padma Bhushan, Professor Raj Paroda, has been decorated with numerous national and international awards. His devotion to transform India's agro-food system, to render the country as the world leader and Vishwaguru. And as it was shown, our own guru in many ways, India's gurus for many of the developments, during the golden Mahotsav period that we are having today, hopefully will inspire our youngsters. By the end of the 25 years march from here onward up to 2047, we will have a new India with the vision that Professor Paroda has given us today. May I, at this very juncture, pray for the best of health, happiness to you and to the entire family who is so devoted, who is behind you as the force. Each one of us, we are very grateful and pray for each one of you the best of best in life. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. In fact, the entire agriculture research community and all present over here are blessed to have such wonderful octogenarians like yourself and Dr. Paroda guiding us continuously with full enthusiasm and zeal. So thank you very much for your words and for your presence and continued guidance. Thank you. May I now request Dr. Himanshu Pathak, Secretary, Department of Agricultural Research and Education and Director General, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, to share his thoughts.
Thank you very much. Most Honorable Dr. Paroda, Professor R.V. Singh Sahab, Dr. Paswal, Dr. Mahapatra, Dr. Bhagmal, Madam Paroda, all the family members, Dr. Kirti Singh Sahab, all our friends and representatives from CG system, all other persons who have come from abroad, particularly from Uzbekistan. Thank you very much for coming. My colleagues from the council, my colleagues from different institutes of ICAR. I can also find one or two students or young scientists, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me congratulate Dr. Paroda. And not only him, let me congratulate and wish all his family members on this very important day when we are all celebrating his birthday. Friends, I met Paroda sir in 1990. You may imagine how come I met in 1990. And this will tell you how Dr. Paroda works. One fine morning, sir, if you remember, Dr. B.S. Parmar, teacher in Agricultural Chemicals Division, IARI, he sent me a message that Dr. Paroda wants to meet you. I thought there is some mistake, some confusion somewhere. I know Dr. Paroda, but how come Dr. Paroda knows me? And that time I was a student. But then he said, no confusion, nothing. He wants to meet you. And he wants to meet you in the PGSSU office. I was the president of PGSSU at that time. And Dr. Paroda, as Dr. Mahapatra said, he was also general secretary in his student days. And he came with a proposal that all the students who are getting degree from IARI should be member of IARI Alumni Association. And for that day, in 1990, the decision which you guided us to take is still continuing. And by virtue of that one decision, now all the members, all the students of IARI are members of Alumni Association. That is how he works. He comes to you. And the job which PGSSU at that time should have been doing, but he came, forgetting his stature and forgetting, and he also insisted that he wanted the meeting to be in that room of PGSSU. So that room is still there, and probably if you find some time, I think the PGSSU present team whom I met all of them few days back, they'll be really, really happy if you again find few minutes to visit that place. I told them that how Dr. Paroda visited when I was president of PGSSU. Friends, Indian agriculture, all of you are practitioner of that. It is so vast. It is so diverse. It is so unique that for one person, it is almost impossible to have the mastery of Indian agriculture. But today, if we have to identify one person who knows, who understands, and who appreciates Indian agriculture, it is Dr. R.S. Paroda. And when we are celebrating his birthday, we are not only celebrating his birthday, we are celebrating Indian agriculture. We are celebrating the success of Indian agriculture. We are celebrating the achievements of Indian agriculture, because he personifies that. And as you all know, there have been many stars in the sky of Indian agriculture. It's so vast, as I said.
But out of all these stars, probably Dr. Paroda is the pole star, who is very easily identifiable. That yes, he is probably the brightest, or maybe one among the brightest stars in the sky of Indian agriculture. Friends, Professor R.B. Singh sir was talking about science and research. Let me tell you the definition of research. It is actually to search for the truth. Research is nothing but to search for the truth. Shat. And truth is always Shivam, always Sundaram, always Sashvatam. So if you are working on research, it should be Satyam, it should be Shivam, it should be Sundaram, it should be Shashvatam. And Dr. Paroda, throughout his life, he has searched for that truth. He has always searched for the truth, and he has been immensely successful. And not only he himself has been successful, he has enlightened many others who also have become successful. And that is probably the major contribution which I think you yourself can become successful. But whether the people who are working with you, your students, your young friends, your all staff, if all of them become successful, then only you are successful. And all these achievements you can certainly find with Dr. Paroda. Sir, in this particular day, on behalf of the whole ICAR community, the whole farming community, I wish you and your family members, आपको, आपके परिवारजनों को, खास करके मैडम को, और आपके बृहत परिवार जो है, जिसके सदस्य मैं भी हूं, हम सब हैं, आप सबको मैं बधाई देता हूं, आप सबको मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं, आप सबको मैं शुभकामनाएं देता हूं कि today may God shower His choicest blessings upon Dr. Paroda, and in turn, and of course in turn, may Dr. Paroda showers his blessings on all of us for days and decades to come. Wish you a very, very happy birthday, sir, and our congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your very kind words. And ICR looks forward to further growth under your new leadership. I now invite Dr. S.K. Vasal, World Food Laureate and distinguished scientist from CIMMYT, to share his feelings. Dr. Vasal has been a close friend of Dr. Paroda over the years.
Well, I'm very thankful that I have been invited to this function. And I think I have never seen any kind of birthday celebration like this before. And it's very encouraging that all the family members are there, closest, his wife Shashi and daughters, and also his son, and his family. Now, my first association with Dr. Paroda was when we were students at IRI. I think I was 1 year ahead and he was 1 year behind. I actually finished PhD in 1966, December, and I think he got 1 year later. So that was, but then I think that was a time, I happened to know him. He's a leadership quality. He fought election for the union, student union as general secretary, and against George Verghese, I think that was there. So he won, of course. So that was again, I think, very good. I also supported him as much as I could do. Then I think there was a few things which I like to mention. I think his accomplishments are too many. Already has been mentioned by Dr. Patra and others, my few things I would like to mention is there, I met him when he became the director of the NBPGR. That was in the old building at that time. That was first time I met him again. Of course, I went to Simit, in 1970. And but of course, every year I used to come and always visit him. So as a student, again, in my opinion, we became so close friend. Sometimes we will buy the same kind of dress. Both of one, I still remember the green sweaters, I bought and he also bought together. So again, I will say that was the kind of friendship we developed, and he always considered me as his elder brother, Now, I think there are a few things I would like to mention which have not been mentioned is there. I think he supported me very much when I was regional coordinator for the Asian Maize Program in Bangkok at that time. And of course, he was again, just like in India, he started accelerated hybrid research activities. He started one what we call TAMNET, Tropical Asian Maize Network. And when he was working in FAO. So again, that was very good on his part, I feel sorry, when he visited Mexico, and I took him to the station, in our tropical station. Unfortunately, I had harvested so much material that he had to wait a little bit longer, even it was almost dark, when we finished the work. So I think he was very kind to tolerate that. I could not entertain him as much as I should have done it, Now, I think I always believe in making small little or doing small little things which can ultimately explode in a big way. I think when I saw him, he started this STARS office. I think he was there, and I think one secretary was there, one boy was there, and then nothing else was there. So that was a time it came to me, I must at least buy a desktop computer for him, for his office. And I did it, and then also I think I had been advising Dr. Suri Sagal's company, seed company. Then I requested him also. He was very kind to give him very nice HP printer, double-sided, which was very, very costly, So I think, but the point I want to make it was a small, humble contribution from my side and from Dr. Suri Sehgal. And then I think it will be also nice to mention name of Dr. Anand Singh. He was also very pushing. He was not hesitant. He always made anyone he will meet become a member of the task, So that was also very good on his part, So I think they were able to, then of course he got very good support from Baragale Foundation, which I think is also worth mentioning, so that is there, And then whenever Mexico, of course, I used to visit along with my family, always meet him. And even now he calls me, okay, are you coming in? Let us have a lunch together, So I think, so we have maintained very good friendship, just like brothers, And actually, I had been requesting him, I want to do something, some award or something. So we had been talking actually for the last 10 years. Somehow we could not work out, but only this year, for some reason, he mentioned, well, let's start an award in the NVPGR. So I think that this is where I made small contribution so that this award can be sustained for a long period of time. Basically, the reason was that I myself have been a very strong supporter of use of germplasm bank from the bank in a very systematic manner, making right kind of germplasm management system and other thing. So I think that was one thing. Again, on his suggestion, this award has been suggested, and it was awarded, I think, 2 weeks ago to some people who has worked in a team. So that was again something very special. I think on his suggestion, I was able to do it, So again, I think at personal level, We have enjoyed so much mutual respect for each other. And I think he always have been very kind and supportive of whatever help I need many times. And again, his family also, I know so closely, all of them, and I think it's a time for me to congratulate all of them, the kind of support he has received from his family, and I wish him a very happy 18th birthday. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The Society of ISPGR acknowledges your benevolent donation. Before moving towards the next agenda, I will take this opportunity to point out to you that this standee that you see of the rose is basically a rose developed by Dr. Sanjay Mukherjee from Kolkata. And he has dedicated the rose to the name of Dr. Raj Paroda on this occasion. So a big round of applause to him. And thank you, Mrs. Dadlani, for bringing this to our notice. Thank you very much. Yes. Yes, these are tricky things, the standees. So as we can see, people are trying to mark the occasion in various ways, and this is an excellent way of expression of love and dedication. Just leave it there. According to the Hindu Dharma, an individual engrossed in selflessly working for the cause of society is to be honored by way of love and respect. We express these sentiments by inviting Dr. R.B. Singh to present a shawl to Dr. Paroda to mark today's special occasion. May I request Dr. Vasan to present a small present to Dr. Paroda on this occasion on behalf of all the organizers and those present over here. Dr. Vasan. Maybe present calling. Okay, just let me complete this. And may I request Dr. Mahapatra and Dr. Himanshu to join in presenting a painting to Dr. Paroda, which represents his contributions to agricultural science. A small painting to match his contributions. Dr. Kirti Singh would like to say a few words on this occasion.
नहीं मैं यहाँ से बोलूँगा मैं टीचर हूँ
राज परोदा, जितने लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं सभी लोगों को मैं बहुत अच्छी तरह से जानता हूँ, और क्योंकि मेरा नाम वहां से नहीं आया, मुझे कहलाना पड़ा कि मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ। राज परोदा आज नाम दुनिया भर में मशहूर हो रहा है, और इतने लोग यहाँ आए, सब लोगों ने बहुत सी बातें कहा, मेरे लिए कुछ कहने के लिए रह नहीं गया। जब हम लोग हिसार में काम करते थे तो राज परोदा के पास स्कूटर था, मेरे पास साइकिल थी। जब फार्म पर जाते थे तो करीब करीब कई बार हम लोग साथ जाते थे। मैं इनको कहता था तुम्हारा फॉरेज का सेक्शन बहुत आगे है, तुम चले जाओ, मैं साइकिल पर धीरे धीरे जाऊंगा। और जब मेरी साइकिल खराब हो जाती थी तो राज परोदा मुझे वेजिटेबल फार्म पर छोड़ देते थे, तो मुझे भूलता नहीं है। और राम बदन नहीं कहता हूँ, राम बदन सिंह नहीं कहता हूँ, मेरे स्टूडेंट रहे हैं। ये इकोनॉमिक बॉटनी कॉटन थे वहाँ, और ये फॉरेस्ट ब्रीडर थे, और मैं वहाँ वेजिटेबल बॉटनिस्ट था। बाद में प्रोफेसर ऑफ वेजिटेबल साइंस और हेड ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट बन गया, और पहले मैं हेड हॉर्टिकल्चर का, जनरल हॉर्टिकल्चर का भी हेड था। मेरे पास कहने को बहुत कुछ है, लेकिन उस वक्त इनकी पत्नी स्टूडेंट थी, माइक्रोबायोलॉजी में थी ना। कभी कभी ऐसा होता था कि राज परोदा को हम इनके घर चले जाते थे मिलने, और जब इनकी शादी हुई तब भी हम वहीं थे। तो तब से मेरे ख्याल से इससे ज्यादा राम बदन को छोड़ के और कोई नहीं जानता होगा, क्योंकि उस टाइम के हिसार के भूषण है यहाँ पर, जलाली, भूषण लाल जलाली, हाँ, he is here. He was also there in plant pathology. बाकी उस टाइम का कोई नहीं दिखाई देता। मेरे से रहा नहीं गया, वहां बैठा था, मैं सोचता था शायद मेरा नाम आएगा तो जाऊंगा, लेकिन हाँ शर्मा जी, हाँ ठीक है, मैंने देखा नहीं भाई, माफ करना, तुम भी थे, हाँ तुम भी थे वहाँ। अच्छा, सारा कुछ कहा जा चुका है राज परोदा के बारे में, और एक चीज नहीं आई रिकॉर्ड पर जो मैं बताना चाहता हूँ। हम दोनों एक दफा भुवनेश्वर गए, वहां हम लोग को ऑनरेरी डॉक्टर ऑफ साइंस की डिग्री हम दोनों को दी जा रही थी। तो मैंने राज को बोला हम इंटरनेशनल नूनी साइंस बनाना चाहते, इंटरनेशनल सोसाइटी फॉर नूनी साइंस। तो राज ने मुझे कहा तो दिक्कत क्या है कीर्ति भाई, तो आप बना दीजिए। बाई चांस मैं रसीद छपवा के ले गया था, एंड ही इज द फर्स्ट मैन। इसने कहा बना दीजिए, और मैंने, इन्होंने 5,000 रुपया दिया, मैंने रसीद काट के दे दिया। क्योंकि ये बात किसी ने बताई नहीं, रामबदन ने भी नहीं बताया, किसी ने नहीं बताया, तो इसलिए मुझे कहनी पड़ी। बहुत कुछ कहा जा चुका है, मैं बहुत कुछ और कह सकता हूँ शशि के बारे में,
और बच्चे के बारे में पिछले मैं तो समझ ही नहीं रहा था कि इतनी जल्दी 80 साल के कैसे हो गए। अरे 75 साल हम लोगों ने दिल्ली में मनाया था और हम सोचते थे कि 5 साल कहाँ हो गए और इतना जल्दी 80 साल मनाया जा रहा है। असल में ये सब डेस्टिन है। वहां से ये भी डेस्टिन था कि त्रिलोचन महापात्रा चेयर करेंगे जब बड़ौदा का 80 साल ऑनर किया जाएगा। ये सब पहले से निर्धारित है, आप मानो चाहे ना मानो, एक डेस्टिनी बोलते हैं, इट इज ऑल डेस्टिनी। रामबदन को मैंने कानपुर में पढ़ाया BSc में, मैं कभी समझता ही नहीं था कि अनुसार में आके कॉटन बॉटनीज बनेगा और बाद में तो मेरी ही जगह पर SRB का चेयरमैन बनेगा, IRL का डायरेक्टर बनेगा। मैं कभी सोच ही नहीं सकता था। तो मैंने सोचा कुछ बातें, और आज इंटरनेशनल सोसाइटी और न्यूरो साइंस के 1500 मेंबर हैं, राइट फ्रॉम ऑल कंट्रीज, ऑस्ट्रेलिया एंड राज परोदा वाज द फर्स्ट मेंबर। मैं सोचता हूँ अगर उनको मेंबर नहीं बनाते तो कोई बनता ही नहीं। और भाई DG ICR का पहला मेंबर बन गया तो अच्छा, फिर ये हुआ कि कौन बनेगा नास का प्रेसिडेंट। कैंडिडेट तो 3 थे, डॉक्टर परोदा और चोपड़ा साहब दोनों। मैं SRB का उस वक्त चेयरमैन था, दूसरी बार गया, पहली बार तो मैं नहीं आ पाया था, फैजाबाद में था, वहां से छोड़ा नहीं लोगों ने। दूसरी बार फिर मुझे ऑफर गया तो मैं आया। तो ये सब कुछ कह दिया गया इनके बारे में, मेरे पास और कुछ करने को नहीं है, क्योंकि इसका जिक्र नहीं आया था कहीं। हो सकता है राज परोदा जब बोलेगा तो कहेगा इस बात को कि मेरा एसोसिएशन इनके साथ कैसा था। और इनकी वाइफ शशि स्टूडेंट थी उस टाइम पर हिसार में। मैं बहुत ज्यादा समय नहीं लेना चाहता हूँ क्योंकि सब कुछ कहा जा चुका है। राज परोदा यूनिक पर्सन, फ्रेंड्स ऑफ फ्रेंड्स। कभी इतना इनका कंट्रीब्यूशन है, वर्ल्ड वाइड कंट्रीब्यूशन। रामबदन ने तो सब सारी बातें कह डाली, मेरे लिए कुछ छोड़ा ही नहीं। ये रामबदन की आदत है, जो कुछ करना है सब कुछ कह डालो ताकि और कुछ कोई लोग कुछ बोल न सके। मैं हाँ वो होगा, तुम बैठो अपनी जगह। तो मेरे पास बहुत ज्यादा कहने को नहीं है, मैं कहना भी नहीं चाहता हूँ। और लेकिन इस मौके पर 80 साल कम नहीं होता। और मेरी सर्टिफिकेट की उम्र 87 है, मेरी असली उम्र 90.5 years। लेकिन कह रहे थे लोग कि अरे ज्यादा ट्रैवल ना करिए। मैंने कहा मैं बड़ौदा के फंक्शन में जरूर जाऊंगा, और भगवान ने भेज दिया। और अभी मेरे को तकलीफ कुछ नहीं है, न मेरा पैर नहीं, मैं बिना चश्मा के पढ़ता हूँ, और चलने फिरने घुटने में कोई तकलीफ नहीं, कुछ नहीं तकलीफ है। और अब भी मैं काम करता हूँ घर में। आप जाके देखो, मेरा ड्राइंग रूम लाइब्रेरी जैसा बना हुआ है। मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ राज, और भगवान से प्रार्थना करूंगा कि अभी आपको और बहुत कुछ करना है। अभी तो अभी आप पद्म भूषण बने हो। पद्म भूषण के बाद दूसरी जो पदवी है ऊपर वाली, वो भी राज को मिलेगी। मेरी ये इच्छा है और मेरी प्रार्थना है। और वो खुशी का मौका आएगा, अवश्य आएगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। राज, आशीर्वाद, बधाई।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। ये मेरी भूल थी कि मैं सबसे सीनियर पर्सन को आमंत्रित नहीं कर पाई, एंड आई अपोलोजाइज फॉर दैट। थैंक यू फॉर योर वाइज वर्ड्स एंड योर ब्लेसिंग्स। Thank you all. Finally, I will request the star of the day.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Am I audible? Will you kindly permit me just 60 seconds to give my inner vibrations to share with you? Am I allowed? Permission granted, sir? I had the privilege of having seen Dr. Raj Paroda in all his colors and contours of life for the last more than half a century, starting his professional career from SR. I don't need to repeat what has already been said about his outstanding accomplishments. But then, for the last couple of minutes, one couplet is ringing in my mind for the last couple of minutes, which I wish to vibrate here, which symbolizes Dr. Raj Paroda. And the couplet says, हमेशा जागता रहता हूँ मेहनत के चट्टानों पर। हमेशा जागता रहता हूँ मेहनत की चट्टानों पर, तनासानी के बिस्तर पर मुझे सोना नहीं आता। उबलती आतिशे सयाल में हर शब नहाता हूँ, मुझे वक्ते सहर मुंह डांप कर रोना नहीं आता। I think I wish you best and best of times ahead, you and your family. God bless you with his love that makes each and every day a joy to live. God bless you. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. R.S. Paroda to address the distinguished gathering and reminisce his experiences.
आरवी भाई, कीर्ति भाई, भूषण जलाली भाई, वासल भाई, they are all my close associates right from my career as a student or as young scientist. What more pleasure can be there to have their presence and to listen their thoughts about whatever could be done. Dr. Mahapatra, Dr. Himanshu Pathak, all other present colleagues, friends. Time is short, and I think I must say, my family members and Shashi, also Mrs. R.B. Singh, all other colleagues present here. Time really flies. I was just wondering when all was said, whether that really was accomplished. But facts are before you. And
as a, retrospect, when you have attained 80 years, you would like to look at whether whatever you achieved was worth doing for the system and the society. And by hearing what you all said, what colleagues have said, it is more than any award for me today. I really am grateful to all of you for the expressions, for your feelings. And when I look back, I agree what Kirtibai said, something is always destined. And perhaps whatever could be accomplished was destined by Almighty. We are just the means for doing something. And I'm lucky that something could be achieved was not just by my own individual initiative, but by the support of all colleagues, friends as a team. I always believe in teamwork and encouraging the excellence, considering nation as your own country without caste, creed, and any other distinction. And never knew I was destined to do or achieve something, but yes, I was lucky to have the exposure of coming to an institution like IRI. If I would have not come here, I would have not known what India is. And then I was lucky to go to UK, then I would have not known what world is. And for that, I must also say that I'm grateful to my mother, uneducated mother, who did not let me join any job, though I was every time offered whenever I did graduation, post-graduation, also PhD, and reasonably good jobs. But she said, you must complete your education and continuation. And when I said I have done PhD and now I have got good job, she said there's nothing more than that. Then I thought I must think of something beyond PhD. So that was postdoctorate research as a Commonwealth Fellow. So I applied and I got it. And I think that was the turning point. Coming to IRI, getting teachers like Dr. A.B. Joshi, who was my guide, Dr. M.S. Swaminathan, who was then the head of the division, and always treated as me as his student. And then I had also Dr. B.P. Paul, who started loving me when I joined as director in BPGR. Maybe that was also destined that you got these teachers to encourage you and appreciate it. And that's where I happened to meet R.B. Bhai. And I was quite, impressed. And we were young. So we wanted to, I said, well, he's so dynamic, he's so good. And he had come from North Carolina that time and gave a, lecture on his work. So it has inspired. So whenever you see something good, एक दिल में ऐसा होता था कि ये कुछ करें, कुछ ऐसा हम भी करें और करके दिखाएं. So when I was with my guide at Aberystwyth in UK, he was also guide of Dr. H.K. Jain. So Dr. H.K. Jain had come there and he was with me that evening. He said, Hugh Reese is very impressed by you. And he said, why do you send such students abroad? You don't need them to be sent to for post-graduation. And he came and announced this in the institute. That time he became the director of IRI. So he announced that, and but that time Reese told me that we listen not much from very bright students who come from India, and when they go back, I don't know what is the reason. I started thinking, what is the reason? And then he also said that most of the time people stay abroad and don't go back. So I said, first thing, I will go back. And second thing, we have to perform and try to see that he knows about what is being done. But then for that, we realized that the problem was of environment. So it's not the genotype. I think it is the environment which is important. And I realized that if who's going to create environment? Who is going to give it to you in silver plate? You have to work hard and create yourself. So when I happened to land at Hisar, it was forage research. Because I liked the institution, university, campus, and the teaching life, and thought it will be much more interesting than just being a researcher alone. So, and it was upcoming beautiful institution. So, but then it was forage, not wheat on which I was working. Everybody was going for cotton, wheat, Professor R.V. Bhai. So, but then I said that something should be done. And in just 4 years' time, we got the best ICR Team Research Award for forage research at that center. And that encouraged, and I always believe in teamwork. I never say I, it is we. Whatever could be this infrastructure, this second Crop Science Congress, when myself, Dr. Swaminathan, we went to Iowa for the first Crop Science Congress, saw their beautiful campus and their conference facilities. I said, well, why don't we have? But then you just go, enjoy, come back and forget. But हमें तो कुछ धुन सवार थी, तो जो चीज अच्छी देखी उसे बनाने की कोशिश की. And in that process, I must say that all who worked with me got somehow charged, because I did give them full freedom. And if he wanted 1 crore, I gave them 5 crore. This Vegetable Institute, I recollect, Dr. Kirti Singh, you came and told me, being a very good friend of Dr. Chadda, Dr. Kirti Singh came and said, भाई एक वेजिटेबल का इंस्टीट्यूट तो बना दो. मैंने कहा चड्डा साहब के आप अच्छे दोस्त हो, हॉर्टिकल्चर के वो डीडीजी हैं, प्रपोजल भेजो. Somehow that again is a story, but I had to then decide that it has to be created, because there were many institutes in horticulture. हमने horticulture में भी बहुत बनाए, ऐसी बात नहीं थी. But then Vegetable Institute, we are talking of soil. कोई soil का institute ICR में नहीं था. The question is, when I joined as director NBPGR, आप डायरेक्टर थे, सीड रखने के लिए एक कमरा भी नहीं था जिसमें आप उसको रख सकते थे. कोई हर एक हेड ऑफ डिवीजन के यहाँ एयर कंडीशनर लगे हुए थे, बट नॉट फॉर द स्टोरेज ऑफ सीड्स. सो द क्वेश्चन इज, then I went to that time DG and said, please give me land and some money to build at least gene bank. And Dr. Randhawa was the Director General that time. So he stood from his chair, where I then also happened to sit, and Mahapatra sat, and now Pathak is sitting. So he came across and kept his hand on my shoulder and said, Kake, तेरे साथ मेरा आशीर्वाद है, ये दोनों चीजें नहीं है. And I said, sir, I am director of NBPGR. If there is no gene bank, there is no use of my being here. So, but he said that मेरा आशीर्वाद आपके पास है, तो I said, now please remember, if I do anything wrong, you have to be with me. So I started begging the money, and from USAID could get them convinced in just 1.5 years' time. I was again lucky, got support of Dr. Nile Brody and also Dr. D.S. Atwal. They happened to help. So one thing is, to cut short the story, if you have a desire, then you do get also certain means to achieve. But if you don't wish to do, and then I always, when joined the Director General, maybe it is not to mention for what Dr. Himanshu Pathak should do, but I said first thing in the auditorium, BP Paul auditorium of IRI, where everybody was so happy and the hall was full, nobody was able to sit there, and there was a smile on everybody's face, and there were 700 court cases in, for the scientists in the for the salary purpose and all that. And then I said, I have not come to govern, but I have come to serve as a motto. And anybody needing any support is welcome to come. And we would like to see jointly we build this system. And what I was saying, that when we saw Crop Science Congress, we had organized that in Vigyan Bhavan, और सोचा था कि ऐसा कैंपस हम अब बना के रहेंगे. When I used to come here from Hisar for meetings, Dr. Kirti Singh and Dr. R.B. Singh, Dr. Jalali will vouch, there was no facility to stay for the scientists in the guest house. IRI, there were few, 10 rooms, and all the time fully booked. And elsewhere we couldn't afford to stay. So we'll start at 4 o'clock in the morning, come and attend the meeting. At 5 o'clock again you start and go back, and at 10 o'clock reach back Hisar. I realized that you need the guest house. So when we started building this guest house and planned for it, planning commission people said, for 100 rooms guest house, are you building a hotel? I said, you write it down. I have no problem. I am chairman of this committee. I will overrule and get it approved from the minister and the government. So the 100-room guest house, now at least the people are coming and staying and are able to. So the question is that it all was destined. Whatever, perhaps Almighty करवा रहा था हम तो साधन से, and money was never a problem somehow. I mean, with the World Bank problem was discussed. At one time they said, these are our conditions. And I think R.B. Bhai was there. He was heading the technical team for preparing the project. We have long association with R.B. also. R.B. Bhai को तो मैं हाथ जोड़ के बुला के लाया कि भाई मैं डीजी बन गया हूँ तो IRI भी तो कोई चलाए, और आप FA में हो, कितने साल रहे हो, जंगल में मोर नाचा किसने देखा, कुछ वहां पे भी नाच के दिखाओ. हाँ, और तब ये आए, सुषमा भाभी आ गई, आप बहुत मेहरबानी की आपने उस टाइम, क्योंकि ये आपसे झिझक रहे थे आने में, because of course in FAO with good job and with respect, there was no urgency to come and serve. So the question is, Dr. Ramesh Chand talked about NCAP. We realized that in the system, there is a weak link of social science. Technology is on one side, you need development, but still it is not reaching. So there is a gap somewhere. So unless you understand why technology is not reaching, so, and all economists earlier used to criticize agriculture because they were pure economists. Suresh Pal is sitting it here now. He will, all this breed could be developed, and we created 100 positions just by having, reorganization within the system. So question is only this, that if you want to have it, and then that time my another good friend, Dr. Dayanath Jha, he met me. I was coming from ICR, and he was just going. I saw him and I said, भाई रोको एक मिनट, डॉक्टर साहब कहाँ जा रहे हो? कहते हैं डॉक्टर साहब अच्छा हुआ आप मिल गए, मैं 2 दिन बाद दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी ज्वाइन कर रहा हूँ। मैंने कहा क्या हुआ? कहते हैं ICR से दिल भर गया। मैंने कहा डॉक्टर साहब 5 दिन तो और रह लो, अगर दिल भर गया है तो 5 दिन में वो इंस्टीट्यूट को बना के उनको हमने बैठाया और उनको अश्योर किया कि आप डायरेक्टर बनेंगे, आप जाएंगे नहीं। The question is, you can't build yourself alone, but you have to have team, and you have to identify, and you have to encourage the talent. And I can tell you, there had been no difficulty in creating those institutions. When I took Vajpayee ji for inauguration of National Bureau of Animal Fish Resources at Lucknow, because he was MP from there, I said, why not you inaugurate? आप आते जाते रहते हैं. So he said, yes, sure, I will. So got inaugurated, and he said, how many years it was to complete this? Then I said, from allocation of the land, they didn't have till completion, it is 5 years. So he gave me a pat and said, congratulations. Then when this campus was inaugurated, again he repeated the same question. At that time, some slide was shown that Dr. Paroda, tell me how many years it was, this project was, because my tenure was only up to 7 years there. So I said, sir, after my joining, we started. So 1 year took just in planning, but to start and completion is again around 5 years. So they said, everything you do in 5 years. So the question is not this. If you are creating an institution, create it full. Otherwise, it will take years to build that institution. The whole energy will go in that. So either don't do it or do it with full, commitment, and try to have a team and make sure that these are all accomplished. So, dear colleagues,